Oh, it's... Things are looking up. Not bad, not bad. Let's make some dust. Hi-oh. Good day.
What do you need?
What was I doing again? Phew.
What do you need?
What have you got? Onward and upward, as Danny would say. Brennan can attend the day before. Not bad, not bad. That'll do. Things are looking up.
Damn, this luggage. What do you need?
Oh, let's make some dust. Not bad, not bad.
Great job, boys. Yes. But now the winter's used to sailing.
just need a moment to catch up.
All right. Until next time.
Try your luck again soon. Take what is yours. Don't get too eager. So be it, as disappointing as it is. Is this some farcical joke? Is this some farcical joke? So be it, as disappointing as it is. Is this some farcical joke? Try your luck again soon, challenger. So be it, as disappointing as it is. It was not to be. So be it, as disappointing as it is. Chance no longer favors me. A classic, but far fairer now than in ancient times. Is this some farcical joke? Chance no longer favors me. Try your luck again soon, challenger. Chance no longer favors you. Is this some farcical joke? Try your luck again soon, challenger. Is this some farcical joke? It was not to be. Chance no longer favors me. Is this some farcical joke? Is this some farcical joke? Chance no longer favors you. Try your luck again soon, challenger. So be it, as disappointing as it is. Chance no longer favors you. Is this some farcical joke? Try your luck again soon. Is this some farcical joke? Try your luck again soon, challenger. Try your luck again soon, challenger. Chance no longer favors me. A classic, but far fairer now than in ancient times. Is this some farcical joke? Is this some farcical joke? Chance no longer favors me. Is this some farcical joke?
Let's see what we can do.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
exile.
Sure, I know enough to save you.
It's suffering. We have come to an accord. I think. Keep the mask on.
The more tightly fit the cogs.
Somehow, trusting this Riker alone no better off.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
want to kill me. I would too. But we are like the mythical Hydra. Hell, Syndicate was in dire need of a shake-up anyway.
You remind me why I left the...
Better a deal than having to...
If you think I'm going...
Death is a natural cause.
So it must be. That's him. That's the bastard assassin. Even an ignorant... Just need a moment to catch. Just need a moment to...
Just can't bring...
Who's that really?
Go on.
Who's that really? Exile? Good choice. Now listen up.
The strong eat the weak in nature.
The Syndicate. Strong and reasonable. I like you, X-Men.
can pray.
Just do it. Just do it.
Bye-bye.
I'm afraid the
Bye-bye. You kill so good at. Not Taurus so.
Death is a natural part of
That glitters as gold.
Time to go.
See eye to eye. Here, have you got that? All right. I'll keep
Just need a moment to catch my
I'm no traitor.
Did you see that?
It's listen and do not blink.
Catch my breath.
It's time.
Low on mine.
Good job.
Think I prefer killing you,
I can't.
but I have the upper hand.
What?
It really pisses me off. He's a killer. No better than you or me, but he tries to hide it like a dirty little secret.
Well, that is. It seems to me that no job is worth dying over. A wise decision. I do hope.
Hail! Get those bloody crates! Get those crates where they need to be! That shipment's got to go out today! Let's get that loaded! That shipment's got to go out today! That shipment's got to go out today!
I'll give him the word. That shipment's gotta go. That shipment's gotta go out today! Sailor's luck, I hope. Damn, this leg itch.
Just need a moment to...
Fair weather.
Hail! It's a cornucopia of talent. I've got plenty more eager to sign up. Okay, yes, that'll work. Let me just grab the next few applications. I've got plenty more eager to sign up. I've got plenty more eager to sign up. I'll handle their induction right away. It's a cornucopia of talent.
The city of Neverwinter suffers under the Wailing Death, an oppressive plague spread by the mysterious Cult of the Eye. But have no fear, 4 magical water Davian creatures hold the key to a cure. All we have to do is hope they don't get stolen before the cure is made. But wouldn't you know it, the water Davian creatures have been stolen before the cure is made. So it's up to Brother Hammerbane, cleric of St. Cavil, and his trusty sidekick, the summoned direwolf, Sir Fluffles, to get them back and save the city. Neverwinter Nights is a Dungeons & Dragons role-playing game released back in 1991 and could be considered one of the precursors to modern MMORPGs, not to be confused with the identically titled but totally different Neverwinter Nights, which is a Dungeons & Dragons role-playing game released in 2002. That one is a 3D BioWare game, following on from their success with Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. It's the one that everyone thinks of when you say Neverwinter Nights, and it's the one we're playing today. It released to extremely favourable reviews and sits at 91% today today on Metacritic one of the highest rated RPGs. It would go on to see 2 expansion packs, Shadows of Udrintide and Hordes of the Underdark, both releasing in 2003, and then 5 premium modules, which were slightly smaller expansions using the same game engine, releasing all the way up until 2006. It would then see a sequel in Neverwinter Nights 2, and that getting 3 expansion packs. But the true brilliance of Neverwinter Nights isn't in the single-player experience, but its Dungeon Master creation toolkit and the online hosting of these adventures, allowing players to create their own campaigns and then let their friends run through them online, with the Dungeon Master controlling the enemies live. And it's a testament to the quality of the system that games are still being made and hosted and played. Indeed, Neverwinter Nights still has multiple persistent online role-playing worlds with consistent player bases run by and for the players of the game. Now, I'm a massive video game, RPG, and Dungeons & Dragons fan, so you'd assume I have a lot of opinions about Neverwinter Nights. Well, I need to be honest with you, and the biggest shock of this video might be a simple truth. Hi, I'm Josh Strophaze, and I have never played Neverwinter Nights. Please put your pitchfork down and let me explain. Okay, I played it once, when I was a kid, many years ago, and I remember nothing about this game except getting to some goblin-filled caves about 7 or 8 hours in, and being so bored that I quit. Now, I know how important people say this game is in both the video game and Dungeons & Dragons landscape. I've been told all about the amazing multiplayer adventures people have made, but I have no knowledge of this myself. So I figured it's time to change that. This means I'm going into Neverwinter Nights with no nostalgia, no childhood love for the game. If anything, the opposite, childhood boredom. No previous game knowledge or skill clouding my vision. I'm going to complete the entire base campaign the way in depth and do every quest I find along the way. Look into all the mechanics and see if it still holds up today. And then I'll finally know, for myself, Neverwinter Nights, was it actually anything? 2 quick warnings. This game does feature giant spiders, and I am going to spoil the entire plot of Neverwinter Nights 1. So before you watch it, you're okay, both those things. This is a long video, so grab a cup of tea, settle in, and thank these lovely people for supporting me on Patreon and allowing me to keep making ongoing stuff like this. More information and you can join in the video. Let's begin. But which version do we begin with? Because you've got the base CD game, but then also the Diamond Edition, which came bundled with both expansions and 3 of the premium modules. And then we got the Enhanced Edition, in the same vein as the Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 Enhanced Edition made by Beam Brothers. And this version contains the complete Diamond Edition, plus a few graphical updates and general stability patches for more modern systems. For this video, I'll be playing the Enhanced Edition. There was some drama back when this release that it didn't have complete compatibility with some of the already created player-made modules using Diamond Edition, but I'll touch on that later. And while this video isn't sponsored, I do want to give a big thank you to Good Old Games for supplying me with this game. Thank you, God. So I'll start by playing the base game campaign The Wailing Death, which is a short tutorial and then 4 chapters of gameplay. If I enjoy it, I'll play the expansions and maybe try some of the multiplayer stuff. The game uses the D&D 3rd edition rule set, so we'll be seeing some quirks of that along the way. Character creation. Oh man, I love late 90s, early noughties fantasy art. Now, I'm likely going to be soloing the game, so I'll need a class which can deal decent damage but also have self-healing, so we're going to go with Cleric. You assign your ability points to your 6 main attributes, just like Baldur's Gate, but unlike that, you don't have the endless re-rolling. You just get told how many points you have to assign. Now, I'm not going to use a meta build guide, so seasoned veteran Neverwinter Nights players are probably screaming at all the mistakes I'm about to make, but I'm having fun. And the game doesn't skimp on the customization. It's even got some pre-made spell and ability selections for new players to use as a crutch, but I want to go full control. Clerics get 2 domain specializations. I'm going to go war and healing to be a melee beast battle tank. And hey look, there's even physics when you spin the model. The shirt swooshes around. Now these 3D models were actually a major selling point at the time. BioWare had made Baldur's Gate and Baldur's Gate 2, both exceptionally highly praised isometric games, and the jump to 3D is always a big risk. Sometimes it's a make or break moment in franchise design. We'll see how it did. We give our character a voice. Options include Dumb Hero or Pious Scholar. I like the personality touches these have. I think I'll go with boisterous and good-natured, and we are done. Meet Brother Hammerbane, Warhammer-wielding battle cleric, here to dispense justice in the name of his deity, Saint Cabin. So with sturdy hammer in our hand and faith in our heart, cue the opening cinematic. So the city isn't doing too great. A plague known as the Wailing Death is spreading. Not to be confused with the beckoning death seen in the Dungeons & Dragons Honor Among Thieves film. You can tell them apart because that one beckons while this one wails. But luckily, Neverwinter has recently received delivery of 4 magical water Davian creatures, which contain all the bits needed to make a cure for the plague. They are under the protection of Arabeth de Tilmarand, a legendary paladin, so everything should be fine. We start in the Academy, and this is essentially a long playable tutorial which you can choose to skip. It covers all the major playstyles, all the major classes, and in a really cool touch, you only need to play the tutorial for your class. But you can play the tutorial bits for the other classes. The trainers will even say to you, this isn't for you, but you can still try it just to get a feel for how it works. You can click to move with left click or use WASD. I'll be using click to move. And spinning the camera makes any foreground scenery fade out in a circle so you can always see your character. That's a nice touch. Talk to NPCs by clicking, open chests, open doors, pretty standard stuff. The inventory is grid-based with items having both size and weight, so we're limited in both how much we can carry and how much we can carry. The UI is fine with optional minimap, which you can add your own pins and text to for notes, compass, sweeps, and start with some gear already, so I put it on, and the character equip screen is nice and cleanly labelled. Now, most interactions from NPCs to enemies to items, including your own character model, is done by right-clicking and bringing up the radio menu, which is important. The radio menu has every possible option that you could do with that thing. Examine, interact, manipulate, steal, spell, command, or summon the party members. It's all context sensitive based on where you're clicking and when you're clicking, but it's all here. Now, clicking an option can sometimes open further menus. It's deep, but you get used to it pretty quickly. It does have issues, as we'll see later, but in general, it's really nice, smooth design. Your journal has 3 main tabs. The quest you're on, complete with detailed recaps of what you're doing, quest you've already done, and then notes that you can make yourself. There are no quest markers on the map, either to collect new quests or to hand in current quests, so reading and remembering is really important. Thankfully, because of how the game is designed, even if you do miss a side quest, it will not affect the main story. The character sheet has all the basic info you made at the start and will also show all of the passive buff or spell effects that you are under. And the settings menu is great, allowing easy rescaling of both the game and the UI. So far, structurally, this is really well made. Leave our room at the Academy and we are greeted by Pavel, and hang on, I know that voice.
I was afraid you were going to sleep all day. I guess the instructors working pretty hard here at the Academy.
That is Cam Clark. Cam has voiced roughly 4 trillion video game characters. He's Liquid Snake. He's the singing voice of Simba in The Lion King 2. He's He-Man. He's Darby in JoJo, Dritz in Baldur's Gate, Hercules in God of War 2, and the voice of Dr. Mobius in Fallout New Vegas, Old World Blue. The man is everywhere, and once you notice him voicing a character, you'll see him pop up in this game repeatedly. Pavel tells us that both he and his brother Bim were invited to the Academy by Lady Arabeth personally, so they're quite important. We chat to Bim and he explains radio menus and basic combat, asking us to attack him. Combat, just like Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, is real-time with pause. The game is counting the time between the game rounds and giving you actions when your speed in that thing would allow you to have an action. For example, the amount of attacks you get uses your base attack bonus. The higher, the more attacks you get per round of combat. We'll look at ways of raising this later because it can get absurd, like 10 attacks per round absurd. Now, super important note, for the original campaign only, that's the one we're playing here, combat encounters are scaled to the player, meaning if you enter an area at level 3, you'll face level 3 enemies, go in at level 10 and you'll face either more or more difficult enemies. This means the higher level you are, the more you need to understand the strengths of your build and patch the weaknesses that you may have or play around with. The expansions did not have level scaling. Spacebar, just like Baldur's Gate, pauses the game and lets you issue orders in combat. Advanced players can use the action queue feature to set up a load of things that will happen in order when they are able to happen. Dungeon masters can use this for monsters too, but the early parts of the game don't need you to use this at all. Pausing and using a potion or changing your attack target, that's pretty much all you'll need to do. You've also got the hotbar at the bottom of the screen with a second access by holding shift and the third access by holding control. You can add potions, spells or abilities here using the radio menu. And once you've been in a fight, used a few spells or lost some health, you'll want to rest to recover all of it. Unlike Baldur's Gate campaign, you need to take a whole night, resting in Neverwinter just means sitting down for 10 seconds plus an extra half second per level of your character. A little progress bar pops up and you'll recover all your health and spells with certain effects, both negative and positive, wearing off. So you'll no longer be poisoned, but you'll also lose any summoned creatures. Bim sends us onwards to learn about shops, which are nice and simple. Merchant inventory, your inventory. My main issue so far is there's no way to directly compare an item you're wearing with an item you're considering buying. Now thankfully the numbers we're dealing with are pretty small, double digits at most, so it's very easy to understand, but it also means an increase of 1 or 2 defense can really matter in fights. One issue shops do highlight is how you cannot move the windows in the game around. If multiple windows are open at once, there is a preset order for which ones go where, and they can force others out of the way. A quick Google and yeah, you can't move the UI much beyond what the game wants you to have. Sell some of my starting stuff, buy a large shield and a warhammer, and I mean, we're basically done. This weapon combo cannot be beaten. I mean, technically you should be using a scimitar because then you get critical hits on both 19 and 20, but warhammer, big chunk of metal on the end of a stick. That's like the pinnacle of weapon design right there. Talk to more instructors, including one who gives you a quest to read the journal, and the journal says, well done, you passed, which I quite. The combat instructor teaches us how to activate our special attack, parry, and I mean, that is completely pointless because time spent parrying is time spent not hitting things. And then I learned the greatest of all the combat abilities. You can attack chests and doors. So it doesn't matter if you can't pick locks or find keys, you don't need to. You can smash most things open to get at the sweet treasury goodness within. Now as we'll see later, some things cannot be broken easily, but can still be broken. Everyone loved Baldur's Gate 3 letting you attack doors, Neverwinter Nights was doing it 23 years ago. Being a war domain cleric also means I have a special power, calling upon the blessing of Saint Cavill himself, which gives me a decent boost to my melee stats, accuracy, strength, and defense for about 5 turns. Use this in tougher fights. I'm not a ranger, but the game does let me do the ranger tutorial. I've got a crossbow, grab some bolts, and shoot. Now range is remarkably weak in Neverwinter Nights 1, especially for a solo character, but I love that the game still lets you try. This is the freedom that I admire in RPGs. They explain that you shouldn't, but they don't actually stop you. Ferdinand then lets us into the Menagerie, a collection of extremely tough monsters just here to scare new players. Thankfully they're locked away. At least I assume they're locked. I try the gate and yeah, they're locked. Now if you right-click an enemy and choose Examine, you won't be given their exact level or health values. Instead, you'll see a challenge rating. This is a Dungeons & Dragons description thing and relates to that creature's level compared to yours, ranging from effortless, meaning 6 levels lower, to impossible, meaning 5 levels higher. Bear in mind, we will need to fight and beat impossible rated enemies even with level scaling in this playthrough, and we'll need to do it solo. Well, sort of so. On to spells. Ah, yes, spell slots and resting. Okay, for non-D&D players, I'll try to simplify this. In Neverwinter Nights, you learn spells in different ways. Clerics gain a load of new spells on leveling up. Wizards can choose a few to learn out they level up, then use single-use spell scrolls to scribe into their spellbook and use them again. Now, Brother Hammerbane has no time for reading in battle, relying on the blunt force of hammer and memorized words of faith. It's not enough to just know a spell. You must have it memorized and assigned to a spell slot, and then have rested so the spell slot is available. Let's say you've got some cantrips, that's essentially a level 0 spell, and you have cantrip spell slots, then some level 1 spell slots, level 2, level 3, and so on. You open your spellbook and choose which spell you know is going to fill that spell slot for today. If you want to be able to cast Cure Minor Wounds multiple times, you'll need to take up multiple spell slots of that level. When you use a spell in the game, that slot is used up. To refill your slots, just rest. You can change around what's assigned freely whenever you're out of combat. So assigning spells to a spell slot and then resting is essentially guessing what you're most likely to need for the next bit. The Sorcerer class, however, doesn't have spell slots and has no need to prepare spells ahead of time. The trade-off is they can't cast as many throughout the day. The main issue here is needing to rest to recover the spell slots, because you cannot rest near enemies and the game counts the combat training dummy as an enemy, so I'm running all the way back to the start just to have a little sit down. This will be happening a lot. The rogue training sounds cool, so I try to open a door and get stabbed by some hidden spikes, so I swear a lifelong grudge against doors and will be smashing down as many as I can. Brother Hammerbane cannot abide the sneaky cowardice of rogues or people with keys. Cleric training is more like it. Use our healing magic to heal an injured dude by the wall. Remember, you can heal your own teammates or summoned pets, and then test our AoE Turn Undead spell, which releases a burst of holy energy and causes nearby undead to flee in fear, or if we have twice as many levels as they have hit dice, they will instantly die. Hit dice are a D&D thing we'll discuss when we level up. Mandatory training done, leave the academy and meet Lady Arabeth de Tilmarand. Arabeth is a half-elf paladin of Tyr, the god of justice. She's an all-round shining light of hope and personal friend of Nasha Alagondar, the current ruler of Neverwinter. Okay, it's time to use the water Davian creatures to cure the wailing death and save the city. Everything seems great, but then halfway through the ceremony, oh no, enemy mages teleport in and attack everyone. Everything is not great. We join guards and repel the invasion, but Arabeth believes this was not random. It was a targeted attack to steal the creatures. With Arabeth believing the unknown enemy is likely using her magical signature as a location marker and teleporting to her, she stays behind as a distraction, and we are sent to check on the rest of the academy to see if it is safe, which it absolutely is not. And I hope you spoke to all the trainers, because they are now all dead. Running back, we're attacked by goblins and some unknown assailants, but I'm a cleric, so I can magically empower my own weapon. But doing this in combat is dangerous, because casting spells in combat or disengaging from melee combat will give the enemy a guaranteed attack of opportunity. And this needs to be understood for the game and all those calculations you're seeing in the chat box to make sense. So refill your cup of tea, because it's time for a quick D&D combat lesson for anyone unfamiliar. Strap in, it's about to get nerdy. Neverwinter Nights is not just a game, but a construction toolkit to make Dungeons & Dragons experiences, so we need to understand the fundamentals of constructing a Dungeons & Dragons adventure. Dungeons & Dragons uses this nifty thing, a 20-sided dice, shortened to D20. If anything in the game has a chance of happening, such as successfully disarming a trap or hitting an enemy or not getting poisoned, that thing will have a difficulty check, or DC. This is where you as a player roll a D20, and if your roll is equal to or higher than the DC of the thing, you win, and the thing you want to have happen happens. For example, if a door is barred and you try to break it down, that may have a DC of 10. So you roll a D20, and if you roll 10 or more, you succeed. The door is broken down, the adventure continues. But let's talk combat. Each creature, including the player, has an armor class, or AC. Higher is better. This is how difficult you are to hit in combat. Now, from a roleplay perspective, it could be argued that a failed attack against you could still hit you, but your armor did its job and protected you. However, for the sake of simplicity and mechanics, we will refer to all failed attack rolls as misses. When you attempt to hit an enemy, first you will make an attack roll. If the enemy has an armor class of, say, 11, you must roll an 11 or higher on the D20 to hit them. Remember, with 20 sides, that means you'll be hitting about 50% of the time. But we can improve your roll in 3 specific ways: your weapon skill, your currently active passive buffs, and using inherently better weapons. Let's have a look how. Let's say you're really good with a specific weapon, like a hammer, and you take a skill which gives you +2 to hit with hammers. Your attack roll is now a D20 plus your weapon skill bonus, in this case +2, because you are good with that weapon. But what if you cast a spell on yourself, like you gain +1 to hit for the next 5 turns on any attack? Well, now your attack roll is a D20 plus your weapon skill plus the passive buffs that apply to every attack. But what if the weapon itself is also magically blessed or enchanted to be super accurate? Like, this weapon gives the bearer +1 to hit. Well, that can add bonuses too. But enemies can have things which give you negative attack modifiers, like the enemy being magically shielded or blurred or just really fast. So when you see something like this in the text box, that is an attack roll, and it is the result of rolling a 20-sided dice, plus all the other stuff like your weapon specialty skill, passive accuracy buffs or bonuses, minus whatever the enemy has making them harder to hit, and then if that total roll is equal to or greater than the target's armor class, the attack will land, and you will then move on to the damage roll. Just be aware, if that D20 roll was a 1, we call it a natural 1, or critical fail, and it will always fail regardless of modifiers. Even if the actual total is above the enemy's armor class, a 1 is always a failure. The opposite is true for the D20 rolling a natural 20. That's a critical hit and will always hit, even if the enemy's armor class is higher than your total roll. A natural 20 is a critical success. Now, rolling 20 on the D20 is not not only a critical hit, but also does bonus damage, based on the weapon you're using. And one of the reasons that scimitars are so damn good in this game is because they count a roll of 18, 19, or 20, all as critical hits with bonus damage. How much damage you do when you successfully hit something depends on the weapon. Examining a weapon will show you which dice it will roll for its damage roll. Small weapons like daggers use smaller dice like D4. Larger ones like heavy flails use a D10. Great swords use 2 D6. So larger weapons attack slower but have greater maximum hits. And if the enemy has a damage absorption spell, where smaller amounts of damage are ignored entirely, large amounts of damage are needed to overpower that. Now there are more modifiers based on your 6 primary stats, those things we put points into in character creation, but we only have several hours of video left and we can't get distracted just explaining all the D&D rules. Just be aware that weapon size matters here, because a creature can wield a weapon the same size as it in one hand, but a larger weapon will require 2 hands. So a medium-sized human can hold a medium sword in one hand and a shield in the other. But if they want to use a large sword, they'll need 2 hands. A small-sized halfling would need 2 hands to wield a medium sword, and they can't use large weapons at all. So when you're engaged in melee combat with something, you'll keep making attack rolls back and forth and hit each other as often as your attack speed allows, with each successful hit making a damage roll. But if you attempt to cast a spell while you're in combat, you'll give the enemy an attack of opportunity. Basically an immediate instant attack roll, and if they hit you, you'll then need to make a concentration check. The difficulty of this concentration check is 10 plus whatever level the spell is you're trying to cast, plus the damage you've taken. If you fail that check, the spell will fail as well. Attempting to disengage from combat and run away will also give any nearby enemy an attack of opportunity, and you'll sometimes get it against enemies when they run past you. So melee combat's kind of risky. Committing to a big group fight means you're going to be there for a while, because if you try and leave, you'll immediately take lots of attacks against you. Now you might think that sounds quite in-depth, or dare I say accurate, to D&D 3rd edition. Well, that's because it is. Remember, Neverwinter Nights was always meant to be a framework that players created their own games within, and the fact it's still being used 23 years later to do that shows they clearly made something players and dungeon masters really love. So now you know what you're seeing when combat happens. Back to the academy. I've got a spell which increases my hit chance by 1 and my armor class by 1, but I need to remember to cast them before going into combat. Just be aware that until you've gained a few more spells or powerful items, early game combat, especially on melee characters, feels very slow. Dungeons & Dragons has always had an issue where early game combat is a tad too simple and too slow with too few choices, and ultra late game combat is far too fast and overpowered with a few objectively correct choices. Gary Gygax, one of the creators of Dungeons & Dragons, said when him and his friends played, once they were killing gods and nothing was a challenge, they would retire the characters and start fresh, as the early game struggle and simplicity had a unique joy to it. Smaller stakes, overcome with fewer abilities, can sometimes feel more rewarding than giant world-ending stakes. It keeps the personal touch. I've always found the same. Mid-level characters and campaigns offer the most flexibility in builds and choice, while also being balanced enough to stay challenging. And we'll start to see Neverwinter Nights hit that around levels 7 to 10. Dead enemies or broken treasure chests can drop loot bags, but these bags don't appear straight away. They instead slowly fade in, and they can be quite hard to spot against the also-brown floor. Unfortunately, Pavel's brother Bim is dead, so with this floor cleared, we push into the dungeons, finding an Amulet of Will, a magical passive buff. I won't mention every item I find, but I will mention any major upgrades to the build. So let's talk about loot, because this is one of the major differences between the Neverwinter Nights games and the Baldur's Gate games. In Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, loot is preset. You always know what an enemy will drop or what a chest will contain. You always know where to find the rare magical items. You can effectively loot the game. However, in Neverwinter Nights 1, loot is randomly rolled on a table of all possible loot, and this table updates along with your level. So if you want a chance of finding that level 19 Hammer of Thunderbolts, you need to be level 19. But it could be found anywhere once you are level 19. The higher level you are, the more gold you'll find and the better quality potions. The problem with this system is the massive table of potential loot that you could get covers every class and every item, even if you can't use them. Now, there is a slight weighting advantage toward weapon or armor types that you have put points into. So if you you've pushed into being better at the longsword, you are slightly more likely to find a longsword weapon if a weapon would be rolled, but it's not guaranteed. And dungeons aren't repeatable. You can't grind the boss and open the chest again. Once you've looted something, that's it. That's the item you're playing the game with. So if you spend an hour crawling through a dungeon, taking down a big boss and opening the treasure chest to get something you can't use, that's effectively an hour wasted. The issue with the system, though, is how easy it is to exploit, because big treasure chests after bosses or at the end of long dungeons are always going to contain something good, but the loot isn't generated until you open the chest. So you can quick save before opening a chest, then open it, and if you don't like what you got, just keep reloading your save and reopening until you get the thing you want. So while what they were trying to do was remove the stale and predictable loot of Baldur's Gate, what they did was create a situation in single-player mode where you essentially reload until you get the thing you need anyway. Obviously this doesn't work as well in multiplayer mode or persistent online worlds, because you can't reload to before you open something unless every player agrees to do that. Now in my playthrough I used this system once or twice just to see how effective it is, but ultimately it really kills the flow of gameplay, so I try to use it as little as possible. Eventually we find Pavel. He's alive, and he asks to join your team to avenge his brother. And that's a really nice narrative justification for introducing a mechanical system. Party. So party members. In Neverwinter Nights you can only have one humanoid companion, or henchman. Now with the right build you can have up to 6 additional things involving exploiting some creatures or familiars, but for most normal players it will be you and a helper. Now you don't need to micromanage them. Indeed, you actually can't tell them to do super specific things, unlike Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, where you're effectively in charge of ordering them to do anything. In Neverwinter Nights, they've got their own basic AI and will fight a bit differently. They'll also take the initiative, and if you fail to open a door or chest, they'll start attacking it with you, which I like. The game is really designed to be played with other human players, up to a group of 4, but the NPC companions do a fine job of filling in the gaps. Having a henchman with you sometimes offers a unique quest, such as finding items related to their backstory, but unlike the character-focused storylines of Baldur's Gate 1, 2 and 3, Neverwinter Nights was much more focused on combat, mechanical freedom, and player choice. So taking a companion is more about covering a mechanical weakness, less about unlocking a brand new narrative. The main storyline won't change, and all the companion quests are optional. But the important question, can you romance the NPCs? In a word, no. In more words, there are additional dialogues which can open up with Arabeth if you're male and Aringend if you're female, and the Arabeth plotline does have a small effect on the plot, but nothing game-changing. So sorry guys, no Astarian Helsing /fix here. Just be aware that having henchmen with you, or summoned animals, does lower the experience you receive from combat. You'll receive 20% less for each companion you have, and that stacks, but it's multiplicative and not additive. So if you have 5 companions, you will actually receive about 51% of the experience that you would have gained if you were playing solo. Now, Brother Hammerbane is not one for sharing, but Pavel has lost his brother, and Hammerbane is absolutely one for vengeance, so Pavel can stay. Before we leave the academy, we meet Gelder, who teaches us the final lesson, how to level up. I throw another level onto Cleric, gain a few new spells, and some more hit points. Every time you level up, you will roll the hit dice and gain that many more hit points. You'll always gain a minimum of 1 hit point, but potentially you could gain a lot more. Now in the future I might multi-class, putting my level into another thing, but for now, pure godly cleric-y goodness. We explore around before leaving and find an unidentified plot. Some items in Dungeons & Dragons are magical but unidentified. It used to be that you could equip stuff even if you didn't know what it did, risking maybe equipping something cursed and detrimental. If your lore skill is high enough, just examining an item will reveal what it is. If it's not, you'll need to pay a shopkeeper a small amount of gold to identify stuff. We find a big badass shield, drop my starter armor, and now we are talking. Also throw the short bow away, rangers for cowards. And you'll realize that most of this game is inventory management. One of my issues so far is the pathfinding is not good. You can't deal with corners or multiple rooms, and you'll often get stuck on objects or walls. You need to manually guide it, mostly in straight lines. Reach the central room and take on a mysterious mage. The fight is brutal, and I am taken to 1 health, but somehow I survive. Unfortunately, Pavel does not. and it seems there's no way to revive him. So rip Pavel, your sacrifice kept me alive, Bim would be proud, you can go and hang out with him now. Actually, Pavel dying might be a good thing because we can now loot his half-plate armor, every cloud and all that. Fight into a stable and we spot 2 of the water Davian creatures we need, a Yuan-Ti and a Dryad. But there's another fight happening and they flee before we can grab them. And when that fight is done, we need 2 key characters, Fenthic Moss and Destha. Fenthic is a rather timid, nervous, naive elven cleric of Tyr, and he's dating Arabeth, so I guess nice guys actually pull badass paladin ladies. Fenthic is working under Destha Indolane, a Helmite priest who is convinced the Wailing Death can't be cured by these magical creatures, and instead should be dealt with by blessing the people and everyone just having a bit more faith. Fenthic explains the assault to steal the water Davian creatures was unsuccessful. However, the creatures themselves have fled into the city. So we're going to regroup at the Temple of Justice in the Neverwinter city centre and begin hunting them down. Ending the prologue and starting chapter 1. The city is in trouble. The plague is bad, and if the people find out that Arabeth was unable to protect the water Davian creatures and therefore them, mass panic may spread. So we're tasked with going to get them back. You'll notice in most conversations you can give a polite, neutral, aggressive, or situation-specific response, which is mostly for role-playing purposes and won't really affect the plot. You can make certain NPCs like or dislike you, and raise or lower the prices within certain shops based on your overall disposition, but you won't play a different storyline. And as badass as Brother Hammerbane may see himself, I just can't bring myself to hurt an NPC's feelings, so we are doing a very polite run. We're also given a stone recall, which will return us to this temple at any time, meaning we can heal and use the shop and then pay a small fee to be sent back to wherever we were, similar to the portal back and forth system in Diablo. And this works because Neverwinter Nights is mostly set up as hub cities and then adventure zones around them. We're told our mission is twofold. First, find the water Davian creatures. We're looking for a cockatrice, an intellect devourer, a Yuan-Ti, and a Dryad. And while we prefer them alive, dead will also work. Second, find out who attacked the academy and why. With this, we leave the temple into the city core. Now, Neverwinter Nights is not open world. It's a series of small to mid-sized maps connected by travel points, with each map having points of interest, and each chapter having several main quest objectives, and then side quests which can span multiple maps. As you advance through the chapters, you cannot return to previous maps. For example, this is the city core of Chapter 1. You've got some shops and some taverns, and around the edge, 4 exits, leading to the Beggar's Nest, the Peninsula District, the Docks, and Black Lake. 4 creatures to find, 4 wings of the city. You see where this is going. When you leave the temple, you're immediately approached by Bethany. She's from the Peninsula District and says there's been a crazy prison break. The streets are flooded with violent criminals, and she's worried about her family, begging us to go and help. And I love this. Not the violent criminals everywhere, that sounds horrible, but the narrative hook instantly given to the player. You are not forced to go to the Peninsula District first, but it is a suggestion, and newer players, like me, are going to take that hook and head on over. Let's go make the streets safe again, dispensing hammery justice in the name of St. Cavill. Now, I really love the scope of your involvement. You don't start overwhelmed by a whole world. You start in an academy with a simple linear path, and now you're in a city with a simple branching path. It's slowly growing in complexity, and I feel prepared for it. In the peninsula, the gate captain Kip says the jail warden, for some reason, has gone mad and set all the prisoners free, and we should probably go and investigate this. You'll also notice our map now has fog of war, and local NPC guards join in fights, which is nice, adds to the feeling of a city trying to defend itself. This chest is locked, but that's not a problem, we can just hit it. But oh no, it is a problem. Some objects can only be damaged by magical or enhanced weapons. That's when you've got extra elemental damage or a +1/+2 damage bonus. If you don't have any of those, it will simply say weapon ineffective, so my basic hammer has no effect here. And some other objects, even if you can damage them, will have a threshold that you need to hit before they start to take damage. They effectively absorb certain lower amounts of damage per hit, and this never runs out. For example, reinforced chests will absorb 5 physical damage per hit, meaning even if you are successful at hitting but roll 5 or below for the damage roll, you'll do nothing. So only the damage above 5 5 is counted toward destroying the chest. You can head inside a few of the houses as well. Now these buildings aren't marked on your map as points of interest, so you'll have to explore. Most are empty. A few have enemies, and a special few will start quests or hide powerful items, so it does pay to explore. You'll sometimes find local citizens asking for help, like being escorted back to the guards, and doing these kind of tasks gives gold and experience, but importantly, a warm, fuzzy feeling that you're doing good deeds, and sometimes you'll gain reputation, either good or bad points, making the locals like or dislike you. And local reputation can affect which quests are available to you and how much merchants charge you. But now I spot an issue with the radial inventory menu. It has no background graphic, meaning if you right-click on an item in your inventory, the radial menu will just overlap it, and it can look messy because everything is in focus, especially if you're trying to navigate this fast or you're clicking 3 or 4 radial menus deep. This means the UI is so far the weakest part of the game, when you combine the radial menu graphical clutter with the inability to move the windows manually. Fight through the streets and the combat is decently balanced. This gang leader is the first challenging fight, and I'm having to use potions. Thankfully, I seem to have just enough, meaning the game has given me all the stuff I need to survive this, providing I've been paying attention. And I like how this pyre of plague victims says if I had a torch I could burn it, so I equip a torch and yeah, you can then burn it, giving more experience. A lovely bit of narrative and mechanical world building combining. Inventory full, try out the Stone of Recall, and thankfully Erebeth is also a shop. Now helmets seem useful. The design is just aesthetic, so I grab the one I like the most, stock up on potions and get back out there, and I've got to say I'm liking this a lot so far. Simple to understand mechanics, yet I can see the complexity is just around the corner. A multi-choice driving narrative goal with freedom to explore but not overwhelm. Now that gang leader was guarding an entrance to the sewers, and the main prison door is locked, so maybe I can sneak in from the sewers. Well, I tried, but it's mostly just enemies. And I like how you can see your concentration successes pop up in little text when you're attacked while casting a spell. It's nice to see the immediate feedback of a success as well as a failure. It makes me feel like putting points into increasing my concentration was worthwhile. And this is a small thing, but I really appreciate the animation matching in combat, because it means the enemy model or the player model is graphically responding to the roll that the other has made. If an attack misses, you'll see the defender dodge out the way, or bring a shield up to defend, or even block using their own weapon. And if an attack hits and connects, you'll see the connection and hear a lovely bone crack sound. And this small touch gives the fight weight. It's not just two models cycling through their own attack animations and taking damage until one of them dies, it's actually models reacting to the success or the failure rolls of the other. So I kill everything and find a prison key, head inside the prison, and here we find the jailer's diary on a bookshelf. He mentions feeling strange since visiting his cousin, Lady Tanglebrook. Now this is actually an alternate route hint. You can enter the Tanglebrook estate on the north of the peninsula map and find secret tunnels which lead into the prison, skipping a lot of combat. But Brother Hammerbane is not one for skipping a lot of combat. We're doing this the old-fashioned way, surrounded by enemies and wildly swinging a warhammer. Now you might think that being surrounded by enemies is quite dangerous, but look at their attack rolls. They are getting +0 as a modifier, and my armor class is 21. Meaning they're only hitting me on natural rolls of 20. That's 5% chance. I can survive that. The danger here is the gang leader, who's getting a +7 modifier to his hit roll. That's huge. That means they're hitting me on a roll of 14 or more, closer to 25% accuracy. So I'm focusing on killing them first. But even Brother Hammerbane sometimes bites off more than he can hammer, and I die. Now when you die, you've got two choices. Reload your last save, or respawn at the temple. And respawning incurs a penalty of 50 experience per level and 10% of your carried gold. This penalty for dying is mostly meant for multiplayer games where you can't just reload your last save without every other player agreeing to it. It's not too punishing. Experience and gold can be gained pretty quickly. It's just annoying enough to make you want to avoid dying, but it won't destroy your progress if you do. The game even ties this into the narrative, saying the priest has cast a recall spell on you, which will activate just before you actually die, but the drain of the spell saps your experience, and his fee for casting it is 10% of your gold. I like when mechanics have narrative reasons. And if you do ask to be sent back instantly to where you died, the priest even warns you whatever killed you is likely still there, so maybe try going somewhere else first. Get stronger and then come back. And this again is something I really like, because while Bethany encouraged us to go to the peninsula first, Death has now encouraged us to go somewhere else. So I guess it's time to explore. And now a strange glitch. The base campaign does not have mounts, but future modules do. They're governed by a special hidden item called PC Property properties, standing for player character. This item was retroactively added to the base game. Now, the player isn't meant to be able to access this item, but dying has put it in my inventory. You can't drop it or sell it or equip it, and it's taking up a 2x2 slot in the inventory. A few forums list a few solutions to removing it or resetting it, but I'm going to deal with this the same way I deal with all of my issues. I'm going to put it out of sight and hope it just kind of goes away. Back in the city core, I check out the Trade of Blades, a henchman recruiting ground. The base game has 6 available henchmen, from big burly warriors to tank all of the melee damage to thieves to open all of the locked chests. I won't be running with any of them this time, and after asking questions around the main city, Jerome says he wants to return to working at the docks, but it's been overrun by thieves and pirates, and a successful persuade skill check later, we're allowed into the docks. The docks are controlled by the Blood Sailors, a not-so-friendly but also not hostile group of pirates. I explore around and find this noble estate. They've even got a guard. We're not allowed in. But I ask the guard, what would you do if I did break in? And he replies, nothing. He really doesn't care enough to fight me, and if we are strong enough to break the door down, he'd probably lose anyway. Which is a lovely touch. It's reminding the player they can attack the door, and showing that NPCs aren't all stupid. Now this highlights the brilliance of our mission. I have no reason to go into this specific estate, but I've been tasked with finding the Water Davian creatures to save the city from the plague, and in that task those creatures could be anywhere, so I can justify going anywhere. I really admire how you've been given a mission important enough that any type of character can justify breaking in. I'm doing it for the greater good to find a cure, but you might be using it as an excuse to go and rob people, but we are both being driven in the same direction. So I go into this room, meet a load of guards, and die. So I try again, but this time I fully buff up and I win, proving the most important skill in Neverwinter Nights is preparation, and using everything you have to tip the odds in your favor. It is a tactical RPG, not an action game. A guard even uses a health potion, which I love because it means the enemies are beholden to the same rules that I am. Take on a crag cat, kill it, feel pretty damn powerful right now. Then I open a chest, take 61 damage and die instantly. Stay humble, or the game will humble you. New levels means new spells, and the game has over 200 spells, and while caster classes start pretty weak, they also end up as godlike walking nukes, but nothing, absolutely nothing is more powerful than the power of enemy positioning using doorways. Enemy models cannot pass through each other, or through the player. This does mean they can surround you and trap you, but it also means if you can force them into a straight line and funnel them through a corridor, you can fight anything one at a time. I find the master of the manor and he asks if the mistress of the Moonstone Mask sent us. He has a major problem with her and gives us a key to all the locked chests and asks us to leave him alone. So of course we loot his house and find a statue of Afala, the Moonstone Mask owner. That's a tavern in the city. And while she didn't send us here, this is a plot hook. So we go and have a word with her. It seems she is an art collector and would pay us to acquire certain items, liberating them from their current owners. But this highlights another RPG writing issue. One of the items she wants is the statue that I've just found and have on me right now. But the game doesn't recognize that. Neverwinter Nights doesn't understand if you do quest objectives out of order. It doesn't change the dialogue options if you already have key items on you for conversations that you're not meant to know about. You have to accept the quest as normal and then just instantly talk to her again and hand it in. You can't say things like, oh, I've already got that, or, oh, they're already dead. There are 2 more treasures that she wants, and they're both in the Black Lake district, and she's paying quite handsomely for these, so I guess this is an excuse to go there now. We learn that the Black Lake district is actually mostly okay, but it's only okay because there's a dangerous no man's land between the nice parts of the district and the city core, and no one is getting in or out. And because of this, a half-orc called Luxor has taken over the divide, and the plague victims walk freely there. So we fight inside, which goes fine until a plague victim hits me and I get diseased. And this brings up another issue. What does disease do? I can see the icon to the top right, and I can see the disease status on my character sheet, but if I cursor over either of these, there's no tooltip or explanation. This is the kind of thing that you're expected to read the manual for, because that does list everything, but purely from a gameplay point of view, I wish there was more information available in-game about the status and effects that you can be placed under. Turns out there are actually loads of diseases, and if you fail a save roll against them, they will incubate and damage your ability scores, but thankfully I'm just so damn hardy it goes away way on its own. Inside this damaged tower, we find Luxor the half-orc, bandit leader of this destroyed land. So we fight and he wins by a country mile. Right, this is going to be tough. So I buff up and I try again and I lose. So I leave. And oh, cool, enemies can follow you out of buildings. Good to know. So I run away a lot and use every healing spell I have, and this guy is brutal. I just can't win this toe-to-toe. He's getting more than twice as many attacks as I get. He's hitting often and hitting harder. He's even getting a plus 14 to hit bonus. But then I discover the power of cheese. Enemies can follow you in and out of buildings and caves on their map, correct, but they can't follow you from map to map. So I can lure this mini-boss to the gate and then return to the city core. Here I can rest up, fully recover, buff back up, and head back in. And enemy health does not recover. So by moving back and forth between maps, resting, buffing, and getting just 1 or 2 hits in per time, I am slowly but surely able to grind him down. Now this fight does make me realize I need to increase my damage output pretty substantially. Maybe my hammer just isn't big enough. Now after nearly 25 minutes of map hopping, I am finally able to kill him. He drops a shield, his head, and a piece of adamantite, which will matter later. I let the locals know that Luxor is dead, get the shield identified, and even try a two-handed flail to see if it helps my DPS, and it does not, because the two-handed weapons are considered a bit of a noob trap. They are worse than either dual-wielding or doing a weapon and shield combo, because you'll be hit much more often. With Black Lake no man's land clear, I can visit Black Lake itself, and locals say Mad Wizard Meldon has been acting suspiciously lately, sealed up in his manor. And Formosa, this protester, tells us that Meldon has a stash of valuable artifacts and food that he hoards for himself. And if we liberated this stuff, we could feed this part of the city and fight back against crime. She also offers us 500 gold to kill him. And I mean, I've got no hate for the wizard, but 500 gold is 500 gold. Now I like how the game has given you 2 different NPCs with different motivations, both pointing you toward this area and Meldon the wizard. You know how people praised Fallout New Vegas for having multiple quest hooks which all ultimately get you to that cool plant vault? Neverwinter Nights does that too. Oh, there's the Hodge Estate. That was another place the Moonstone Mask Mistress wanted us to rock, so in we go. If the first mansion was about a few high-powered fights favouring single-target fighters, this mansion is just all traps. Everything is trapped. The chests, the doors, and the floors. It's one giant trap, and this is where rogues can shine. And these traps aren't weak. I tank 44 damage in 1 hit. I'm resting after every trap. This is the mansion which teaches you to quick save, but I finally earn and leave. Into the third and final estate, which is close by. This one is more combat focused with many weaker enemies, which would be perfect for an AoE focused wizard, meaning the 3 mansions you're encouraged to rob early in the game actually encourage 3 different playstyles. That is an excellent hidden tutorial. When you find the mansion owner, he won't fight you, but he will stand there and watch helplessly as you smash all his chests. Hand all this stolen stuff to a Fala and she pays handsomely. Right, back to hunting the Mad Wizard, but not so fast. This child has heard strange noises coming from the secret basement in my house, behind the bookshelf, and is scared. Now, Brother Hammerbane cannot let a child live in fear, so we investigate. The mother says the bookcase opens with a secret passcode. The code is Halua. Remember this, it will be relevant later. So we head down and find lots of skeletons. Finally, a place I can turn undead. Now this is a design which happens a lot. You'll be on your way to do something, then suddenly a distraction will pop up, a side quest. Neverwinter Nights has a lot of content, and you'll always have a direction or an objective, and following them is often worth it because most stories will wind together, even if not directly. They'll take you to locations where other plot hooks happen, or you'll find NPCs you're looking for by looking for something else. It's not that the stories intertwine with another story, it's that they happen in locations where other stories also happen. Now here's a lovely moment where environmental storytelling and mechanics combine. This chest is described as having scorch marks on it, and you'll notice there are burn marks on the floor, so I'm expecting a fire trap. That's okay, because I've leveled up and know protection from elemental damage. I cast this on myself, buff up my defense, open a trap, and tank the fire damage. That's good game design right there. Enough clues to suggest a course of action, and then a reward for making good choices based on those clues. Now there's also a strange door down here, which I can't open and can't break, but there's a chest next to it with a cryptic note. The note just says, "A splinter in flight." I don't know what that means, so I'll come back here if something hints at a solution. Back in Blacklake, a patron asks us to find his friend Samuel, who went missing recently. There was no leads, and a bartender says, "No, we can't go in the secret back room without a pass from the Trade of Blades." So obviously I head back to the Trade of Blades, talk to everyone until Grax agrees to sell me a gauntlet pass, and then go back to see what this is all about. So the gauntlet, it's a little secret pit fighting arena. Take on increasingly tough opponents, and if you beat everyone, you win the entire bar. That's pretty cool. So we give it a go, and I get slaughtered. Right, I need some serious prep. And this is where you'll start to understand how the game works, because if you don't, you simply can't win this. For me, that means elemental damage. Brusk, my opponent, is hitting me with a flaming axe, and the physical damage isn't an issue, but the magical fire damage is, so if you can't beat them, join me. Being a cleric, I can imbue my weapon with fire, and if I hit an enemy, I'll do extra fire damage, but that extra damage is often substantially more than the physical damage of my hammer itself. This, combined with defensive spells, takes down Brusk. And the second fight is substantially easier. They attack way faster but have lower to hit bonus, so they're missing a lot. Easy for my build. But for the next fight, I wonder how my summon animal companion spell works. So I play an animal bit and I summon a direwolf. The fight starts and, oh my god, this direwolf is an absolute beast. It tanks, it spanks, it is the goodest of boys. My faith in Lord Cavill has been rewarded with surf levels. He is never leaving my side. I win the fight, level up, and actually dual class into fighter, because I need some more hammer skills, and fighters can ultimately get extra attacks. Now the bird hunt is actually an entirely optional section, but I'm really glad I forced myself through it, because it forced me to explore my skills and find different ways to overcome fights. It highlighted my weaknesses and made me patch them, and I feel much more capable for doing it. And the gold income from owning the bar gets me just enough gold to buy a cloak of protection, and now we're looking like a real adventure. Back to hunting the mad lizard. His mansion is guarded, but it turns out you can just explain to the guard that you're working for Arabeth and demand they open the gate. Inside, I also discover that while certain chests are immune to physical damage, if my hammer is enchanted with fire, the flame damage will still go through, meaning I can now break any chest or door down. We convince Gromit the guard we are meant to be here, and he just lets us into the wizard's house. Then we fight down into the dungeons and find Samuel, the missing guy from the bar. We send him home and fight deeper in. By now, I've discovered the direwolf summon is so powerful, I am just its pocket healer. This is now the adventure of Suffluffles, featuring Brother Hammerbang. Oh, finally a magical bag container featuring extra bag slots and a weight-reducing spell. I can carry extra loot. Down here I find some dragon's blood. I'm unsure of its purpose, but it sounds valuable. And then I spot an imprisoned dryad, one of the Waterdavian creatures. It seems Mad Wizard Meldon found her wandering around, became rather infatuated with her and imprisoned her. But then the wizard shows up to stop us, but a quick application of hammer to the face shuts him up. We explain the plague cure plan to the dryad, and she gives us a lock of her hair, which should be enough. She then teleports away using the single tree which for some reason is growing down here. So I return to the temple to let Arabeth know I've found one of the creatures, but on my way back, 4 hidden enemies suddenly appear and jump me. I fight them off, but then find a letter on one of them, explaining I have been seen working to cure the plague and I must be stopped. So that was a triggered event based on my past actions. That's nice. I even stopped by Formosa in the square on the way back, the protesting girl, to claim my wizard hunting bounty. And then I show the assassination letter to Arabeth. She warns us that helping her has now involved us in whatever events are unfolding, and we are too deep to leave now. With my newfound power, I return to the Peninsula District where the prison break was, but I explore around a bit first, and I find a strange tomb underground. A dwarven guard says only adventurers working under the authority of Judge Olaf are allowed down here. Well, that's okay, the judge is back in the temple, so I just go and ask nicely, and he gives me admissions. He explains several ancient artifacts of the late Lord Nasher are hidden around here. If we find them, bring them to him. He'll pay well. So back in the tomb, we find a logbook, and it explains how these artifacts are all hidden behind magically locked doors. The only way to open them is to place a specific item inside a nearby chest, and how every nearby chest will have a ribbon explaining which item it needs. And we find an arrow, a shield, and a sword, and the logbook mentions a code word. Kailua. Hang on, a riddle door, a splinter in flight, that's an arrow. So I return to Black Lake, to the secret bookcase, to the locked door, and place the arrow inside the chest, and yes, it opens the door. Okay, we buff up before going in, because this could be a challenging fight, and how right I was. This is one of the hardest fights in all of Chapter 1. Going into the tomb, you will be attacked by 4 flaming swords of Never, animated flying swords. Now, one of these would be a tough fight. 4 is basically impossible. Well, it would be impossible for a normal, fair adventure. But Sir Fluffles and Brother Hammerbane have the power of faith, steel, and doors on their side. So with an excessive amount of jumping back and forth, resting, healing, and chipping away at the swords ever so slightly, I can just about survive. This is a higher level side quest designed to be done just before finishing the chapter, or with 3 friends. Inside this tomb we find Lord Never's armor, and you can equip it, but it's not great, so I hand it back to the judge for a reward. Return to the peninsula and to the prison riots. Fight deeper into the prison, into the pit, the deepest, darkest floor. Sir Fluffles is carrying this run, and eventually we defeat a high-ranking prisoner who explains the lead jailer just went mad. Something ate his brain and made him release all of the inmates. In the deepest room, we find the jailer. His body is an empty husk, infected with an intellect devourer, one of the creatures we met. So we attack, and when you kill him, the devourer appears and runs off to burrow into another guard's brain and use that body instead. So this is a mini-boss where you're chasing the devourer from host to host, and only when all hosts are dead will it remain out in the open. And it's a long fight, but eventually we kill it and take its brains down. I also find a magical warhammer. Fantastic. Return to Arabeth and hand in the devourer brainstem. 2 down, 2 to go. Let Bethany know the peninsula is safe now, and then explore the main city a bit more. I even find the weapon shop, the Shining Knight, and inside I meet Marek, the specialist smith. He explains if we bring him a magical weapon, meaning any weapon with a +1 or higher modifier, and a unique reagent, he can make us some seriously strong stuff. He even gives us a book with all the recipes in. Now, remember those random items mini-bosses kept dropping, like adamantite or raw materials like dragon's blood? This is where they matter, because loot drops in Neverwinter are random, but those special reagents, they're always consistent. So I put my Warhammer +1 and the adamantite the half-orc bandit dropped earlier, pay 500 gold and get a rune hammer, which increases my resistance to enemy magic. There are some seriously powerful things you can make at this forge, meaning you can leave Chapter 1 pretty armored up. Now, I've not been to the Beggar's Nest yet, so let's see what's going on over there. The local guard explains the place is overrun with zombies from the Great Graveyard, but no one can get in because the main graveyard gate is barricaded, and also Walters, the newest guard, is missing. I like how you have both a general quest of find the creatures, but also get given area-specific quests like stop the zombies. Now, this is my kind of area because Turn Undead is just ripping through hordes of zombies. We investigate a local house and meet Jermaine. He mentions the zombies seem to avoid the weird house to the north. Also, his brother Torren is missing. Let us know if we find him. We'll recognize him by a unique family ring. The building to the north denies us entrance unless we have the Mark of the Serpent, which we don't. So we search on. A trail of undead takes us into this warehouse filled with dual karma-wielding shielded zombies. We even take down a necromancer, and they scream, "No! Her power must reach him!" I don't know who her is, but we do find the missing guard Walters, and we keep going deeper and reach the crypts beneath the Beggar's Nest. This place is both trapped and infested with spiders. Now, I don't like spiders at the best of times, so the giant ones are especially annoying, and the crypt leads us into the Great Graveyard. Here, we find another cryptic hint, a wall at arm's length. Surely that's a shield. It is, and in here, we fight a mummy. You'll notice by now that I'm also attacking faster. That's because my fighter levels have increased my base attack bonus. But you'll also notice my first attack within a turn gets +10 to hit, and my second attack gets +5. The more attacks you get per round, the less modifier each subsequent attack has. The artifact down here is a book. I'll return that to the judge later. For now, we go into the Warrens of the Damned, and a mind-controlled zombie starts talking to me in a female voice. Maybe this is the her necromancer spoke of. We do unfortunately find the body of Torin, the missing brother. He's dead. We take down a zombie lord and some animated armor guarding its previous lives' treasure. Deep in the crypts, we find Gul'nan, an evil Yuan Ti sorceress. She is mind-controlling the dead to protect herself. Unfortunately for her, she is one of the water Davian creatures we need. So now, we fight. She is tough, but Sir Fluffles is tougher, and we take her still beating heart from her body. And I love how this plot has some moral ambiguity to it. Yeah, we are curing a plague, but do we have the right to kill a sentient, intelligent creature who wants to survive, even if their death would save thousands? That's a question for the scholars. Brother Hammerbane is a cleric. He has a hammer, therefore every problem is a nail. We hand the brother's ring back because it's the right thing to do, and in a nice touch, if you head to the local tavern, they thank you for removing all the zombies. This leaves only the docks district to explore. Local chatter says there's a black market auction happening in seedy blood sailor controlled bar. Blood Captain Vengor apparently has something very valuable to sell, something someone with the plague will definitely want to buy. Now, if you didn't talk to the locals and discover this, you'll find a note on the body of any mugger in the area, revealing the auction. The note also acts as an area map, filling in your minimap. This is another lovely use of multiple plot hooks for the same endpoint. And now more plot. Another letter found on a masked attacker reveals a cult called the People of the Eye. They are responsible for the assault on the Academy, and it seems they're trying to delay the creation of a cure for whatever reason. This cult of the Eye is extremely important. In fact, it's so important, it's literally the symbol of the game. I'll give this letter to Arabeth when I'm back at the town. I head into the smuggler's den listed on the map, and then we get into a drinking contest with a blood sailor. And even though we lose, they respect us trying, and we learn about the auction. Whoever is running it is deeper in the pirate base, but a chef guards the door and asks for the password. I ask if he really cares enough about his job to try and stop us, and he says no, he does not. Go right here. Now, if you're close to a trap, it might show up highlighted in red. You can attempt to disarm traps. If you fail, you'll still take the damage. If successful, great, you'll reach the sweet treasure beyond. Just be aware you won't spot every trap every time. Eventually, we meet Dara Ney, a blood sailor who knows the auction is actually cancelled. They explain that Captain Vengor found the cockatrice and only wanted to hold the auction to force Lord Nasher, the current ruler of Neverwinter, to personally appear and admit he had failed to protect the city. It seems Vengor and Nasher have some sort of personal grudge going on, but once Vengor realised Nasher was staying put and we were looking for it, he ran to the aqueducts, taking the cockatrice with him. Dara Ney understands the importance of curing the plague and so gives us an amulet to unlock the Silver Sails Trading Company stockhouse and explains there's a secret entrance to the aqueducts in there and we should give chase. So we head across the city and find the trading company. Unfortunately, the trading house is infested with fire beetles, sword spiders, and bloated dire spiders, and this proves to be quite a challenging fight, but I've specced so much into defense, very little can hit me, and Sir Fluffles is hungry for flesh. Into the aqueducts, survive some poison-spitting beetles, and eventually find the captain. He's arguing with a rogue faction of pirates. I don't have time for this, so I just kill everyone, and when you confront the captain, he just gives you the cockatrice and runs off. The only thing he wanted was Nasher to say that he was better, and he didn't get that, so he flees. Not the glorious fight I was hoping for, but the final creature has been found. Also, while you're in the aqueducts, we can find the final secret riddle door. The sword opens this one, and we find the final artifact, and the judge pays us handsomely. We hand in all the water Davian creatures to Arabeth and head into the ritual chamber. So with confident Arabeth, timid Fenthic, and shady Desta all taking their positions ready to perform the curing ritual, we have just enough time to have a quick chat with Fenthic, and he lets something slip. It seems he gave Desta the magical counter codes for all of the safety wards around the academy and Castle Never. Desta said he needed to draw more magical energy for this to work, and Fenthic believed him. The defensive wards would have prevented the assault. Fenthic, what have you done? The ritual begins. The cure is created, and then Desta reveals his treachery. Whatever Desta is, he is not a priest of Helm. False Helmites reveal themselves and attack us. Desta steals the completed cure and flees through a portal he creates, followed by Fenthic. Was Fenthic working with Desta all along? Is he an evil mastermind? Or is he just a fool caught up in this mad plan? Arabeth springs into action. She uses her magic to hold open Desta's escape portal and asks us to follow. Give chase, find her love Fenthic, punish Desta, and recover the cure. So make sure you've finished up all your business business in the city and jump on through the portal. We end up outside on an open road passing through a wood. Brother Hammerbane and Sir Fluffles on the hunt for a mad priest. We chat to some locals and they actually say good things about Old Man Desther. They refuse to believe our accusations and they will not help us find him. So we go on the search. We find a local cave, and inside, a fanatical underling of Desther attacks us, so we're on the right track. Deeper in this cave, we meet Johnny, a scared child. Him and his father own the warehouse above, and recently it was taken over by a cult posing as priests of Helm. Johnny says they killed all the real priests and began raising them as ghouls. Johnny is also Chapter 1's final shop and sells the powered-up versions of every weapon you could have found so far, but he also
The other day, I put up a poll asking my audience which version of Classic WoW they're playing. The results were quite surprising to say the least. It turns out the top choice was that people are not playing Classic WoW at all. A whopping 40% of people said they've stepped away from the game entirely. 33 are playing Cataclysm Classic, 50...
And that's also like, this is people that are like voting in a WoW poll. That's a lot. Yikes, yeah.
Season of Discovery, and just 12 are still on Classic Era. So yes, we're seeing a huge population drop. But it's not exactly shocking. We always knew that by the time Cata Classic came around, interest in Classic WoW would wane. Cata isn't a cup of tea for many Classic WoW players. The ethos...
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Like, Cataclysm to me is like not really... It's not really classic, and also, I'm gonna give like maybe a casual take. It's too hard. It's like the raids are too hard. I can't just like make a raid with some guys and just go get the loot. Like it's super complex. There's a bunch of mechanics. It's not. It is. It's too hard. Yeah, I mean, no pickup groups. Yeah, you can't make pickup groups. It's like too punishing. Yeah, I just get good. I already did. Like, I mean, I have all cutting edge. I have the Sinestra Immortal achievement. I just don't want to do it because it's cumbersome and punishing and it wastes too much time. Sorry.
A Classic WoW player is simple. Log in, slay some dragons with your friends, have a few beers, and score some loot. Rinse and repeat next week. Cataclysm still offers that experience, but the content isn't as casual friendly as it used to be.
Exactly, it's too hard. He's totally right. Yep, it's not casual friendly at all. This is way too hard for average players. Classic Andes are brain dead zombies. You can't expect them to move. Okay, so you can't be on the side of a Nyxia, but then you can't be behind a Nyxia, but you can't be in front. Well, where do you go? Like, I mean, because if I'm not, okay, so where would I be on a Nyxia? Oh, God. I've got a headache. Guys, I gotta go lay down.
When you compare the heroic difficulties to all the hard modes. Also, a significant chunk of the original Classic audience also love the old school leveling zones, rich with exploration and non-linear quest lines. But with Cataclysm's revamp of Azeroth, that
it's just like retail.
is lost for some players.
Cataclysm is retail WoW.
By the way, guys, if you're still leveling up your character at Alts in Season of Discovery, Cataclysm or Era, be sure to check out the Rustic Speed add-on, the fastest leveling add-on that you can get, created by world record holding speed levelers. You'll find the download link to that in the description.
Yeah, somebody says, get good, okay, have fun when the game is shut down because no one's playing it except for a few good players. That's the way it is for me. Like, for me, it's like if a game... If getting good in a game isn't fun, then why would I want to get good? Think about it like that. Why would I want to be good at this? It's just not fun. Like, it's annoying. And also, like, if the game isn't rewarding and it doesn't feel good to improve in, then why would I want to spend my time doing that? Because ego is more important than fun? Yeah, like, I'm not like that at all. Like, I don't care. That's whatever. I used to be like that.
The Discovery launch, which was just under 500,000 logs. That's draft classic engagement.
Yeah.
Big time, you can easily see over 300 group players who are eligible on the highest population servers. But now SOD only has about half of its original population. Clearly, something went wrong. I've already made a whole video diving into the details, but to sum it up, SOD became everything as WoW players.
SOD became retail. That's the reason why.
It's going to hurt.
And I got so much shit when I first heard the announcements at BlizzCon and I said this was going to happen. Everybody was shitting on me, but I was right.
The current lineup of Classic our products just isn't hitting the mark for most players. Since the beginning of the classic, we've had a hardcore and semi-hardcore players.
Yeah.
Much larger than really. These are the kind of players who won't cancel a raid night to attend their own shout and recital. You know, the true
peers. Yeah.
Depending on your server, casual guilds are definitely in the minority.
Well, the reason why casual guilds are in the minority is because you can't be casual. The raids are too hard. This happened in original Cataclysm. Like, how many of you guys were in like a server in Wrath of the Lich King, and everybody was doing pugs in Wrath, and then Cata comes out, it's too hard, nobody's doing pugs anymore because the raids are too punishing. And that's what happened in original Classic, or original Cata. Is I remember, like, I had all these pugs, and like we had this massive pug culture on Kel'Thuzad. Cata comes out, it's so fucking hard that we just can't do it in a pug. And then all those people that were raiding, because you gotta keep in mind, a lot of people don't have time to raid more than like once a week, and they can't even do that on a schedule. That's why GDKPs were great. And like, you know, organized pugs were great. And now, if it's so hard, you just can't make any progress. Dragon Soul wasn't too bad. Yeah, but that was like way later on. It's not hard? It absolutely is hard. What are you talking about? It's not hard? Are you stupid? It's absolutely hard.
By checking out server discourse. And honestly, that's fine. This is exactly what Cataclysm Classic was designed to be, and it stayed true to that vision.
Yeah.
Classic Cataclysm easier would have alienated its core audience. In the past 4 years, Classic WoW has cultivated a more hardcore community.
No, it has not. Oh my god. This is the most not true thing that I've ever heard. And let me explain why. Because what happens is that this is what's happened with retail WoW also. Is that what ends up happening is the red line here, these are the serious hardcore players. And these are the average players. And it is true that the average players get better over time, but the rate of their improvement is extremely low. Because, for example, a new player coming into Classic WoW, for example, only has to take a couple of steps to be skilled enough to be in Molten Core. But a new player now coming into Classic Cataclysm now has to take 50 steps to be better in, like, Heroic BWL or something like that. So what happens is that the gap between good players and average players gets wider because the average players stay the same because they're rotating around and you're always getting new players without a bunch of experience. And the hardcore players keep getting better because they keep playing the game longer. So whenever you start designing for this group of people, you get retail WoW. And when you design for this group of people, you have classic WoW. And that's what the difference is. So yes, you're right that there's a lot of people that like talking about how they like hard fights in Classic, but there's not a surprise to me, it's not a surprise to me at all, that the reason why Hardcore WoW and the time that Hardcore WoW started popping off was whenever Old War came out. I don't think that was a coincidence, guys. I just don't. Sorry. I think there's a very good reason for that. It's not about difficulty, it's also about time investment. Exactly. Yeah, you could run max and it takes 2 hours at the most, right? For most like really good guilds. If you're running BWL and all those raids, it probably takes longer. Ulduar's peak MMO rating? Yeah, but it also caused people to quit. You just explained wealth inequality? Well, there are a lot of differences. Like, this graph explains a lot of human, like, deviations, right? It explains a lot of it. So, that's the reason why. So the idea that they should keep making the game harder to appeal to people that keep getting better, the only thing that does is it makes it harder for new players to become those players. And you see that with Classic Era. You will always find, like, hardcore players will always find ways to make games more challenging on their own. Like, you know, speedrunning, for example. Like, in Classic WoW, it wasn't about clearing the raid, it was about clearing the raid quickly. You raise the skill floor so much, some people just don't even want to reach it. And then they quit. So poor equals dumb? Yes.
Sure, with some exceptions, the game has been too easy for a lot of players.
It's not.
Which has sparked a
Those are just the outspoken, loud players on social media that should be representative of 1% of the population, 10% at the absolute most. You should absolutely never design for them. The reason why Elden Ring is such a brilliant game is the fact that they had 7, 6, 5, I don't know how many other games that they had made before then. Bloodborne, Sekiro, Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3. They could have designed Elden Ring to be the pinnacle of an accomplishment and made every boss as hard as Millennia. They didn't, and they made it accessible because they knew that that's what the audience wanted, because they understand what people really want. That's classic WoW too. Yeah, Armored Core, also an easy game. Yes, Elden Ring tutorial game for Souls, exactly. Yeah, that's not the way it works. Never appeal, never, ever, ever listen to the hyper hardcore audience of games, because if you do, you will kill your game.
More challenging content, but there's still a significant portion of Classic WoW's audience who prefer
they don't know what they want.
Raiding experience. Season of Discovery was delivering that until Sunken Temple, which had an end boss more difficult to kill than Donald Trump.
No.
Good one.
This is a major reason why so many...
Well, that's another example, right? Is that the first time that they added a hard boss into WoW, people stopped raiding. People don't want to raid, they don't want to do hard bosses. Like, they're not playing Classic WoW to be challenged. They're playing Classic WoW to get cool gear and to work towards a goal. This whole idea that, like, you have these, like, super sweaty hardcore players that are trying to make WoW some sort of, like, esport, it's so exhausting. It's so exhausting, man. Like, just stop it. Just play. Like, if you want to play an esport, play Valorant. But these people, I'm going to be honest, they're garbage. They'd never be able to handle it in a real competitive game. So they play an MMO instead. You think a lot of these, like, rank 1 players in, like, these other games can go and play Valorant or League of Legends at a challenger level? Absolutely not. They'll never be that good. That's just the truth.
Walked away from Classic WoW. It just doesn't have that same...
Big L take. It's not an L take at all. It's true. You want to know why I know it's true? I'll explain exactly why it's true. Because if they could, they would. You really think that WoW players, these, like, super serious WoW players, want to sit there and stream to, like, 100 people, making barely any money, trying to sell account sharing services on the side? Do you think that if they could, they would just go over and play League of Legends and make hundreds of thousands of dollars? You really think that they would do that? They wouldn't do that? Come on, think about it. It's because they can't. That's the reason. They can't. They can't compete in a real competitive game. So they have to take casual games and make them competitive and ruin the game in the process. They're not good enough. Yeah.
Appeal as it once did. In a recent interview, Blizzard explained that Season of Discovery was meant to be very experimental. Some things work great and others not so much. I'm almost inclined to give Blizzard a pass on this one. It's important to try new features and see what sticks. The lead developer even mentioned they were hesitant to label SOD as Classic Plus because getting it wrong could have led to major disappointment.
Sure,
Fair enough. There's a lot riding on Classic Plus. It has to be perfect because realistically it is the future of Classic WoW.
Yeah, it is.
Mr. Pandaria Classic, that's not the future.
Nobody
that's
gives
exactly
a shit.
what the most of a Classic audience don't want. But some of the features they added to Season of Discovery were doomed from the start. Like a take.
Exactly. Somebody says there's a difference about PvP and Raiders. You guys must have forgot when... how many of you guys have seen people that were, like, WoW players? And this happened a lot in MOBAs. Is that a lot of WoW players tried to move over and play MOBAs and stream MOBAs. And these were, like, rank 1 players. But they weren't good enough. They just simply weren't good enough. And so nobody watched them. That's it. They try, and they weren't good enough. Point and click are boring? Yeah, that's it. Like who? Well, I'm not going to name names. Yeah, these people, they did try to play other games. They couldn't.
That member trying to start a solo career when your name isn't Robbie Williams. Nightmare incursions, overcomplicating classes with too many abilities, and making the raids excessively difficult, these were brainless decisions that could only be made from developers that really don't get Classic WoW.
He's right about this. Yeah, a lot of their decisions for Classic WoW have been bad.
Hopefully, after losing over 1 million subscribers, they finally learned that lesson. Well, this is what concerns me about the Classic dev team. Do they truly understand Classic WoW? Do they play enough to understand what players want? Are they familiar with other old school MMOs and why their communities remain loyal even when their games are so different from modern MMOs like Retail WoW? Do they get why Retail WoW isn't growing, hasn't for years and probably never will? Can they pass the old...
Yeah, the game's just, it's played out. I think that really Blizzard doesn't understand that friction inside of Classic WoW makes it Classic WoW. And they think that they're improving the game by removing the friction, when the friction is what made it special to begin with.
Cool MMO vibe check. Honestly, I think before anyone can join the Classic WoW dev team, they should have to prove that they've...
Yeah, it's the same as, like, yeah, they put difficulty levels into Molten Core. Like, I really like the Classic WoW team. I think that they do a good job communicating with the community. But I do think that they fundamentally misunderstand some of the main principles of Classic WoW and why it's popular. I think that they don't really get it, even though they are probably... the Classic WoW team is better than it ever has been, but it's not good enough to iterate on Classic WoW in a way that is an improvement.
At least 10 days playtime on their account in Classic. That should be a minimum requirement. It's painfully clear that some members of the Classic WoW dev team are just going through the motions, with very little passion or interest in Classic.
I disagree with that. I actually think that Agrand and that woman, I think her name is Nora, and a lot of the Classic WoW team, I find them to be tremendously passionate about the game. I actually don't think that they're just showing up to work at all. Like, nobody tells Agrand he has to write manifestos about the fucking game on, like, Twitter. Nobody says that. So I don't think it's that they're not passionate. I think it's that they're listening to the wrong kinds of feedback and they're not valuing the right types of feedback. That's the problem.
Features introduced in Season of Discovery make it obvious that whoever is calling the shots is completely out of touch with what the Classic WoW audience actually wants.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this is the harsh reality of game development. When a new studio is trying to make a name for itself, they're driven by determination and passion, but once a company has been established for a few years, that fire often fades. Every game developer seems to have their peak. Blizzard with Wrath of the Lich King, Bethesda with Skyrim, CD Projekt Red with The Witcher 3. And then it's...
No. Like, look at Rockstar. Look at From Software. Look at Capcom. Look at, what do you call it? Look at Riot. No, there's a lot of, and also, Cyberpunk is insane now. It had a bad release, yeah. But the expansion was insane.
Just all downhill from there. And bringing in new talent won't necessarily fix this, because the current climate of the video game industry is one where people are more likely to leave it than to join it.
Yeah, no, he's right about that. Now, I will say that Cyberpunk is good. In my opinion, I played part of The Witcher, and I played part of Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk is way better. I think it is. Maybe I didn't get far enough into The Witcher, but that's what my opinion is right now.
When you consider the future of Classic Plus is in the hands of Blizzard and the current Classic WoW dev team, it's hard to not feel uneasy, especially with the news that Activision Blizzard, Microsoft, or whatever the hell this corporate monstrosity they're called now, is unionizing. Now, I'm not against worker unions. Blizzard is probably the perfect example of a company that needs one.
Yeah.
The downside is that bad developers who have no idea what they're doing might end up sticking around longer than they really should.
I would agree with you if that wasn't already happening. I think that's been happening for too long. Yeah, this has been going on for a while.
A lot of Classic players are now left with nothing to play, and let's not forget that Season of Discovery is just getting started. It still has to go through every single phase of raid releases at Endgame, which is going to take at least a year.
Yeah, sure.
What a Classic player is supposed to do for a whole year without a solid MMO to dive into? Sure, people will always come back to WoW, but Blizzard risks losing chunks of their subscriber base to other
Look at this guy. This is the average Classic player. You might not have noticed this because you're, maybe not like a serious WoW player, but after he did Concussive Blow, he backpedaled away in order to bandage.
Blizzard risks losing chunks.
See that? That's your average player. That's it.
Subscriber base to other MMOs in the meantime. For now, many Classic players might have to accept their fate as an MMO refugee. I've already met plenty of people in other MMOs who admit they're WoW refugees. Maybe there's a silver lining here. Perhaps some players will discover an MMO they end up liking more than WoW, but the truth is, if Blizzard want Classic WoW to return to its former glory, they need to take some serious action, and fast. But anyway guys, my name is Metagoblin. Until my next video, ciao.
I think Season of Discovery is cooked. I do. I think that they've made too many changes that are too transformative, and it will... Like, I want to do the raids, but, like, to me, the fact that they added difficulty levels to the raids, I am out. I have no intention, really, of raiding in difficulty levels. I think they're silly. It's just, it's ridiculous. Like, that to me is, like, not classic WoW. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, it's like classics turning into retail. Yeah, I guess so. It's not really difficulty levels. It's just one, Heat 1 is just story mode. No, it's a difficulty level because you can go in there and the difficulty is different for each level. That makes it a difficulty level. No, just stop it. I don't care what your reasoning is. I just don't, it's immersion breaking. Yeah, it's ridiculous. People get the same gear. It doesn't matter. I don't want to deal with it. No, that's not classic WoW. It's not real. And maybe I'm being a classic Andy for this, but like that's what I think. Yeah, we don't want to run multiple versions. Yeah, I don't. Like it's not for me, man. Not for me. Classic Andy. Well, hey, I mean, hey. I'm sorry. I'm a classic Andy, and I want classic to be like like it's for me. Oh, oops. Oh, wow. Yeah, they're making it for classic Andys. That's the whole fucking point. Oh, you're not making Season of Discovery for classic Andys. What the fuck are you making it for? Jesus.
sells a bag of holding, which both holds items and negates the weight of any item within it, which is super useful. We fight through the warehouse, filled with zombies, meet Yari the Knife, an insane prisoner who talks some nonsense about the old gods and some creator race. He says, "She will kill us all." Look, you're not the first person to tell me a magical, mysterious she is going to kill me, mate, and I dealt with the last one. I'm sure I'll deal with this one too, whoever she is. Into the Temple of False Hellmines, kill them all, and find a book explaining how to purify a Temple of Helm if it were ever taken over by evil. Now, this book is actually for a sub-quest, which I missed, but we do get a cool bow if you kill a demon and do the quest. Deeper in the temple, we find Fenthic Moss, the idiot who trusted Destha, who gave him the magical keys needed to facilitate the attack, to steal the water Davian creatures, and Fenthic not only blames himself for this, but is also convinced, through some mad delusion, that if he could convince Destha to return to Neverwinter and bring the cure to be in the right, that would justify Fenthic trusting him, absolving him of guilt. Fenthic is so in denial about what he has helped happen that he is grasping at any straw to be the good guy here. We tell Fenthic he needs to return to Arabak, to return to Neverwinter. Can't bring himself to face Arabak again. His guilt and shame over his misplaced trust of Destha and the damage it did runs too deep. We can choose to kill Fenthic here, but that's not our justice to dispense. We choose to send him back to Neverwinter to face trial. Deeper in the temple, you finally confront Destha inside an undead summoning ritual. We disrupt the ritual and attack. Now, Destha is an incredibly hard fight. He can unsummon my direwolf. He has far more hit points than anything I've faced before and does a lot of damage in melee. I actually don't know how I can win this. You can't leave the arena by the entrance door. The strange force will stop you, and you can't rest. In the end, I need to trap him in a room by closing a door and getting his pathfinding stuff, which means I can take just enough distance to get a rest, recover my spells, and grind this fight to a close. Now, when you win, you don't actually kill him. He gives up willingly, saying his job was to spread the wailing death to the Cult of the Eye. But once he realized his part was done, the Cult of the Eye had no need for him, and without the support of the cult, he knows he's going to be killed by them as well. To this end, he fled to Helm's Temple and raised the undead army around himself as his own personal protection. But seeing he is beaten, he gives in and willingly comes with you. But Destha still has a sick sense of humor and refuses to answer any of your questions. He won't reveal who he's working for, where the Wailing Death Plague started, who the Cult of the Eye are, or even the ultimate goal of the whole project. He won't give you the satisfaction of knowing. But with this, we take Destha and Fenthic back to Neverwinter to face trial.
But his death brought little satisfaction. The horrors of the Wailing Death could not be done his execution. Those that had suffered now turned on each other. They looked for someone to blame. Found it in Destha's closest friend, Fenthic. The letter of the Lord, his act was a sacrifice to the bloodless divine. If any thought the sentence unjust, he remained silent. Duty required all to act as one. It was not the time for divided loyalties. The cult behind Destha's treachery still had to be found.
That is harsh. Destha being burned is brutal but understandable, but Fenthic was a naive man. He wasn't evil, but Arabak still had to watch for love and hanged until dead just because of his association, just to appease the bloodlust of the citizens of this broken city. So with the cure gone and Neverwinter falling deeper into the grip of the Wailing Death, Arabak's righteous fury turns toward hunting the Cult of the Eye down, and she wants our help. We begin our hunt in Port Last. The spymaster Aaron Genn says there have been rumors of many cults locally, but if we can find two corroborating rumors of this eye symbol, we'll know exactly where to look. Now, the start of Chapter 2 has all the mercenary companions of Chapter 1 all back and ready to go, so if you found them you like, just employ them again. But Brother Hammerbane, Sir Flubbles, is the most loyal minion of cleric. Good answer. Aaron tells us of 4 locations nearby we should check. The road to Luskan, the Neverwinter Wood, the Southern Road and the caves on it, and then the port town. So you might notice this is constructed in a rather similar way to the first chapter. You have a safe base map with shops and some NPCs who need quests doing, and then several connecting maps all accessed from the corners of the safe map, with each connecting map having a main plot connection and a few self-contained quests. And when you leave the starting building, a farmer's son runs up to you and says his mum has been kidnapped by ogres on the North Road. You should go there. So mechanically, it's pretty much exactly the same as Bethany asking you to go to the Peninsula District. And this is where most people quit the game. Because there is no denying it, Chapter 2 doesn't have the charm of Chapter 1. It's longer, has grindier combat, and doesn't seem to have the intricately fleshed out, relatively interconnected city, but it does still expect you to do mechanically the same things. I started feeling this about 5 hours into this chapter, so I did some asking around, and yeah, people generally agree Chapter 2 is repetitive, grindy, and the moment that if you don't love Neverwinter Nights, you will quit. Now, I'm enjoying the story enough. That's kind of keeping me going right now. I want to know what the cult wants, because mechanically, it's gonna start to get a bit samey. I head to the Northern Road first, chat to the farmer who says, yep, wife's been kidnapped, please help. So I go and explore the local caves and find approximately 1 billion goblins. I fight them all, then fight an actual dire wolf, which is nowhere near as good as my dire wolf, and then we meet goblin shamans, healers. Always kill the healers first. Eventually I meet an orc chief who is way faster and more powerful than me, so I end up running away and using the door tactic just to get some rest, sell the loot in town, and teleport back to this cave, and this is a long cave. Taking on the orc chief is a bit of a chore, but eventually a pack of bugbears accidentally burn the orc with an AoE flame breath weapon, and they end up fighting each other for a bit, which is great. I destroy an orc temple with some Minotaur guards, find an even better shield, and then find a bugbear being tortured by other bugbears. We free the bound victim, and they explain someone called the Master has been taking bugbears away from the cave for some reason, and when he questioned the Master, his fellows turned on him. This might be a lead, so we let him go free and we go deeper into the cave. We even find Leah, the missing wife, send her on her way, but this cave goes even deeper. Take down a bugbear beastmaster and level up, speccing into the Champion of Torm Cleric Prestige class, a holy warrior of faith and steel. I also gain what I think is a powerful ability, Lay on Hands. You can heal yourself or someone else once per day, but I say powerful and then read the maths. The amount healed is my Champion of Torm level, which is 1, multiplied by my Charisma modifier, which is 1. So, let's see, I can heal myself for 1 times 1 is 1! 1 hit point once a day. Thanks, Torm. Saint Cavil gave me a wolf. You gave me a terrible spell. I trigger a huge orc assault and just about escape, surviving using the power of doors, finding an underground orc village, and then some guy called Ganon attacks me and insists she cannot be stopped. That is the second time that someone has said a magical she is incredibly powerful. So I kill Ganon and his double-headed axe-wielding wizard orc friend, then loot his journal. It says he was sent here to find an artifact, but it's not here. So hopefully the team's also sent to Charnwood and the Neverwinter Wood have found it. Cool. So our main takeaway from this area is the Cult of the Eye is not here, but there might be a powerful artifact somewhere else. Thankfully, the game has a teleporter to send you back to the surface quickly from the end of the dungeon. So we check up on the farmer and his wife, they are fine, then take the eastern road to the Neverwinter Wood. Here we meet a team of archaeologists. There's a dig going on in the wood. Now these guys don't seem to be with Ganon though, because they're not attacking me on sight. Archaeologist Jax tells me they're looking for artifacts belonging to an ancient race of people called the Creators, beings who were here long before humans. Apparently the Creators fought the ancient dragons and left behind some pretty powerful stuff. However, the dig has run into some trouble. Everyone got attacked by trolls, and they'd really appreciate us going to kill all the trolls. Okay, this likely ties into my goal of find evidence of the Cult of the Eye, because ancient artifacts are definitely cult territory. The Troll Cave lives up to its name and contains approximately all the trolls in the world. We meet some lady called Janice who cast a shielding spell on herself but now needs help dispelling it because she can't move. She explains her son Ravat has a magical ring which can undo her spell, and he's back with the archaeologists. I then discover if you enter and leave a cave quickly, repeatedly, the game will auto-pause, be dark, and all of the enemy assets will be T-posing. I end up getting chased halfway across the map by a group of trolls, and I just about make it back to the city alive, and then I find a magical rod which allows me to become cloaked, which greatly raises my defensive defensive roles, and now with the power of being part ghost, I kill everything. We find the woman's son, get the ring, and go and free her. This chapter is almost entirely fetch quests. Inside another cave, I find a note on a dead body saying they found what they were looking for at the bottom of this cave. Ooh, so we're on the right path. And I love how the troll's dodging animation is just a full-on Matrix-style lean back. Deeper in the cave, I find Darius, a guy taken prisoner by the trolls. He explains the trolls are afraid of something down below and are attacking the archaeologists to make them stop digging. So of course, I continue digging, and we find the Creator Ruins. This place is a combination of ancient magic and modern clockwork, with steel structures holding everything together. A giant guardian golem refuses to let us in. It says we are not a creator, or a servant of one, as we do not bear the ring of the golems. So maybe I can find that. I explore around a bit, find some animated armor, and then a Minogon, which is a metal clockwork minotaur. And I've also found a magical ring of jade which casts a gentle green glow for about 15 meters around me, so I can now see in the dark, but everything is tinted slightly green. This is more of an old school dungeon crawling vibe, and honestly I really like it. And in this chest we do find a golem's signet ring. This is the mark I needed, and with this the guardian lets me by. More enemies, including some stone statues which break open into gargoyles, and by now I'm just assuming every chest is trapped and tanking all the damage. We head deeper into the Creator Dungeon, and now something I didn't even notice until I started looking for it. You can see the damage numbers that you're doing to enemies in numbers above them, but you can't see their health total. Instead, their description changes from uninjured to barely injured, injured, badly injured, nearly dead, and then dead. Now, not knowing the exact amount of health an enemy has left keeps you pushing until they actually die. It encourages you to still use your powerful attacks, even toward the end of a fight, because nearly dead could still mean 30 or 40 hit points remaining. Another golem blocks my passage and refuses to move until I speak the words of the master. Hopefully they've written them down somewhere. You'll also notice by now the game uses the same mechanic in the same areas repeatedly. It's very much the feeling of, now it's this bit with the mechanics. I find a cool mirror shield and then yep, there they are, the words of the master. So I slap 2 flesh golems down, then speak the magical words to the guarding golem and he moves out the way and we venture into the 3rd level of the ruins. Now the golem here doesn't have a riddle, they just instantly attack you, and after killing it, we find the body of a thief with a special key on it. We find some more books down here which expand on the history of the world, and we learn that the creators were an ancient race of powerful beings who enslaved other lesser races. But their rise to power was about 10,000 years ago, and they've not been seen since. Into the deepest part of the dungeon, and then we actually meet one of these creators. Powerful lizard-like creatures with immense magical power. We just about beat one in a fight, and then they explain they have only just returned, so are still very weak. However, they are surprised to see the humans, a race they once enslaved, subjugated, are now free and dominant. We learn the creators had a queen, and looting this book confirms it, the tale of Dread Queen Morag, a creator who killed her sister and her own mother just to gain power in the hierarchy. This may not be relevant though, but we report it all to Arabeth just the same. Creators, Dread Queen Morag, possible return. Arabeth does not care and is just intently focused on finding the people of the Eye and taking revenge for Fenthic. So instead we give the books on the creators to Jax, the archaeologist, and then follow the hints from Ganon's journal mentioning the cult in Charwood to the south. So we head to Charwood, and there's a large locked mansion just off the road. I don't know who lives here, but I'm curious, and everyone is a suspect until we have proof, and oh god, the wolves have ice breath weapons now. Now we can't get into the mansion through the main gate because it's locked, but thankfully we find a cave around the side of the mansion, and this leads to an alternate entrance through the basement. Why am I doing this? I have no leads pointing me here. Well, I'm doing it because I'm inquisitive. I'm a curious little fellow. Brother Hammerbane wants to know why your door is locked, but mostly I'm doing it because Chapter 2 is terribly paced and just kind of hopes you keep playing until you find the cult. I'm realizing now that the vague memories I have of playing this as a child, I definitely quit in this chapter because it's just so vague in what you're meant to do. So inside I discover this is Juan's tower. Who is Juan? Don't know, but until he confirms he's not with the cult, he is a suspect in my eyes. I find a ring of elemental resistance in a trapped chest, and yeah, the tanky build is really coming online now. We even find a portal which sends me to the top of the tower, and then I meet Juan, an immediately aggressive wizard. So we fight, and just before he dies, he wants to talk. maybe saying things like, "Who are you and why are you attacking me?" The problem is, his summoned minion keeps attacking me during this chat, so when the chat window finishes, I auto-attack the summoned minion, which unfortunately the game counts as attacking one himself, so I accidentally kill him. Well, nothing to be done now, best loot the place. I explore around more and find another portal to some kind of summoning chamber. There is a portal and a brazier which you can interact with, and it shows an inventory style menu, meaning you can put stuff in it. And I have the strangest urge to throw stuff onto the flames. But what? I find even more books on the creator races and their rather brutal, uncaring, slave-loving nature. And then we meet Gulgash, a flaming imp flanked by hellhounds. He's tough, but a hammer is tougher, and when it dies, it drops its heart. So I pick it up and go back and throw it in the brazier, which closes the portal. I feel like I've just completed a quest without being on it or knowing what I should have been doing. And yes, that is the case, because my journal now reads, "In his tower south of Port Last, the wizard admitted to having the gem currently sought by Eliath from the Alliance Arms Inn." Okay, but I've never been to the Alliance Arms Inn or spoken to Eliath, and the wizard didn't mention a gem. Yes, I did loot a gem, but I don't know what it does. The quest design of Chapter 2 really didn't imagine you'd ever complete them out of order, but it's also designed to give you more freedom, so it's likely you'll do that. I think this is a great example of where Neverwinter kind of falls apart when it tries to give the player complete freedom, but doesn't plan for the player using that freedom. The journal also says, apparently he left a gem in the summoning chamber, but the imp Gulgash opened up a portal, and now we've closed the portal, we should speak to Wanev for a reward, but we can't because Wanev is the wizard who is dead. The problem is the quest now cannot leave your journal until you complete the chapter because it wants you to speak to Wanev even though you can't. Quest flags are just all over the place in Chapter 2. But at least we have got one kind of out-of-order lead. I can return to the Alliance Arms Inn and ask Eliath if he has any gem problems. So I head on in, but I'm immediately approached by a guy called Solomon. He asks if we truly are the hero of Neverwinter, and I say yes, 'tis I, and he gives us a ring as a token of thanks. That seems suspicious. So Eliath, he needs 3 gems to adorn a special scepter. He knows one is with the wizard Wanev and gives us a key to get into his mansion. I mean, thanks, but a little bit too late. The other gem is with Zamathara, a warrior woman commonly found in Luskan, and the third is with Setara, a witch in the Neverwinter Wood. Remember Chapter 1's quest of the find the 3 bits of art for the lady in the Moonstone Mass? This is just that again. You even get given the quest from a tavern. Now, if you're a rogue, you're actually guaranteed to get this quest, but any other class needs to make a successful persuade roll before he gives it to you. So yes, it is incredibly derivative of the previous chapter's quest, but at least it's a reason to go places. So, the Neverwinter Wood it is. Now, the music here is gorgeous. The sightlines aren't nice. This place feels magical. But we meet some druids who say things aren't so good. Turns out several druids have been kidnapped, and also the animals have gone mad because the spirit of the wood has been poisoned and is now corrupted. You know, if I had a pound for every time a fantasy adventure asked me to fix the magical essence of nature, I'd be able to pay an army to guard every forest. We are also warned of a super ugly witch who is so ugly she attacks everyone on sight because she's upset at being so goddamn ugly. I did not make that up. That is the plot. Now this guard tells us the magical wood is off limits because the animals are dangerous, but we're like, not a problem, broski, got a big magical hammer. So he lets us in. And we are immediately attacked by a dryad, but after beating some peace into them, they explain they don't want to fight. They're just filled with unimaginable rage and can't help themselves because the forest is corrupted. So further in the forest, we find a tree house. You know, for being built inside a tree, this is a rather expansive mansion, and it seems to be filled with mind-controlled humans all attacking us to protect the mistress. And deeper in, we find a mind-controlled, half-naked male slave in the nymph's bedroom. That is environmental storytelling right there. We slap some pixies around to cast this lovely area of effect vine spell with flailing vine visuals, and then we find one of the missing druids. He explains the nymph who lives here used to be his friend, but she's acting differently since the wood spirit became corrupted. So we find the nymph in the main room, and she attempts to mind control us, and in a nice roleplay touch, you can actually lie and pretend that it succeeded. But when she realizes you are not there to kill her, she apologizes, saying she's just felt immense fear since the wood spirit became corrupted. But we can't help. The spirit exists in a strange realm between life and death. and the only way to get to that realm would be to stand in a magical pool of water and stab yourself through the heart with a magical dagger. And wouldn't you know it, it just so happens she has the exact dagger we need and a book detailing the process. And looting her room, you can also find a magical mirror, which makes whoever looks into it see themselves as incredibly beautiful. Taking that might be useful later. The woods are pretty dark and I've not got dark vision or a glowy item, but I am a cleric, so I can cast continual flame on myself. That's not fire, it's just a constant glow. That's a nice mechanical spell. While the majority of the spells in the game do affect combat in some way, because combat is a big part of the original campaign, there are some spells that just do non-combat stuff. A cave with skulls and sticks on the outside. This just screams adventure. And I was right. We go inside and etacaps and spiders galore. I check all the spider cocoons as we go, and then in the final room we fight the Spider Queen. Now I'm avoiding most of her attacks because she's got a lot of status effects like lowering resistance or ability swords. Thankfully I don't need to be smart to swing a hammer well, and with her dead, we check the cocoons and find another druid. They tell us the same story about the forest spirit. Please go into the magical spirit realm by applying dagger to heart to try and save us. This is another example of lots of plot hooks for the same end goal. Journey deeper into the woods and find another cave. This is the ugly witch's house. She has one of the gems that Elias wanted, so in we go. It's filled with creatures, traps, and guards. I even find a book detailing how to combine a petacap silk glamour and the fenberry, and then cast lightning bolt on the mixture created to create a magical mass of energy. And this is a nice in-game way of letting the player know how the crafting system works. However, the crafting system is a very limited feature which requires you to be in the correct chapter and then place specific items into specific containers and then cast specific spells on them. But these items aren't anything special. The only special things are dropped by bosses or chests after bosses. And as the game is level scaled, you'll have more gold than you can ever spend, and shops sell everything you ever need. You'll never need to use the crafting system. Deep in the witch's house dungeon, we take down some flesh golems, then spot another missing druid. However, this door is magically locked and we need to find the key. So we explore around and finally meet the witch Satara. She's not aggressive and is also angry at the wood spirit being corrupted. She is a friend of nature, but she can't help because she's just so amazingly ugly. All she cares about is getting her beauty back. If only she had the magical beautification mirror of the forest nymph. Well, you're not gonna believe this, Satara, but guess what I've already got? We give the witch the mirror, she becomes beautiful in her own eyes and gives us the gem for Elias, and also the cell key to free the last druid. We head back to the druid camp and let them know everyone is safe, and on the way I've been picking up some items, most unidentified. One of them is a bottle. I identify it, and it's a bottle of poison. Poison which could kill a magical forest spirit. Now I'm planning on trying to save the spirit, but it's good to know we've got a plan B. Right, here we are. Forest spirit altar. Stand in the pool, apply dagger to heart, die, and wake up in the spirit world. Now there are a few corpses here already, so we're clearly not the first people to be here. And soon we meet the dwarf Relmar. Only one problem. Relmar has gone mad. He says that staying here too long drives people insane, but we do learn a few things. Relmar was a member of the Cult of the Eye. His group were hired to travel to this realm, poison the wood spirit, and locate a strange magical tablet, apparently a very powerful thing. But the poison didn't fully work. His group fled, but they left him trapped here. Relmar says there is an antidote for this poison nearby. He bought it in case he got poisoned himself. And then unfortunately, Relmar succumbs to madness and attacks us, so we kill him. And then we find his diary and we learn more. It seems Relmar and his gang were hired by a mage called Morgrim, who is currently in the Arcane Brotherhood Tower in the nearby town of Luskan. It seems that Morgrim has sent multiple cult members to this area and is looking for strange magical stones of power. Now this is definitely information that Arabeth will want. I search around for a bit and find the antidote that Relmar mentioned, and then we meet the Spirit of the Wood, and there's no avoiding this, you need to fight it. There's an altar with 4 sections, and it's got some nice loot if you interact. Now at first I thought that you use the antidote by placing it onto the altar, or maybe dropping it in a pool of water, but what you actually need to do is fight the spirit of the forest, which has a ton of magical attacks, until it is weak enough to talk, and then offer to either cure it or kill it based on whether you have the poison or the antidote on you. Of course, we cure it. The spirit thanks us and explains that yes, the cult did find the magical, powerful stone tablet they were looking for, and yes, Morgrim is in Luskan. What exactly the tablet is and why Morgrim wanted it, we still don't know. So the spirit is saved, the forest animals are now less aggressive, and the druids know their god is good again. I catch my breath at town, quick restock, and then we head to Luskan for some answers. On the way, we pass a tavern, and hey, it's always worth popping inside. So I ask around and discover there is a hidden illegal fighting ring in the basement, and we can join if we like. Okay, game, I'm not saying that Chapter 2 is mechanically identical to Chapter 1, but another optional combat test in another optional tavern. That's pretty damn similar, game. Anyway, I pay my 500 gold and go and have a go. Now, while the fighting ring in Chapter 1 was basically a tutorial for one-on-one fights, this is a dungeon crawling tutorial. You fight through multiple floors, killing a boss at the end of each one, and I'm realizing how few corridor tile sets the game has. Every inside area feels very similar. We kill a Minotaur chieftain, and then we find another fellow dungeon crawler. They're injured and ask us to heal them. This might be a trap, but I'd rather be caring and wrong than cynical and right. Helping him actually gets us information. He says the creatures in the next room hate the pillar of light in this room, and if we lure them through, they might die. Now that is a mechanical knowledge reward. Very nice, and it's correct. Luring enemies into the pillar does seem to kill them. At the end of this dungeon, we meet Gorkan, the guy in charge of the place, connected to the tavern upstairs, and he says, "We are getting far too close to beating it and gaining the treasure, so he attacks us. Why do so many people have gauntlets that they don't want you to finish?" Well, with Gorkan dead, we take down a load of spiders and then reach the end. It's a riddle. It says a box with neither hinges nor key nor lid, but inside me, golden treasure is hid. It's an egg. That will be the strange egg I found earlier. So I give it the egg, return to the bar and get some gold, and then go and leave. But hang on, before we leave, I noticed someone in the edge of the bar. Zamathara. I know that name. A warrior woman. Ah, you had one of the gems I needed for Eliath, so we have a chat. Now, this is an interesting situation, and I think this was done like the entire original campaign to show how the game editor can work. Zamathara is a proud warrior woman, but also a dominatrix. And you can demand the gem from her right here, but she'll attack you joined by her guards. Or you can flirt with her and accept her offer to head upstairs to her room. And if you do that, you can then demand the gem in the room, and she is so annoyed that she has been separated from her guards, tricked by a man no less, that she just gives you the gem. Now, you can choose to fight her. She actually wants you to fight her, as this feels more honorable, but you can just say no and leave. So I return all 3 gems to Eliath at the base camp tavern, and then Solomon shows up again, the guy who gave me the ring. He says, "Haha, that was a secret tracking device, and the Cult of the Eye has been tracking you the whole time. He warns us to stop our investigation, or terrible things may happen." Okay, Solomon, but no one has tracked me. No one's turned up. So we are undeterred with our adventure and continue, and the leads all point to the mage Morgrim in Luskan. So finally, we arrive at the gates, but they are closed. Turns out the entire city is locked down to keep the plague from Neverwinter out, and no one, not even us, is allowed in. So maybe we need to find another way in. I investigate a graveyard close by, swimming in zombies, and the gravekeeper says long ago the Arcane Brotherhood, some strange mages from Luskan, built a secret lab down there, buried some books. He even says a wizard called Eltura came along looking for ancient treasure. And we can go treasure hunting as well if we like, just pay him 200 gold for the dungeon key. So, another day, another zombie-infested tomb. Progress down here is slow because there is an absurd number of zombies and we are limited on attacks per round. Even with Sir Fluffles munching through some undead flesh, this is a slow slog. I do love this cinematic moment though, where the zombie horde actually managed to break down a gate to come and attack me. That was cool, and every pile of bones that I'm going to loot is magically getting up and attacking me, which is also quite nice. Now, deep in the crypt we find Brother Torres, a skeleton necromancer raising these undead. I charge in, and the game kindly humbles me by reminding me that stun, fear, and area control spells exist. I get destroyed. I think my build's biggest weakness is I've got really low magical resistance. But here's a cool touch. In fact, a touch spell. Healing spells harm the undead. So casting Cure Serious Wounds on a zombie will cause serious wounds, and rip it apart. And this is great because the Necromancer has really high physical defense and armor class, but super low magical resistance, just like me, so I heal him to death. And just in time too, because those black tentacles rising from the ground, that is a super powerful AoE spell which saps your health if you stand in it too long. With the Necromancer dead, I can loot the place, let the Gravekeeper know we've found some books, and he says, "Ah, cool, someone in the port was asking about the Cult of the Eye." So I report all of this to Arabeth and Aringend, and they still won't let me into Luskan. They say we still need more evidence before we can go in. And then I discover a brilliant quality of life touch. You see, main story progression isn't based on what you know, it's based on showing certain NPCs certain items, because you need to prove what you know. So Ganon's diary mentions Luskan. I need that diary, but I dropped it a while ago to free up some inventory space, but I can't remember where I dropped it. But that's okay, the game's got you covered. Teleport back to any temple, and then look in the divining pool. Any item lost or dropped that was essential to the plot will magically show up here. You cannot lose essential items. Just one problem. Remember the dwarf Relmar, the one in the wood spirit realm who went mad? He had a diary. I read the diary, but I didn't actually take it off his corpse. So the game doesn't flag me as having it or having lost it. So I need to run all the way back and pick it up. There's just no avoiding the honest criticism. Chapter 1, 2 and 3 are all mostly fetch quests from a central hub. They're all pretty much the same mechanically, but why? BioWare can make great games. What inspired this design? Well, apparently, development was heavily hemmed in by the demands from Wizards of the Coast at the time, and the original story that BioWare wanted to do was actually scrapped by Wizards halfway into development, so they had to scramble to make something, anything, which is why the game feels so repetitive. They had to get approval to do anything, so if a mechanic was approved, it was a time-saving device to just reskin the mechanic and use it again and again and again. The problem with Neverwinter Nights is, as a creation toolkit, it's fantastic. There's so much depth, but the original campaign is padded with the same mechanic multiple times, stretched out just for that longer runtime, without showing what the editor can really do. Neverwinter Nights wanted to be an RPG like Baldur's Gate, and a hack and slash like Diablo. But the plot isn't as brutal or intriguing as Baldur's Gate 1 or 2, and is broken up by too much combat. But the combat isn't as satisfying as Diablo 2, so it exists in this kind of middle ground, doing neither as well as the games that inspired it. And the last-minute plot changes from Wizards meant it ended up being padded just to hit that runtime. Now, the story goes that Wizards were so difficult to deal with that BioWare stepped away from making any more Dungeons & Dragons games, but they took their original idea and then made their own fantasy series, one they'd be totally in control of, and that series was called Dragon Age. Grab the diary from the Dwarven Cultist and bring that back to Arabeth and say, look, 2 journals from 2 Cult of the Eye members, both employed by a guy called Morgrim, both pointing to Luskan, and Arabeth says, ah yes, this is good information, but we still don't know where we should be looking, or who we should be looking for. Fine, Arabeth, I will find a 3rd piece of evidence. Now, in this chapter, there are actually 6 bits of evidence that you can find, and you need to find a total of 3 of them. There are 3 diaries on 3 cultists and 3 random events which end in fights, which get you the letters. Solomon, the guy that gave us the ring, was actually the start of one of those events. If he shows up for a 3rd time, we'll get his assassination letter. But for now, let's go to Charwood. We've not been there yet. And thank God I did, because Charwood is one of the best side plots in the game, because it focuses on the game's strengths. Short, snappy, self-contained stories. On the way we meet Ingo, this local chap, and he tells us a bit about Charwood. He says it's a strange local place hidden in the woods. He says if you were to chop down every tree, they would regrow by the next day like nothing had happened. A place seemingly locked in time. So we venture into the woods and meet Quint, one of the 2 rulers of this strange village. He explains Charwood is nowhere and no when. No one comes in, no one leaves, and no one can remember how long it's been this way. Quint and his brother Karlat rule the place from a castle in the side of a mountain, but some time ago, no one can remember exactly how long, Karlat went mad, invited all the children in the village to the castle, and they've not been seen since. And since that day, time has refused to pass. has. That's an intriguing setup. So we head into the village and inside a building meet a strange man who is convinced that we, like the other villagers, are timeless, immortal beings, and if he kills us, just like he's killed the other villagers, we'll just come back. We explain we're not from the village, we're actually looking for the cult of the eye. And he realizes that when we know about the cult, that means that information from the outside has been brought into the village, meaning we are not a villager. The guy says that he actually is a member of the cult. He was sent here by a guy called Morgan to look for magical artifacts, and then of course, he attacks us. So we kill him and take his journal, which confirms a few things. It says he was working for the Old Ones. Could this be the creator race we met earlier? And it says he can't wait to return to Luskan. Right, that is the third piece of evidence we need. We can just go back to Arabeth and leave now, but I'm kind of intrigued by this timeless village. So we explore around and have a chat with Mayor Mobley. He says everything is fine. The castle carved into the mountain protects the village and everything is fine and will be fine as long as we don't disturb the castle, because everything is fine. The mayor even says that Lord Quint took the children to the castle. He was going to read them stories and everything is fine. I say everything doesn't sound fine, so I'm going to go to the castle and he begs me not to. And I'm sorry, Mayor, but your words are no match for Brother Hammerbane's insatiable curiosity. The gate guard to the castle can't remember how long he's been there. It was only yesterday he took this job, or was it several hundred years ago? Either way, the gate and the lock have rusted, and then he can't even remember what he's guarding. So he opens the gate and we head on into the castle. Just inside we find a riddle book and we must choose a path. The right-hand side of the castle is the path of Quinn and takes us past a horde of undead. The left is the path of Karlat and is filled with fire elementals, and the center is empty and filled with treasure. But you won't know this until you take the path. Once you've chosen, the others will lock on. So stupidly I went fire elemental, meaning my additional fire damage is now useless. Thankfully, fire elementals, though powerful, cannot seem to figure out how doors work, so a lot of running, opening, closing and resting later, and I brute force my way through. At the end, all three of these paths converge on a single room, and here we meet the Guardian. We are told that we are the judge. This castle was frozen in time by the god Lathander. For many years ago, a terrible crime was committed, a crime that Lathander himself is not fit to judge. We are told that mortal men committed this crime, and so a mortal man must now pass judgment. We are told to explore the castle, learn the truth, and then return to the Guardian to say what our judgment is. Oh, hell yes. I've even got a little hammer already. I am ready to judge things. The quality of this side quest shows you what Neverwinter Nights truly is, a construction kit for interesting adventures. While exploring around, you can hear the ghostly screams of children through the castle.
This wasn't her. Eric has very little on.
And eventually we find Karlat's journal. It seems Karlat loved doing magical research and lamented his mortality. Think of all the research you could do if you were immortal. So Karlat's research into immortality eventually led to him contacting the demon Belial, who offered him a deal. Round up every child in the village, bring them to him, and offer them as sacrifices, and Belial would make Karlat an immortal lich. His existence protected inside a phylactery purified in the blood of youth. And in Karlat's library, we find the Tome of Summoning Belial. It even has instructions on how to summon the demon. Place the belly of a fire beetle onto the brazier, and then use the simplest of fire spells, Burning Hands. And in the connecting room, we meet Karlat. He is a lich, but insists he was tricked by Belial. He never wanted this slaughter. How can a man possibly resist demonic promises of power? He should not be judged as a man when it was a demon who did this. For you see, Karlat was disgusted by the thought of the sacrifice, but he was unable to refuse the offer of power. So he asked his brother Quint, a simple, naive, trusting young man, to go and round up every child in the village. He told Quint he was going to read to them, to teach them, to leave a legacy for the village below. Karlat then gives us his written testimony of this, saying he is not guilty, he was tricked by Belial. And then we head to the other side of the castle where Quint lived. We fight through cursed soldiers and ghouls, and eventually find an altar to Lathander, the Morning Lord, god of the dawn, of youth and of life, except the altar is defiled, covered in blood and gore. and then we find Quint's journal. It seems Quint was a devout follower of Lathander, a simple, caring man, and when his brother told him to bring all the village children to the castle so he could read to them, Quint thought, finally, my brother Karlat is softening up, becoming less focused on books and more focused on giving back to the community, to inspiring the youth. This is surely something Lathander would support, so Quint proudly rounded up all the village children and brought them to the castle. Just be aware that Quint's chamber is protected by a Bodok, an enemy that I discover has the spell Death Gaze, and if you fail a resistance check, you just instantly die. D&D 3rd edition, fun for the whole family. Inside his chambers, we meet Quint. He explains he was indeed a devout servant of the Morning Lord Lathander, and he trusted his brother Karlat with all his heart. But now, knowing what he's done, he's haunted by his past, and he is forced to watch a ghostly version of himself wander the village below, looking for any remaining children. That was the ghost we spoke to when we arrived. Quint says the moment the sacrifice ritual began, he stole the phylactery and begged Lathander to destroy it, to forgive Karlat, and to banish Belial. Quint says he knows his brother isn't an evil man. He was corrupted by a demon. Now, Lathander did hear the cries of Quint, but he was then stuck. Lathander could not destroy Belial as Karlat had made a deal, but he was also unable to punish Karlat as Quint, his faithful servant, begged him not to. So Lathander compromised. He trapped the village and the castle in time. He decreed the crime was committed by a mortal man, and a god was not fit to judge this. So only when an impartial mortal learns of it and judges it will he carry out the sentence. With Quint's written testimony, you can return to the Guardian, and now either condemn Karlat or Quint, or you can condemn neither. But remember that we read the book about summoning Belial. What if we followed those instructions? Because the castle has fire beetles, so you can get a fire beetle belly. And even if you don't know the spell Burning Hands, you will always find a wand of Burning Hands in a treasure chest in this castle. So we head to the summoning room, put a fire beetle in the brazier, and then use the Burning Hands wand, and Belial bursts forth. And I hope you cast Protection from Evil, because if you didn't, you're now fighting one of the most powerful demons in the game, and you will die. But thankfully, once again, there's even a Protection from Evil wand always found in a chest. The adventure has given you all the tools you need to see every possible ending. It's completely self-contained. So cast Protection from Evil on yourself, summon Belial, and now you can talk to him, and you learn a rather interesting truth. While Belial is not dead, he is also trapped here in the time stasis. He wants to leave to return to the 9 hells, but he can't until someone passes judgment and Lathander's spell ends. But the most horrific revelation is the whole kidnapping children sacrifice ritual thing. That was never needed in the first place. Belial just thought that was funny and wanted to see if he could corrupt Karlat to do it. Now, you can actually ask Belial for a favor. He can either give you some experience, a powerful magical item, or his own written confession that he manipulated Karlat into his evil deeds. And if you do take the confession, you can absolve both brothers of guilt and condemn Belial in the eyes of the god Lathander. Now, from a mechanical min-maxing experience point of view, take the random magical item from Belial, sell it, and then condemn either of the brothers. Whatever you do, once you've passed judgment and leave, the time stasis spell is broken and the castle will have crumbled. The ghost of the mayor greets you and thanks you for freeing them from eternal torment. The village is deserted and destroyed, and the legend of Charwood will fade into memory. And from a role-playing point of view, just refuse to pass judgment and leave Karlat, Quint, and Belial trapped in a never-ending hell of their own making. This is a lovely little story, with combat, exploration, and choice. But what really elevates this, and impressed me, is you can try to kill Belial. There's just one problem with this. He's insanely powerful. Like, you're not meant to be able to kill him levels of powerful. But being a Dungeons & Dragons game, he does have health, and he can die. But his armor class is about 40, he absorbs so much physical damage from any physical attack, my flaming attack does nothing, and you can't even hit him unless you have a +3 quality weapon, which by this point in the game you're just not meant to be able to have. So Belial is, at this point in your journey, functionally immortal. Unless you have the cleric henchman, who has a random chance of casting harm on him, which reduces his health to between 1 and 4 hit points. Then you score a lucky critical hit and kill him. But solo, You're not meant to be able to kill Belial. At least not yet. I spend a while here. I try again and again, and I can't hurt him. I think I do 2 damage from a lucky critical hit, but he's just impossible to kill. And remember, when you leave Chapter 2, you can't return, so there's just no way you'll be able to kill Belial with the power and the items you're meant to have access to by now. But remember, this is a creation kit. You can export your character and then import it to another saved game. So when I'm stronger, I'm going to return here with a later game character and see if I can kill Belial in a fair one-on-one fight. Now for my playthrough, Brother Hammerbane condemns Karlat. He contacted the demon, he accepted the deal, judgment is passed, the village crumbles. One of the best side quests in the whole game. And remember, we did meet the cultist in the village earlier, so we can now bring his journal to Arabeth. This third piece of evidence is enough. Aaron Gend pulls some strings and he gets us a pass into Luskan. But we are warned, this is a one-way thing. We can get in, but getting out will be up to us. Finally, a lead. Time for revenge. We ask Arabeth if she's joining us, and she says she will, soon, but has other plans first, which seems strange because this is the one thing she's wanted. The road to Luskan is filled with bandits as usual, including these powerful dwarven cultists, but eventually we pass through the gates, and inside we see a man called Gregor being attacked by rogues. So we go to help out, and the rogues polymorph into giant rats. It seems Luskan has its own share of problems. We learn the city is dominated by the Tower of the Arcane Brotherhood, a society of powerful and secretive wizards, but the Brotherhood have elected 5 city captains to rule in their stead. The average person cannot visit the Arcane Tower. You need a seal of passage, and only the city captains have those. But rumors say that recently the Arcane Brotherhood Tower has seen some infighting, a bit of a power struggle. Strange cult members have been appearing, and the 5 city captains of Luskan have gone into civil war. 3 of them are now dead, and the remaining 2, High Captain Kurth and High Captain Baram, battle for dominance. Now, with the gates to Luskan being closed, the Neverwinter Plague has indeed been kept out, but this has also kept out reinforcements, medicine, and food. The people are starving, and the High Captains seem to have gained an unnatural amount of power and influence in a very short amount of time. We chat to the locals in the tavern to get a grip on the situation. This lady Londa says Baram invaded her home, killed her husband, and then took her 9 children hostage. She begs us to help and says Baram made his base in the sewers. And then on the other side of the tavern we meet Elwind, whose sister is being held captive by High Captain Kurth. He says he's already paid the ransom that Kurth demands, but refuses to release her. Right, so we now have a reason to hate both these captains. And we also need to get into the Arcane Brotherhood Tower, which means we need a seal of passage, so one of them has to die. Killing a captain is both a moral and mechanical goal. I explore Luskan and find the local pleasure house run by Bella. Now, soldiers of both captains gather here, and Bella tries to keep order, but she hates them as much as we do. She even tells us to keep our voice down and talk to the girls upstairs. Now, the girls here have their own problems with the captains. Yvette says she had a child with Galron, a wealthy but cruel man who then took the baby away. She asks us to talk to Galron about being in the child's life somehow. And then Rain explains while Bella does what she can to protect the girls, both captains are essentially keeping the pleasure house captive, making cruel demands of everyone. She says Kurth is based in the West Docks. His men sneak through a hole in the outer wall. And yes, Baram is in the sewers, but there is also a secret back entrance. So now we have motive, means, and opportunity. We set off. Navigating the slums isn't the easiest as the camera fights you in tight spaces, but we do find Galron, the wealthy man that Yvette mentioned. He says, I will keep the child so no one will find out I use the pleasure house. But then he is also willing to sell us the child for 250 gold. We make the deal and return the baby. Now, in a lovely roleplay touch, you can accept the quest reward of 250 gold, therefore ending at net neutral. You can refuse the quest reward, or you can offer 250 of your own gold to the mother to help the child have a better start in life. This is purely an in-character choice, so Brother Hammerbane offers some gold. We have more than enough by now. I head into the Temple of Tyr, here the recall and healing place. We meet Aaron Gend. It seems he made it into the city. We ask about Arabeth, and Aaron hasn't seen her recently. She did enter the city of Luskan and then kind of went off by herself to do something. Aaron explains if we can bring him the seal of one of the captains, he can forge pass papers to get us into the tower. So I go find the hole in the wall and sneak through. Inside, we speak to a magical projection of Captain Kurth. He is impressed with us, even says we can join his crew if we go and kill Captain Baram. We deny his request and then fight across the bridge toward his base, reach cleric level 7 and gain the Hammer of the Gods smiting spell. We also learn greater magic weapon enhancement, which greatly increases my 2-hit bonus. I can also now summon a giant spider, but as powerful as Sir Spindles is, I still prefer Sir Fluffles. While hunting pirate captains down, I find a strange-looking statue outside a house. It says inside, 3 magical gates guard the treasure of Volaron the Damned. So of course I get distracted and head inside. I'm sure the 9 kidnapped kids will be fine. They can last a few more hours. Inside this house we find pirate corpses, so clearly we are not the first people hunting the treasure. We find a riddle talking about putting some kind of skull on a desk, so we kill a skeleton lord and then do that, and this opens the ruins of Ilusk, a multi-floor dungeon filled with enemies and traps. And each floor ends with fighting a mini-boss and then taking an item from that mini-boss and putting it into a pedestal to open the next door. It is very much the kind of adventure that a dungeon master would throw in if the whole group can't make it that week, but some players still turned up and you need to give them something to do without advancing the plot too much. It is purely mechanical, but it is fun. So we fight this fallen hero, and then a water elemental, and then Volaron himself and his summoned skeletal army. A little side quest, little loot, then back to the main plot. We find Captain Kurth's lair and, ooh, ominous red glow, and a load of goblins burning books. Nice bit of world building there. Now this mansion is filled with enemies, but it's beginning to feel a little eclectic, like they've just thrown more enemies into more rooms for the sake of padding out the combat encounters in the mansion. We kill some hellhounds, and then a few succubuses. We kick down a door and find Captain Kurth. He is joined by some high-level demons, including a magical Rakshasha. But demon might is no match for some flaming hot steel of magical justice. The blessing of St. Cavil burns true, and the demons go down. We kill everyone and take the captain's head as a trophy. We grab his magical amulet of passage, so we could go into the tower now, but I want to kill the other captain first. We even find the prison room and rescue the dude's trapped sister. And then while looting, I find a magical glowing orb. I've got no idea what it does, but it's glowy and orby, and that's probably important. There's even a side puzzle here. This portal will constantly produce enemies, but we find the diary of a young wizard. He says, here's designed a portal to summon demons, but it gets a bit out of hand, so he made a failsafe. Just throw in a smooth stone and a magical glowing orb and you can close the portal. See? I knew the glowy orb would come in handy. So we shut the portal down, then take the captain's head back to the tavern and let everyone know Kurth is no more. On to Captain Baram next. He's in the sewers. And unfortunately, you can tell that Baram is voiced by Cam Clark, putting on possibly the worst Irish accent ever.
Hi, Captain of Moscow. You'll have to excuse me for speaking to you through an illusion.
Baram's mercenaries all take these polymorph potions and turn into rats when fighting, refilling their health and giving them increased defense, so fights here are again slow going. Now I thought maybe this would be explored, maybe it's a sewer connection, maybe a rat-themed gang, but nope, they just decided to do this. Deeper in we fight a Yuan-Ti necromancer, and I like this because a Yuan-Ti was one of the Water Davian bosses in Chapter 1. Here it's just a regular enemy, so there's a feeling of power and progression. You have a direct comparison to how strong you were. Even deeper in the sewers there's another summoning ritual, and that's demonic forces connected to both of these captains. So we smash a few summoning altars up and finally find Baram. He's supported by a priestess of Mask, a powerful caster. Taking her out first is important. But then Baram, my god, this guy is a tank. Actually, he really is a tank because he's got a damage absorbing shield, and once it's depleted he just recasts it infinitely. So how do I kill him? Well, it seems these gargoyle statues are actually the things casting the shield, so smash them up and then Baram folds like a cheap suit. We loot his place, take his head, and now we need to rescue the 9 children and return a hero. So we look around, and down here we find a giant spider's lair, and after doing some pest control, we find a nanny wrapped in a cocoon, and she says Baram took the 9 children, transformed the older ones into demons, and threw the younger ones to the hellhounds as food, and they are all incredibly dead. Right, that's not the heroic rescue I was hoping for. This will not be the easiest news to break to Londa. But in a nice role-playing touch, when you do report your horrific finding, you can choose to lie and say the kids are fine, they've just been taken to an orphanage, but you'll never ever see them again, but they are definitely fine. Now, a comforting lie is probably the best choice in this already bleak situation. Monda thanks you and gives you the key to her husband's secret weapon cache in the sewers, and she then leaves the bar, strong and filled with determination. Maybe she's going to be okay after all. So I follow her on out, and then she runs straight into a Black Knight assassin ambush and just gets straight up murdered. Rip Londa. At least you can go and see your children now. Man, this city is brutal. So I go back to the sewers to find the husband's secret weapon stash, and here I find one of the strangest items in the game, an item called Miscellaneous Medium. And the item description is, there are many unusual items in this game. This is one of them. And this is the only item I found to break the fourth wall, directly referring to this as a game. All the other descriptions are in-universe stories. Why is the fourth wall broken here? With both captains dead, we give Aaron Genn the marks of passage, and he forges us some Arcane Brotherhood Tower documents to say that we are an ambassador. So we head on over, show these to the guard, and he says, okay, be careful, there's lots of fighting, it's a bit crazy in here. So we head on inside and meet Yanasha, an ambassador of the Elk tribe. She says she's been summoned here by the new Archmage, a powerful wizard called Morgrim. And we know that name. Morgrim's the one that's been organising the Cult of the Eye to search for the artifacts. And then another ambassador, this time to the Orcs. They say Morgrim is planning on assembling an army of pirates, orcs and loyal humans. For what purpose? We don't yet know. In another room, we find a book explaining how to travel around the tower. Seems you need a runestone of the floor you want to travel to, and these runestones are just scattered around. But the strangest thing about this letter is it is directly addressed to Lady Arabeth the Tilmarant. Why is Arabeth here? Well, this is answered pretty quickly when we find her journal. Arabeth, no matter how hard she tried, could not get the image of her love Fenfic being hanged out of her mind. It wasn't just or fair. It was a city demanding vengeance against a trusting, naive young man. And her love for Neverwinter has turned to hatred of its warped sense of justice. So when Morgrim offered Arabeth the power to seek revenge against those she believed wronged her, she agreed to at least meet her. And who learned that Morgrim, Arabeth, and whatever thing Morgrim serves are at the very top of this tower. This means fighting through 8 floors of increasingly tough enemies. You need to find the key for the next floor on each floor, and this whole section, if you're being thorough, takes about an hour and a half, and unfortunately, because of the amount of loot this tower drops, it really drives home the issues with removing the party system in a Dungeons & Dragons game. There's a lot of freedom in Neverwinter Nights to build how you like from a lot of classes, but what you will notice is once you've gained a few levels and put points into a few things, you've pretty much narrowed down your potential future choices unless you want to really harm your own build. And by level 10, you're probably hyper-focused on the kind of game you want. Now, it's like saying there are thousands of solutions to a maze, but once you've taken the first few turns, you're locked into the next several hundred, and any other choice is objectively wrong. The problem with this is you do still get a load of drops, weapons, armor, spells that you can't use. And because you can't equip them to your henchmen, your only choice is to sell them. I'm gaining an insignificant amount of experience for every non-boss fight, so the only real reward for combat is whatever item I get at the end of it, which is almost never usable. All these rare named items, they can't be saved for another character. They're just being sold. The only use they would have is being traded to a friend. The depth of this game is only really visible in multiplayer. The single controllable character gameplay means most of the stuff you find, you can't use. And I think there's a reason that Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 used a party system, and then Neverwinter Nights 2 went back to using the party system. We know this game's strength is as a creation kit for multiplayer experiences because of the design skill and the teamwork aspect of Dungeons & Dragons. So it's a baffling design choice when I'm halfway into this game that they didn't let a single player make a team. Now, I'm not saying that Neverwinter Nights is a bad overall experience. It's almost as if the Wailing Death campaign, something that was made to show the strengths of this game, didn't focus on the strengths of this game. Ascend through all the floors of the tower, fighting through an endless stream of summoned imps. We find a golem control facility and put 2 control rods into a box, and this summons a helmed horror to help us, but only for a single floor. Then I win a duel against a Brotherhood wizard, and just before we crush his stupid wizard face, he begs us to spare him and explains that recently Morgrim took over and is forcing them all to create an army of various creatures against their will, imps, golems, and more. He says Morgrim serves a strange otherworldly queen. She plans to invade the planet, but first Morgrim must find a source of immense power buried in the heart of Neverwinter. Interesting. Reach floor 6 and unstoppable force meet immovable object. We take on this battle horror. It cannot hit us unless it scores a critical. We cannot hit it unless we score a critical, and killing it is absolutely not worth the time it took me to do. In this room we meet Nephithis, an imprisoned nymph. She begs us to free her, and I mean, yeah, sure, I can't see this going wrong in any way. Go on, you little scamp, be free. Then on the next floor, a cameo that I wasn't expecting. We meet and fight the wizard Valindra Shadowmantle, a named character in Dungeons & Dragons lore. Valindra grew up a moon elf and then worked for the Arcane Brotherhood. Eventually she becomes a powerful lich and even then works for Zas Tam, a red wizard of Thay who appeared in the Honor Among Thieves Dungeons & Dragons film. But I know the name Valindra Shadowmantle from the MMORPG Neverwinter, where she is the antagonist of the second expansion module, Shadowmantle. I played Neverwinter a lot back in the day. In fact, some of my earliest YouTube videos are guides to the dungeons in Neverwinter Online. So we kill Valindra and loot the Harp of Pandemonium, the first bard weapon I found, and again, something I can't use. We take down the head Minotaur jailer and he drops a pinnacle stone, meaning we can now reach the top. He also drops a katana +2. Now, katanas are considered some of the best weapons in the game. 3rd edition doesn't necessarily have a best weapon, but the katana will score a critical hit on a roll of a 19 or a 20, so you're effectively doubling your critical hit roll range. But we're not called Senpai Weedbacker, we're Brother Hammerbane, so we are sticking to the hammer. The tower even has some jail cells where you can free some wizards who refuse to serve Morgrim, including this guy, who has gone mad and is talking to Fred, a hay bale and bucket on a stick. Take on a room full of twisted demons, and through the power of quick saving and quick loading we find the Hammer of Justice in this chest, a hammer with bonus damage against anything chaotically aligned. Finally we ascend to the pinnacle, and then we meet Arclem, the previous head wizard of the tower. He says Morgrim forcefully took power, and Arclem, on the advice of his nymph advisor Nymphitis, turned himself into a lich to gain the power needed to fight back. However, that didn't really work, and now he's trapped here. Lots of people turning themselves into liches for power in this game. Arclem tells us that Morgrim is working for Dread Queen Morag, the reptilian queen of the Old Ones. Morag is attempting to return to this reality, and to do that, she needs the 4 words of power, ancient stone tablets which, when gathered, will do something powerful and probably bad. He explains these words of power are all hidden in strange magical places. Now, we actually know the cult already have one of these words of power. Remember the wood spirit and the spirit realm? Well, the spirit told us that while it was poisoned, the cult dug up a magical stone from its roots and then teleported away. That's one of them. Now, Arclem knows that we can't kill him. He even offered to let us try, and we give it a good go, and yeah, he's right, you can't kill him. But you can free him by breaking the 4 magical braziers around the room. And while doing this, Arclem tells us slightly more. It seems Dread Queen Morag created the plague and used her cult, the People of the Eye, to spread it, because every death caused by the plague restores her power and will help her return to our reality. So her plan is twofold. First, use Morgrim to recover the 4 words of power so she can use those for whatever she needs, and second, cause as much death and destruction as she can through spreading the plague. Now we know what kind of scale of threat we face. We finally run onto the rooftop and go and confront Morgrim, Arabeth, and Dread Queen Morag. So Arabeth de Tilmarand, hero of the people, has fallen to vengeance, renounced her paladin ways and become a blackguard of Morag, agreeing to lead those dark armies against the people of Neverwinter just to avenge Fenthic. With this, Morag, Morgrim, and Arabeth teleport away, and we're left to deal with a load of powerful creator lizard people, archers, fighters, and mages. I just about survived, the bonus damage from the Hammer of Justice really coming in clutch. And remember, these are weakened lizard people, not the full might of the creator race. But we survive the assault and descend into Morgrim's Archmage chambers. We find his diary explaining Dread Queen Morag needs the 4 words of power and the power they unlock to leave her magical prison and walk the world at full strength once more. With the tower cleared and Arabeth gone, we return to the city and with a heavy heart report all of this to Arin Gend. On to Chapter 3. Arabeth is leading a dark army across the land heading to Neverwinter, but this is just a distraction because rumours are the 3 remaining words of power are somewhere around the northern village of Beorunna's Well, so we are sent there to find them before Morgrim does. You start in Arin Gend's shack and all the mercenaries are just lined up. Now my first reaction to this is what an incredibly lazy way to present that. No character, just purely mechanical. So we head to the outside world and right, the village of Beorunna's Well looks exactly the same as Port Last. Same tile set, same buildings, same overall vibe. And we have Coldwood to the north, Moonwood to the east, and Fort Ilkard to the south. 3 directions to leave the hub town. 3 MacGuffins to find. We ask around the locals and find that some people need some quests doing, and oh my god, it really is routine by now. It's the same design as the first 2 chapters. In fact, there's only one major difference. We've had dungeons, yes, but this is the chapter they remembered, oh damn, we should probably add some dragons, and my god, do they add a lot. Chapter 3 does, however, bring the most significant upgrade. I find a Warhammer +3 for sale, which is better than my Hammer of Justice, and then we find the Boots of Haste. And we are now permanently under the effect of the Haste spell, meaning increased movement speed, an extra attack per round, and increased dodge. That is massive. So we might as well start our search for the words of power to the north. In Coldwood, we meet Elven Scout Delvar. They know who we are because of our fame, and they even say there's an inert magical portal to the north, but he couldn't activate it. Just be careful, it's surrounded by orcs. And you know what? He's not wrong, there are orcs aplenty, but the constant haste effect combined with my new hammer is just shredding enemies, and my armor class is up to 32, so I'm tanking most attacks. Just be aware the recall portal fee has increased to 400 gold per use, so you can cheese the game with recalls, but it's going to get expensive. I do, however, have about 250,000 gold by now. Find some more cultists and some more diaries giving all glory to the return of the old ones, and a rather graphic description of what cultists do to other cultists if they leave or attempts to question Morag. And then we find the portal that the elf mentioned, and yep, he was correct, I can't seem to activate it. I'll come back here later. Now the woods are also filled with vampires and zombies, and some of them have mind control magic and keep stunning or paralyzing me, so I really need something that resists mind control. And eventually I find a vampire champion who says, "We will never enter Leyen's tomb." And you know, I didn't want to enter Leyen's tomb, but now you've said I can't, I kind of do want to. So chapter 1 is pretty much Waterdavian creatures, go and find them. Oh no, it got worse. Chapter 2 is find 3 bits of evidence for the cult. Oh no, it got worse. Chapter 3 is find 3 words of power. I wonder if when we do find them, it will get worse. And this is just disappointingly uninspired. Everyone does say the base campaign is the worst that Neverwinter Nights has to offer, with the expansions being way better. And some say that the Mask of the Betrayer expansion for Neverwinter Nights 2 is one of the best D&D experiences ever made. So I will play those eventually and judge it all fairly, but there is no denying it, the base campaign is a real slog in Neverwinter Nights 1. The Vampire Tomb is full of, surprisingly, vampires, and then another puzzle fight which I like. Destroy the 4 glyph generators and the glyph golem dies. While looting this tomb, I find a Gem of Misery. That's a unique item. I wonder if I'll have to put it on or in something within this dungeon. But you know what? I can't complain, because in this dungeon we find a Ring of Protection +5, one of the best defensive items in the game. Push deeper in and find a trapped succubus. They were imprisoned long ago, and if we bring them their old jewelry, they'll help us out by opening doors. I mean, yeah, that saves me having to break all the doors down at least. So we find her jewelry, hand it in, and she calls us a fool for helping her and attacks us. In case of succubus attack, liberally apply Flaming Hammer to face. Who's the fool now? Eventually find 4 more strangely named gems and then this puzzle room. Each pillar has a little story attached to it and you have to match the gems with the story. The guard is dutiful, the princess is miserable, the king is honorable, and the prisoner is in pain. Putting all the gems in the correct places unlocks the central pillar and we get the star sapphire gem. What does this do? Don't know, but it's shiny, and shiny means useful. Fully explore the northern woods and can't find any sign of a word of power, at least not for now. So I ask around town, and the archaeologist Lillian Cambridge might be a possible lead. She's in the tavern, drunk and annoyed. Turns out a wizard called Nax stole her snow globe. Now I really like the character of Lillian. She's such a small character in the overall story, but a drunk, angry archaeologist has got more charm than most random NPCs, and her connected quest is one of the more imaginative ones. Lillian says the wizard Nax hides in a magical lab deep within the forest accessed by a portal. She gives us a magical scroll which will activate the portal, so let's go liberate a snow globe. Use the portal in the northern woods to access Nax's lab, and my god, it looks surprisingly similar to the Arcane Brotherhood tower. They are really getting their money's worth from that tower interior tile set. Another nice environmental puzzle though. A diary tells us the story of a magical duel, with wizards summoning creatures to attack each other. The first wizard summons a cat, the second responds with a dog. The first then summons a bear, and the second responds with a dragon, which then eats everyone. Now this story isn't just a silly story, it matters because later there is a room with 4 gongs, and the examined text of each gong is an animal. So follow the story order: feline, canine, ursine, and then draconic. Doing this opens a secret room, and inside we find the snow globe. But this lab has another secret, one which if you do wrong, you can actually soft lock. The wizard Nax is here. He's locked in his own lab. He explains we need to summon a water elemental and ask it to free him, because the door is magically sealed. Now to do this, you must place some items in a box and then cast Melf's acid arrow on the box, similar to how you summoned Belial in the time-locked castle. And if you can't cast Melf's acid arrow, don't worry, you'll always find the Ring of Melf somewhere in this lab, which any class can use. Random D&D history fact: Melf is a famous Dungeons & Dragons character from the Greyhawk campaign setting, but the name Melf came from Gary Gygax not knowing what to call him, just knowing he was a male elf, and so wrote down M-Elf on the character sheet, and that just kind of stuck. So now for the soft lock. If you summon the water elemental before talking to Nax, the water elemental will give you a magical item, but the option "please free Nax" doesn't appear in the chat box, and if you take the item, you cannot summon the elemental again, leaving Nax trapped forever. But I mean, I only really need the snow globe, so I guess you can stay here a little while longer. We give the snow globe back to Lillian Cambridge, and she explains this is not a normal snow globe, for inside it is a miniature magical realm, and inside that realm, somewhere, is a word of power. She puts the snow globe on a pedestal in her tavern room and says, if we want to, we're welcome to magically teleport inside and try and find it. Now when you interact with the snow globe, you can choose to go inside or spin the snow globe around. Now this will matter. We head on inside the miniature realm and we see absolutely no snow. One job, guys. One job. Clues in the name. Snow globe. This place looks like every other forest, and I don't need world-class photorealistic graphics. I just wanted maybe white trees, snow on the ground, a snowy vista, some ambience would be lovely. Anyway, inside the snow globe world, we find a small island occupied by 2 factions, dryads and dwarves, and they hate each other. Apparently they've been at war for as long as either can remember, and whenever they die, they just magically come right back, so the fighting is endless. Now in the original game, you could actually grind experience here forever, as they do respawn endlessly, but in the enhanced edition, the experience per kill has been reduced to 4, and I need thousands, so it's not worth my time. But even if you did want to grind, remember, the entire campaign is level scaled, so you don't need to. The story of the snow globe is actually quite interesting. The dwarves are all aggressive, but you can talk to the dryads, they're pretty chill. They have vague memories of a time before the Great War, when dryads and dwarves worked together, and these memories link to a cave in the center of the island. So we pop on over, and inside the cave we find 2 journals, one from the leader of the dryads and one from the leader of the dwarves, and the journals are identical. Neither side can remember the origin of this conflict, but both mention the Amulet of Ages, an ancient relic of unity between the tribes. We find this amulet in a chest in the cave, but it's broken. The cave does contain one more important thing, a giant evil ice dragon, but they're not aggressive. So we ask the dragon about the word of power, and he says, yep, got it right here. I use its magical power to maintain this little reality of mine because I enjoy the constant fighting of dwarves and dryads. It entertains me. I mean, at least they're honest with us. They won't give us the word of power, but they also won't kill us, and we're of little consequence to them. As long as the dwarves and dryads never unite, this demigod ice dragon is essentially immortal. So we take the broken amulet of ages back to the dryad leader, and they do kind of remember it. It shows a hammer and a leaf intertwined, but it's broken. Only the dwarves could fix it. They're aggressive, we can't talk to them. So leave the snow globe world via the little portal and give the globe a shake and then head back inside. And the world is exactly the same, except now the dryads are aggressive and the dwarves are reasonable. Speak to the dwarven leader and he agrees to fix the amulet, but even when repaired, it's lost its magical essence. Okay, leave again, shake the globe again, back inside again, take the fixed amulet to the friendly dryads, and they imbue it with magic. Turns out it's an amulet of resist cold. Convenient that, with the defense against ice provided by the fixed amulet of ages, return to the central cave and attack the ice dragon. Now it's a long fight, mostly because the dragon casts fear on you, making you run away randomly, but in a rather fantastic stroke of luck, while out of my control, Brother Hammerbane randomly runs through the cave doorway, putting us out of reach of the dragon's attack. And when the spell wears off, we just hammer him into the ground. With the dragon dead, we can loot the hoard and find the word of power. But the moment we do, an ancient one appears, a creator lizard person, and I get ready for a fight. This is Hedraline. I say I'm not scared of you. I'm going to collect all the words of power, thwart Morag's plans, and then kill Morgrim. And Hedraline says, good. She is also an enemy of Morag. She explains Dread Queen Morag didn't just corrupt and subjugate other lesser races, but also some of the creator race as well, using the power of the words to create what Morag referred to as the Word Slayers. Hedraline is one of the Word Slayers and says that for now, as long as Morag is not in power, she is able to help us. With this, she disappears. So we leave the snow globe and report to Arangen. One word of power found. That was another brilliant use of the Neverwinter Nights dungeon system. A small, focused, tightly written adventure with an interesting mechanic. So with the northern forest done, time to go west. More forest, more caves, more orcs. And then a gate with an orc head on a spike, and a warning saying this is what happens to orcs when they stray into drow territory. So now we've got drow. That's pretty cool. So we kill all the orcs in this cave and find a note on the main orc door saying he's out, but we'll be back later. I mean, he's going to return to a lot of dead orcs, explore more, and I like how these mountain giants throw rocks at you. Lovely animation. Also, the damage from the ranged rock attack is unavoidable, but a successful block does halve the damage taken. Deeper in the woods, we find the tribe of Uthgard barbarians, a people who have joined the Neverwinter Lords Alliance and stand with us against the armies of Arabak and the Cult of the Eye. They're injured, so we heal them briefly, and then head deeper into the western forest, toward another cave. And inside this one, another dragon. A green dragon this time. This is a Culatrax. She's peaceful enough and says she doesn't have a word of power, but she does have a hoard of treasure, and she'd be willing to share it with us if we do her a favour. You see, recently some hill giants have started raiding her nest, stealing her eggs. She doesn't know why, but if we bring her the head of the hill giant leader, she will reward us. She says the hill giant cave is to the west of hers, so off we go hill giant hunting. The cave is pretty close by, and inside we find the most ornate door so far, this big circular thing. Now the hill giant and ogre cave really lives up to its name by being absolutely ram-packed with both hill giants and ogres. I use the save load loot trick to snag myself a snazzy helmet which prevents mind control effects, so now I am almost immune to everything. And in the back of the cave we find not a hill giant, but a more powerful fire giant. So we fight and win, and on the body of the fire giant find a note. It seems this fire giant was an envoy, and he was sent by the mighty Clouth. It says Clouth demands tribute of dragon eggs, and if the hill giants do not bring them to his lair in the mountains, the fire giants will destroy all of the hill giants. Deeper in still, we do find the hill giant's chief. We kill him and take his head for the green dragon Akulatrax, and we find another note on his body, handwritten by the hill giant himself, saying, okay, the hill giants will steal eggs as tribute to Clouth, but only if I get to be the leader. We free some prisoners while we're here because we're a nice person, and then deliver the kill giant head to the green dragon. She gives us some treasure, but our only lead now is, who is Clouth, and why does he demand dragon eggs as tribute? We know he's in the nearby mountains, but let's go and have a chat. We fight further west onto the spine of the world, a very cool name for a mountain range, kill some cultists, and then find a journal on the leader saying they have been tasked with stealing a word of power from the red dragon Clouth. And in another nearby cave, we meet the gold dragon Gorgotha, and she says, yep, she knows Clouth, he is indeed a red dragon, and he does indeed have a word of power. Also, he's been trying to steal her eggs, and if we were to go and kill Clouth, Gorgotha would be in our debt. So once again, plot lines have collided. Dragons want our help, and we want the word of power. Yes, we're going into Clouth's mountain lair. The red dragon has teamed up with some local fire giants and the evil dark dwarves, the Duragar. And finally, a new tile set, the fire giant lair, and it's pretty damn nice. Lava, spikes, glowing heat lines, metal grates, walkways. This is cool, but it's a bit odd that they're still using the basic wooden cabinet asset as a main treasure chest. This does not fit the decor at all. Deep in the lava castle, we free some prisoners and learn about the strange things Clouth has been doing. It seems that he's been using UNT sorceresses to magically grow dragon eggs into fully formed dragons extra fast in months instead of the usual centuries. The problem with this is, this does mature the dragon physically, but not mentally. So Clouth now has a stockpile of fully grown, but still mentally baby dragons. What does he need this for? Now, finding out will actually take quite a while, because this place is huge and takes me over an hour and a half to fight through, even while hasted and buffed. But eventually, we find Scrog, king of the fire giants, servant of Clouth. Scrog is not willing to talk to us, so we kill him and find some more books explaining a magical process, detailing how you can use a magical glass orb to capture the essence of a sacrificed dragon. And then you can feed on that essence later. Now, the older a dragon, the more sustenance it will provide, but the younger the mind of a dragon, the better the taste of the essence. So Clouth is essentially growing his own tasty, filling snacks by speed-growing dragons, capturing their essence in a sacrificial orb, and then just eating them. The book does warn us, however, whatever you do not try to capture the essence of a dead dragon, because that will make the orb poisonous. That's good to know. Further in this fire giant lair, we find the kitchen. A blue dragon sleeps peacefully, fully grown, but still a baby, and a nearby altar awaits an orb for the sacrifice. Now, we could kill this blue dragon, and then capture its dead essence to create a poison orb, and then feed that to Clouth if we find him later. But I don't want to kill the baby blue dragon. He's done nothing wrong. We will find another way. And deeper in the lair, across this heavily trapped bridge, we finally meet him, the red dragon Clouth. He does not see us as a threat. No dragon does. He even happily admits, yeah, he's got a word of power, and he'll give it to us if we like. He just wants one small favor. Bring him the eggs of Gorgotha, the gold dragon. He needs them to continue extending his life through his magical dragon-growing project. Clouth even tells us, yeah, he knows about Morgrim as well. Knows about the hunt for the words of power. He thinks Morgrim is a fool. Even with the words of power, he would never be able to control Morat. So now we're stuck in a rather interesting position. We can steal Gorgotha's eggs and deliver them to Clouth, or we can kill the baby adult blue dragon, capture the dead essence and feed it to Clouth, substantially weakening him, or, bear with me here, we could attempt to kill Clouth while he's at full strength. And this is a terrible idea, because he's got a super high armor class, resists almost all spells, and has a ton of health and will breathe fire on you, hitting you for around 100 points of damage, and I've only got 130 health. In fact, if you examine him, Clouth's challenge rating is impossible. But Brother Hammerbane is not a quitter, so let's do this. The first plan of all-out assault did not work. Second plan, I can cast the magical sonic warding glyph. This is a magical trap that harms anyone that walks over it. So let's set one on the bridge and lure Clouth over it. Actually, no, let's set 22 on the bridge and lure Clouth over all of them. This has to kill him. Well, it turns out he can resist a few spells and... oh, no, actually he can resist all of them. He's resistant to the damage from every single one. Okay, next plan. How about just regular traps? I buy a trap kit from the shady merchant in town, and it turns out I don't know how to set traps, so that plan is also out the window. Right, final Hail Mary plan. Buff up with absolutely everything. Potions, spells, abilities, get my attack and damage as high as I possibly can, even if only for a few seconds. Run in, hit him, then use the Stone of Recall to escape. Rebuff and do this as many times as I need to. And amazingly, with potions, my War Domain Cleric buff, my Divine Combat spell, my Enhanced Hammer, I do hit him. Only for a little bit of damage, but I do hit him. So, I teleport in and out a few times, but then we run into an issue. I return, and he's gone. Has he despawned? Oh, wait, nope, there he is. On the bridge, trapped between two giant stone gates. And as I can't break the gates down or open them, I've now softlocked myself. Fantastic. Right, reload. New plan. Lure Clouth all the way across the bridge to the steps. Then use the hit and run technique using the door strats, heading up and down these steps every time, resting outside the room, and amazingly, this starts to work. All I have to do is hope he doesn't figure out how to use steps, and oh no, he's figured out how to use steps. So I run away, and this map is a giant loop with some gates along the way, so I close them back up, and Clouth is a civilized dragon who respects how gates work and kindly just stands there, letting me rest, rebuff, and then get 1 or 2 hits in before running away. Now this whole process takes about 25 minutes, but eventually I do manage to kill Clouth without poisoning him and without giving him Gorgotha's eggs. And then we loot his treasure, taking the second word of power. And when we do, Hedraline, the good lizard, shows up again. She says Morgrim has no idea what he's doing, and Morag is way more powerful than anyone thinks. She's bloodthirsty, she's power hungry. You see, Morag's plan is to use the words of power to open a magical realm called the Source Stone. And if that happens, we'll all be in trouble. Now also in Clouth's treasure pile is the red dragon armor and the Dragon Slayer sword. Both incredibly powerful items, which might come in handy if we need to fight more dragons. So we bring the second word of power back to Aringend and then give Clouth's head to Gorgotha as a symbol of friendship, and she gives us a belt which makes us immune to death magic. Fantastic, no more instant deaths. So with a word of power found to the north and the west, it's time to head south to Fort Ilkar and see what's going on down there. Seems the fort is under attack by the Elk tribe, a mountainous tribe loyal to Morgrim. We actually met their ambassador back in the host tower. The Fort Ilkar commander asks us to destroy the Elk tribe catapults currently raining fire down on them. And this is quite strange. You cannot harm the catapult until the crew have been killed. But once they are killed, you don't attack the catapult. Like every other object in the game, you just have to left click onto it and it breaks. So we break all 6 and the fort captain says, hey, if you've got time, why don't you go and kill the elk leader Zokham Thunderhammer? And yeah, sure, I'm not doing anything important, why not? So we find the enemy camp, run inside and just start killing really, but then we find some prisoners who say actually the leader is a reasonable man and the elk people have somehow come down with the plague despite being really careful and they're just looking for a cure. Some moral ambiguity. There's also quite a nice puzzle here about finding 3 books about 3 different things and putting them back into these 3 bookcases to unlock treasure. Nice mini quest. So we meet the elk leader and unfortunately he's not up for talking, so we fight, kill him and decapitate him, bringing his head back to the fort captain because we're the good guys. But then we learn that actually the fort captain supplied the elk tribe with plague-infested blankets to wipe them out via biological warfare. That, my friend, is a war crime. Well, we asked the captain about the words of power and he said, nope, not got any, but he does know the magical ruins to the south have a lot of strange artifacts. We should look there. So we head on south to the magical lake, and the reflections of the magical light on the water is actually gorgeous. That still holds up today graphically. There's an altar here, which seems to keep summoning devils, so I dismantle it in the only way I know how, smashing it with a hammer, and then I find the entrance to the magical ruins. Head on inside and, ooh, these are more creator ruins. Now this ruin is again another self-contained, but actually quite nice little story beat. Just inside, we find a note from a dead adventurer saying the defensive golems are literally indestructible. They were built 10,000 years ago and they are flawless. Nothing can hurt them. But the wizard in the garden may know know something useful. So we fight inside and see a temporal apparition of a long-dead slave and some ancient creator lizard ghosts. It seems this temple was built around 10,000 years ago to house a word of power, and it's probably still here, but the golems and the complex riddles keeping it locked away means we can't get through. The answers are lost to time. But out in the garden, we meet Zafira. She is a time traveler. She explains time travel in the land of Farron works in a very specific way. You can go backwards or forwards, but only to specific points within very small regions, and this ruin just happens to be one of those points. So she asks us to use the magical sundial inside and some time crystal she's about to give us to travel 10,000 years into the past and plant a seed so she, in the present, can study the resulting tree. Just don't do anything else in the past, or that will change the present. Okay, cool. Butterfly effect. Got it. So we use the time crystals and travel 10,000 years into the past, and we're told that because of time magic, we now can't leave the temple. Convenient, that. And now for the interesting touch. 10,000 years ago, the creator race was still thriving, still subjugating humans, and this temple was being built to house the word of power. So we can see all the slaves building it, and the weaker creator warriors that are guarding it. We can also go and look at all of the riddle traps as they're being made, and even find construction notes about how to solve them, like how the fairy will guide you through the riddle of sound by showing you the correct order to interact with the gongs, or the riddle of light involves casting 2 coloured stones into the central pools and then adding the resulting coloured stone into the third pool, or the riddle of smoke where you mix 2 powders together to create strange gemstone colours. But most importantly, we meet Lokar, leader of the human slaves currently building the golems for the creator race. He says he is working directly for Morak, the Dread Princess. We tell him we're from the future, not to try to kill Morak, but we need him to do us a favour. Make the golems a little bit worse. Add a flaw into them so we can kill them in the future. He agrees, and with his blessing, we go and find the 3 slaves currently building the golems and say, hey, can you make them vulnerable to blunt weapons? And the slaves, seeing that we have Lokar's blessing, agrees. So with the weaknesses added, we just need to plant the seed for Saphira. But outside in the garden, we run into Morak. She's still a princess at this point in time, and is stunned that a slave race person would ever think of talking to her. You can even ask her about her motivations for why she's doing what she's doing, but she quickly realizes you are not a regular slave. She summons her elite guard and teleports away. The guard aren't that elite, and with the seed planted, we can use the sundial to return to our present. Check in with Saphira, and yep, the tree has grown strong. I guess it's time to see if our golem weakness worked. Quick note, you see this electrical, magical looking barrier in the doorway? I assumed that you couldn't pass through that, or it would be deadly, or at least harmful. But no, none of those things. You can just walk through it perfectly fine. So we find one of the golems, and yes, the flaws from 10,000 years ago shine through, and they can now be killed with blunt weapons. And we know how to solve the riddles. So we pass the riddle of light by dropping the correct colour pebbles into the correct ponds. Then we do the same for the riddle of sound. And just in case you forgot the fairy's pattern from 10,000 years ago, there is a rather difficult enemy, a Bodok boss in this room, who drops a bottled fairy. You can use the bottle on the floor and release a fairy who will then just fly the correct route, and you can follow her. If you struggled killing this Bodok, by the way, you very much need to build into resisting instant death. The final golem guards the riddle of smoke, and this is the most annoying. You need to take 2 coloured powders from the alchemist's table and combine them in this brazier. But even following the in-game hints, it's kind of cryptic as to what you need to do, so I just brute force every combination. Nothing happens if you get it wrong. With the riddles solved, the final door opens to the ruins treasure, but not so fast. A Baylor demon guards the altar. Thankfully, nowhere near as difficult to kill as Belial. So we take the demon down, open the final chest, and get the 3rd word of power. Taking it makes Hedreline appear again. She says, Neverwinter is under attack. Arabeth and Morgrim have reached the city, and the great assault has begun. We must return quickly before Morgrim reaches the Source Stone. And now the true plot is revealed. Thousands of years ago, after Morag ascended to the position of Dread Queen, she knew the planet would go through a destructive ice age, and it would likely kill the creator race, as they thrive in the jungle. So Morag used all of her magical power to create a sub-dimension, a demi-plane called the Source Stone. And she willingly imprisoned herself and her loyal creator lizards inside this Source Stone, knowing it would be found thousands of years later, and then they could return to the world when the world was habitable. There are many entrances to the Source Stone in many realities, and one of them is underneath Neverwinter. But you require the 4 words of power to get in or out. But Morag placed a failsafe on the Source Stone. If anyone tampered with the entrance without knowing what this was, a great plague would be unleashed, and the deaths caused by the plague would feed Morag's magical energy. So when Morgrim was messing around with the Source Stone, not knowing what it did, he accidentally released the plague. The deaths of the first few plague victims provided Morag with the psychic energy that she needed to communicate with Morgrim, and she promised him endless power if he was loyal to her and helped bring about her return. So now we have 3 words of power and Morgrim has 1. He needs all 4 to release Morag from the Source Stone, which is in Neverwinter. So in my mind, bringing the words of power back to Neverwinter is the dumbest thing we could possibly do. If anything, we should be getting as far away as possible, but the city is in danger, so we let Aaron know we've found all 3 words of power, and then we go and save the city. Again. Back in Neverwinter, the final chapter begins. Lord Nasher Alagondar takes the 3 words of power from us and stores them safely in the dungeons of Castle Never. He also says be careful out there. He just captured a creator lizard walking around the streets mumbling about word slaves and words of power. She said her name was Hedraline. She's now in the dungeon. We explain she's been helping us, but he doesn't believe us. Either way, we go and have a word. So Hedraline has a plan, and it's pretty simple. We have 3 words of power. Morgrim and Arabeth clearly have the 4th. If we get the 4th and bring Hedraline all 4, she can use their power to seal the Source Stone forever, trapping Morag and her loyalists in it for all eternity. I mean, that plan just screams possible betrayal, but sure, we have no choice. Let's give all the words of power to Hedraline. So it ends where it began. Except now there are lovely flaming fireballs being catapulted over the city walls. The skybox is quite nice. The city as you know it from Chapter 1 is mostly destroyed. The Moonstone Mask Pleasure House is now a makeshift field hospital with the girls caring for the wounded guard soldiers. The old shops are mostly still here, selling the best items in the game, and as most of the districts are closed off, we can only go south toward the spearhead of the invasion. The gate guard warns us they have invincible war golems. The only way to take these things down is to find and kill the wizards controlling them. Okay, can do. You can visit the abandoned buildings just like in Chapter 1, but now they're full of Luskan soldiers under the command of Arabeth, and killing one gets you the attack plan. It seems Arabeth is issuing commands from a magical mini-realm called Morgrim's Sanctuary, an extra-planar domain accessed by a portal we can find to the southeast. The note says we'll know once we've found it when we spot the half-dragon Baylor demon guarding it. Sounds fun. We take down some catapult crews on the back streets to slow down the bombardment on the city, and then pop into a few buildings and we find the magical golem-controlling wizards. And I have to say, wizards, you've done a rather fast job of extensively remodeling the interior of this house to suit your summoning needs. Only a few hours ago this was a spacious family home. Now you've knocked the wall through and put in an altar complete with summoning pit. Very modern art. Inside another building we meet Old Man Asgard. He tells us he used to be a smuggler, and the invading army don't know about the secret tunnels like the one in the bookcase to the back streets. He says you can use this to sneak behind a golem and get to its controlling wizard faster, so we do. You know, I'm getting quite good at demon hunting. Maybe this was Brother Hammerbane's true calling all along. Inside this building, I take down a rather powerful team of a warrior, an assassin, a cleric, and a wizard, and after the fight is done, I notice that book on the table. You can't interact with it, but the asset texture is higher quality than normal. So I zoom in a bit and yep, it's a bit of a dev in-joke. The book says BioWare Core on the cover, and this is a book on the spine. Level up, reach cleric level 9 and gain access to the 5th level spells, which is good because outside this building we find the half-dragon Baylor. And he has one tough fight, but the blessings of Saint Cavil shine on me this day and the Baylor goes down. This means we can step through the portal to Morgrim's Sanctuary, and the first person we meet is Fallen Paladin, Arabeth de Tilmarand. Now, if you exhausted Arabeth's dialogue in Chapter 2, you might have been given Arabeth's ring, a magical defensive ring, and a symbol of her loyalty to the city. And if you have that equipped and you talk calmly to her now, you can actually convince her to stop this bloody crusade, renounce Morag, and just leave. But if you don't have the ring, you're going to have to fight. And honestly, she's not as tough as you'd expect. She's not half as tough as the Baylor just outside. And after taking her to half health, she'll stop fighting and ask you why you are still loyal to Neverwinter, to a city without justice, to a city that condemned her beloved Fenthic to death. And you actually get another chance here to convince her to lay down arms. This is a persuasion roll, but if you fail, you've got to kill her. Now, taking Arabeth down is bittersweet because we've lost a friend, but you also do get her sword. It's pretty powerful, but it's only usable by lawful, evil paladins. And this is a really hard class to have, because paladins must be lawful good. The only way to do this in the original campaign is to take every evil choice in every quest until your paladin class falls into Blackguard. Pretty decent sword though. With Arabeth dead, we press on and soon meet Morgrim himself. He says we're too late. The ritual has already begun. We don't need all the words of power. One was enough. Morag is returning, and we cannot stop her. Then, for good measure, he tries to kill us. Morgrim starts the fight by summoning 2 flesh golems, and if you kill him first, he will transfer his essence into one of them and effectively resurrect. So kill the golems first. Morgrim is pretty tough. He has a plethora of spells and can fully heal himself from almost dead to maximum health in seconds, but like any caster, he's limited by his spell slots, and the game is fair with this. So if you can survive the initial burst of damage and wear him down, it will come down to a slogging match. Now, he may have a high armor class and decent strength for a wizard, but he is no match for Brother Hammerbane, his magical flaming hammer and belief in Saint Cavil. So after a few minutes of back and forth, our magical hammer turns Morgrim into strawberry jam. With this, we loot his sanctum and take the 4th and final word of power. We head back to Castle Never's dungeon and give all 4 words to Hedraline. But of course, there's one final problem. Turns out Morgrim was right. The ritual is too far along to stop. Even with the words of power, Hedraline cannot contain Morag within the Source Stone. She cannot close the door, and this means a final, desperate plan is made. We cannot close the door, but we can use the words of power to give ourselves the energy needed to go into the Source Stone and kill Morag while she's still inside, before she reaches maximum power. So buy whatever you need, head down into the caves beneath the Castle Never dungeon, and find the 4 magic pedestals. 3 of the words of power are already in place. Put the 4th one in, and the Source Stone is unlocked. In we go. The Source Stone is full of Old One warriors, creator lizard people, eagerly awaiting the moment they can finally be released back upon the world, and they are powerful. The warriors hit fast, the evokers have a conical area ice breath attack which can hit up to 40 and slow you down a lot. This is a lot of resting between fights, and then we bump into an assassin, a woman called Ashira, and she looks and sounds exactly like Arabeth, except she is from a different place, a place called Azala. She tells us she was sent into the Source Stone to stop Morag, an evil lizard queen who is threatening her world. Unfortunately, all of Ashira's comrades have been killed, and the magic that sent her here will soon draw her back to her home world. We explain that clearly we're from 2 different realities, but we're also trying to stop Morag, and with that, she gives us a magical amulet designed to protect against Morag herself. Ashira is then teleported away. So that's a pretty cool story beat. Morag, the Dread Queen, the Queen of the Old Ones, the Creator, is an inter-reality threat, because the Source Stone doesn't just have a doorway into our reality. Morag increased the chances of a power-hungry adventurer stumbling upon the Source Stone door by linking it to many places, so other heroes from other existences are all attempting to stop her. And you can actually find the doorways to those other realms on your path. Huge wooden magical doors which can't be opened. This one leading to a green tower in the center of a great sea. This one leading to tall trees in a magical forest. This one leading to a reality so strange you cannot even begin to comprehend it without going mad. Another saying you can see winged creatures falling from the mouths of giant monsters walking across the land. So we're not the only reality threatened by Morag or the only hero trying to stop her. We've just got the furthest. We take down the Lizardman Chieftain, careful as he can hit 60 damage in 1 round, which means I'm only ever 2 rounds from being completely dead. Health potions really coming in clutch here. But with him taken down, we can take another portal even deeper in. Wonder where this goes to. Right, this goes to a fight, if you're not prepared or built properly, that you'll really struggle with. You now have to fight 2 dragons at the same time. A corrupted copper and a corrupted silver, doing acid damage and electrical damage. But remember the magic amulet that Assassin Ashira gave us? That resists 25% acid and electric. So this fight is tough, and while I can go toe-to-toe with them both for a round or 2, doing a decent amount of damage, I still need to retreat constantly, heal myself up, buff up, and then run back in. Now you can use the Stone of Recall here, but I'm able through careful spell use to take one of them down, and then when it's one-on-one, I can rely on the power of belief, the blessing of Saint Cavil, and the fact that I bought 30 cure critical wound potions before coming down here, and kill the second dragon. We take the 2 keys on their corpses and unlock the 2 doors the dragons were guarding. Deeper still, we see a projection of Morag rallying her troops, readying them for their imminent return to the surface world of Farron. We crash this party and just start swinging. Make sure to kill the cleric first or they'll keep resurrecting the others. And now, the final room, Morag's sanctum. We speak to a projection of the Dread Queen. She's impressed, but also incredibly annoyed at the damage we've done to her crusade, and she sends her 2 personal guards, Morag's hands, at us. These guys are actually tougher than the 2 dragons, so run away and rest up. Okay, seems you can't rest here. Not a problem, just Stone of Recall away and... oh, right, you can't recall. Bugger. So I hope you didn't waste all your spells or items, and I hope you're on high health, because the only way to leave here is to win or die. Now remember that dying does just send you back to the Temple of Tyr, but you lose experience and gold. So let's do this. Try and separate the 2 bodyguards so you're taking them on one at a time. One of them attacks really quickly but has low to hit bonuses. One of them attacks slower but will always hit you. So stay healed and smash some sense into them. They drop their weapons when you kill them. A pair of powerful short swords and a powerful flame-imbued great axe. And with the guards dead, we can finally take on Morag. Just one problem. She's immune to everything. But we can solve this. See that altar behind her with all those praying lizards? Each of those is a single ward protecting her from something. They're named what they do. So if we kill the ward of crushing and the ward of fire, she'll now be weak to our hammer and flaming enhancement. Just be aware, while fighting, she will summon powerful minions, an AoE attack, and her super secret move, Morag knows Time Stop. Considered one of the most powerful spells in the canon of any Dungeons & Dragons setting, the ability to stop time is massively overpowered, and you'll know it's happened to you because your character portrait changes to a clockwork icon. Now, this could be devastating, but thankfully, she keeps trying to use the Time Stop to mind control me, but my helmet is preventing it. So it's all come down to this. Brother Hammerbane, the hero of Neverwinter, standing toe-to-toe with Morag, the creator, the Dread Queen, the enslaver of worlds, and with a final battle cry to Saint Cavil, we bring the Warhammer down and crush her lizard skull. With Morag lying dead at our feet, the Source Stone demiplane begins to collapse in on itself, so we leap into one of the newly formed portals and arrive in the Astral Plane. It seems Hedreline used the last of her power to make sure we got home safely. Once you have left the Astral Plane, the original campaign, The Wailing Death, is complete. Now, there are a load more adventures in Neverwinter Nights, from the 2 official expansion packs to the multiple modules to an absolute plethora of player-made content, and most of this stuff is considered superior to the base game. There are even persistent online worlds still going after years. And I'll probably go and try a few of them, but for now there's one more thing to do in the original campaign. When you finish the game, your character data is automatically exported, so you could start a new game with that same character. But what if we start on Chapter 2 and speedrun the Charwood quest to get back to the summoning chamber of Belial? So now we can see how much we've grown. I re-summon the demon and oh my god, he is going down so fast I don't even need to heal. Belial just gets crushed under the righteous fury of Brother Hammerbane, servant of Saint Cavil. And now we are done. So with the Wailing Death campaign done, we can finally answer the question, Neverwinter Nights, was it actually any good? Actually, after thinking about it, I can't answer that. Having played the Wailing Death campaign, all I can answer is, was the Wailing Death campaign any good? And the answer to that is, kind of. Overall, the plot was fine, but 3 chapters essentially being fetch quests with the Find 4 MacGuffins mechanic used for 80% of the game's runtime got real old, real fast. But there were moments, like the Charwood time-locked mansion, or the Creator Dungeon time travel puzzle solution, or the Snow Globe reality, where the game seemed to come alive and focus on the strengths of Dungeons & Dragons. Fantastical, absurdist, fun adventures. And I think that's because Neverwinter Nights is an incredible toolkit for making fun Dungeons & Dragons adventures. It's versatile, it's powerful. But the Wailing Death campaign just isn't it. It's filled with so much padding, repetitive combat, identical quests, NPCs you'll talk to once and never care about or invest in their own story. I don't think The Wailing Death is a good example of what Neverwinter Nights is, and everyone seems to agree with that. And I think if I judged it off this experience, I'd be ranking it off the worst adventure. And I think BioWare knew that as well. Because the expansion pack, Shadow of Udrantide, isn't a sequel to the main quest. It's an entirely separate quest which runs concurrently with the Wailing Death storyline. You play as a different character. And then the next expansion, Hordes of the Underdark, is a continuation of that storyline. So I guess I can't fully answer the question until I've played those as well. So I guess we're off to the small village of Hilltop, in the Silver Marshes, where Sister Silverquill, a timid and kind-hearted wizard in training, studies under her mentor, Drogon Dragonson. But that is a tale for another time, one of many, and only when all the tales are told will I finally be able to fairly answer the question, Neverwinter Nights, is it actually any good? Cheers for watching. Another massive thank you to all the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep this channel alive and allow me to make long-form videos like this. You can support from only £1 a month. Check the video description for links to the Patreon, Twitch, Twitter, and our Discord. And as always, have a great day.
No, I'm just chilling, man. That's it. Mr. Beast's face probably more in my house. I mean, he's a popular guy, man. He is. A lot of people like him.
Path of Exile is more than it's a lot more than I expected. Look, over the years, I've tried to avoid playing Path of Exile, not because it was a game that I didn't think that I would like, but because of the reputation the game has built for itself over time. Being this game of immeasurable complexity and depth to the point where it is intimidating for a new player to want to try to get involved in. But at the exact same time, it's also built a reputation of being an incredibly well-ran live service game, and one that is tirelessly supported by both its community and its developers. So I felt it was time for me to finally give this game its fair shake. That's what I want to talk about today. Look, I've played Path of Exile in the past. I've dipped my toes in, got my feet wet, but ultimately I drowned before I ever got to the beach. I've never finished the campaign. That is, until today. I'm now in the early throes of the end game for Path of Exile, and I want to talk about those past failures. I want to talk about my last 30+ hours of gameplay, what it looked like, what it felt like, and most importantly, because of the fact of it being a live service game and a free-to-play game, what it costs. So I recently played Warframe for the very first time, and I documented my entire experience here on YouTube, and I had so much fun doing it that I'm doing it again here with Path of Exile. Now, this wasn't my first choice following Warframe, but the recent update, Settlers of Cowgirl, caught my attention. An idle mechanic where you can trade currency, respec most importantly, and passively earn gear even when you're not even playing, seemed like the perfect time for an inexperienced or new player to be able to hop in, because it adds a level of forgiveness and convenience that was otherwise not in the game. So I downloaded the game, fired it up, and logged in. I want to start off by saying that POE has the greatest character selector I have ever seen. No unnecessary information, just the name of the class and a character background that's voiced by one of the most badass voice actors I've ever heard.
Learn well the lessons the Drake class will teach you, witch. It is your only hope of finding your way home.
The sharpness of his words set the tone right away. You're no hero, you're a criminal, exiled to a hellscape for your crimes. There's something in that, something far more interesting and visceral than the typical hero story that we've been fed and served year over year. I've been exhausted by the softness of modern games' approach to their different narratives, so afraid to offend and disgust, and I found myself exhilarated by how unafraid this game is to be itself, and honestly never stops being. After naming my witch, I quickly load onto a beach where I'm greeted by a wounded exile leaned up against a log. He tells me that they are the only survivors to make it ashore. He explains to me that the island is crawling with criminals, has me arm myself with a wand before he's devoured by an undead. I kill it, and I get my first skill gem. And within seconds, the game reveals its complexity. POE doesn't use the standard trope of leveling up to unlock more skills. No, skills are contained in gems, and gems have varying qualities, and you can level them up, and you can see every detail of a spell or skill by hovering over them. When playing for the first time, I'll be honest, this was immediately jarring. All games copy off of one another, at least to some extent, and systems are the most common shared aspect for any loot-driven ARPG. After playing enough of any type of game, you're going to build up a certain level of familiarity, and when you have that pre-existing knowledge and experience, it makes the transition into these games a lot more comfortable. However, Path of Exile subverts that comfort. Skills and spells are no longer things that you unlock, they're things that you find and buy. Passives for those spells are that same thing. You have to find and buy those as well, and those are socketed into sockets on your gear, and that's how you modify specific spells. And not all passive gems are compatible with all skills, and not all skills react the same way to different passives. I shrug it off, absorb what I can, and continue to play. POE is highly responsive. Your character goes exactly where you want them to. It plays how you would expect a game like this to play. Environments are highly detailed, the background music is haunting, character animations are solid, and enemies from the very start, surprisingly, like a truck. I fireball some enemies down, I pick up some random pieces of loot, and then I level up and I'm given a passive point, which I quickly realize is a drop in the ocean against the backdrop of a massive passive tree. This is where I've quit, this is where I've failed before, and I know that I'm not alone. Path of Exile's skill tree is the equivalent to a novel response that you get from a text message that you sent to a friend simply asking, "What's up?" It's the sometimes 1,400-word essays that I see in the comment sections of my video because somebody disagrees with me. It's the essayists on Twitch and chat. It's too much, too fast, it's so overwhelming that you don't even want to look at it. This tree is what's prevented me from playing the game or continuing to play the game in the past. I try to play games as blind as I can. I stay away from guides, metas, and more because I don't want anything spoiling my journey, and I learn best when I'm taking my time to understand the game rather than just playing the game on autopilot. I've effectively bricked characters in the past because the game doesn't really allow you to freely reset your skill tree, and you can only remove points with a free single-point book that you get, or a few of those that you get throughout the campaign, or using a currency called Orbs of Regret. As a new player, playing without guidance, depending on how far off the rails your build gets, you can easily find yourself in a place where there's no way to respec outside of going out and farming currency to respec yourself or starting a new character. And even if you do respec the way that you want, you could easily render your character unplayable because skills and gems and gear all have base stat requirements, and if you no longer meet those, well, you no longer can play your character. Look, I'm gonna level with you. That's just not fun. Making a mistake and needing to farm a currency to be able to fix it just doesn't feel good. Accidentally removing a passive stat that allows you to be able to use certain spells or gear that you were using hurts even worse, and for me, it's resulted in outright quitting the game time and time again. It took time for me to come to the realization that I wouldn't have made those mistakes if I planned ahead, but to plan ahead, you have to know the game. Meaning Path of Exile isn't for new casual players, it's for people who are thoroughly researching before they make any choices, planning ahead before they're even playing the game, and find gratification in doing that. And if you're not one of those players, you have to learn to become one of them by following the lead of those players that have already put out build guides, planners, and item filters leading the way. You know, it's weird. This is usually when I talk about how I think that this is bad game design. It's convoluted and confusing. All the systems are often intertwined, so any issue you have or mistake you make ends up being multiplicative because it ends up affecting other areas of the game as well. And while I don't like that and it sucks, at the exact same time, I have to respect it because there's not a lot of games that are out there that are like this. Most games, you have to put 50, 60, 100 hours into them before you can get any level of complexity or challenge out of them, but Path of Exile just hits you with it straight from the start. And the game is made for a very specific audience, and they make that very clear. And even if you're not one of those players, they're facilitating the ability for you to become one of the POE players after a while, because you're going to learn that and pick that up the longer that you play the game. And there's something really cool about that. But so many AAA games and live service games that I've seen over the year try to widen their scope to the point where they can try to bring in as many people as they possibly can, trying to make their games as accessible and inclusive as possible, watering down the final product to the point it's not even recognizable, playable, or enjoyable for that matter. You have grinding gear games in Path of Exile that has narrowed their scope. They know who their audience is, they know what kind of game they're trying to make, and it works for them. And the game has a very specific and unique identity, and it works. And I see that the more that I play the game, it becomes more and more apparent that I play. Even though I can sit here and think to myself, man, I wish things are a little bit different. I wish things were explained better, displayed better, that systems were a little bit more forgiving in the game. At the exact same time, I just have to respect the game for being what it is. So I did things differently this time. I actually followed a build guide to the letter. I filled in the gaps anytime there was something that I couldn't achieve that it wanted, and I continued to make my way through the game. In this, I ended up realizing that my past failures yielded some underlying experience that made playing the game this time through that much easier. I understood map layouts, knew of quest rewards, understood currencies, and even knew that I could craft items by selling specific things to vendors, like selling a gem and an iron ring to make a resistance ring, or selling tricolored items to yield a chromatic orb so I could recolor sockets in another piece of gear. This past knowledge allowed me to start taking my time to better understand the skill tree, know why I'm heading in a certain direction and what benefits it gives, realizing that the passive tree is there to support the ability of the chosen gems that you're using, not the other way around. Your build is mostly using red and blue gems. Well, you want intellect and strength nodes based on those stats because that's what you need to be able to level those gems and continue to use them, as well as get gear that uses those gem sockets and those colors. Then I realized that if you're playing melee, magic, minions, or ranged, you want to pick up those nodes along the way as you're picking up those different stat lines. In this, I realized that my past failures were never a waste of time. They were just the outcome of me learning the game for the first time. And that's part of the journey. Every single game that I've played for years now doesn't allow the player to outright fail, and I think that both players and developers have forgotten how much value there is in learning a game and learning from your past failures, and how oftentimes it makes conquering challenges that much more rewarding. There's something very distinct and real about a game that is not afraid to let you fail, even let you quit, and because of that, it makes you want to overcome these challenges even more. As I continued to play the game, I found that my past knowledge, as well as the build guide that I was using, was allowing me to start to drink in the finer elements of the game that I often overlooked when I played it in the past. Most notably the story, characters, voice acting, and music, all of which exceed my expectations and, at times, the standards of what we have for full-priced games. Similarly to my experience with Warframe, Path of Exile isn't a great free-to-play game, it's just a great game that happens to be free-to-play. While gameplay always comes first, many modern games cut costs on quality through things that elevate the player's experience, like quality writing, music, voice acting, art design, and atmosphere. While none of these things make a great game on their own, if the gameplay is great, and you have all these added elements of quality, it makes a good game legendary. All NPCs are fully voice acted, no reading necessary, and the vast majority of them are incredibly well voice acted, with unique personalities and backgrounds. Tile set after tile set, you are exposed to a wild variety of detailed environments with unique enemies and layouts. Each zone has its own background music, with some of them so good they become the background music to the script that I'm writing right now at this very second, and some of them even use their own version of environmental storytelling in a way that I've never even seen before. There's this section of the game where you're chasing down Piety, and you enter into the facility that they use for experiments, and there's these rivers of blood, bodies floating around, tension building music playing in the background while you hear the pained screams of her victims off in the distance.
That shipment's got to go out today!
Path of Exile is just so damn brutal and dark. A legacy that was picked up by the developers, a torch that they are carrying for Diablo 2, but they've cranked it up to 11. The lore in this game is so primal and savage. Almost anytime you go to save somebody, they die, and your character just shrugs it off because death is so cheap in this world. The first boss that you go to fight is in a prison. He's a prison warden, and he was imbued with these thaumaturgical gems, part of this experiment. He was wishing for greater power, and after he survived the experiment, he awoke to kill everybody that granted him those powers, and he was locked into prison because everybody was so terrified of him that they left. His hands and arms are now big lumps of flesh because he beat on the walls of the prison for over 250 years. It's so metal. In comparison to later lore and bosses, this is vanilla. This is slice of life anime. This is Fruits Basket. The game only continues to ramp from here, and it's just trying to match the unbridled might of your character. From beasts to monsters to warriors to gods to eldritch horrors that defy reasoning, it's as if your character is an affront to the laws of reality itself, and as such, the only way to challenge you is to break reality itself. I was a Diablo kid, at Diablo 2. I remember I had a friend of mine that came over to the house. He had a cracked version of Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction. Installed it on our family PC, and that was all she wrote. I was glued. You couldn't get me off of that computer. I lived on that damn thing because I enjoyed the game so much. Back in the day, for me, being able to play mature games or having mature games were a rarity. I played Pokemon and JRPGs. That was literally the only things that I played. And I remember how shocked I was and enthralled when I watched that opening cutscene for Diablo 2. Reading the stories and listening to the stories in Diablo 2. It was so good. And there are very few games that are out there that can nail that feeling of unease and curiosity when it comes to matters of human depravity, demons, magic, thaumaturgical weapons, and technology mixed together. The premise of all of these different things mixed with gods and immortality and everything else is just so damn good. It's just so incredible. You can't help but want to listen to some of the people because some of the things that they say is wild. It's wild. And I think one of the things that I really respect and I really enjoy about this game is the fact that character your power feels like it's always being challenged by the story equally. In a lot of cases, looking back and playing Diablo, well, you kill the demon, or, you know, a lesser evil or a greater evil, well, they're basically all the same to you, and it's like, well, why is this one more strong? Oh, you know, hate one of the other demons or something like that. It's like, that's not good enough, man. In this game, they're like, yeah, no, we're gonna kick it up a notch. Literally every single time you go to fight something else, the next thing that you're fighting, the next bigger enemy that you fight, it's even crazier. And I like that. It feels oddly more natural, even though it's technically unnatural. But yeah, and it's not just the narrative of the game that continues to swell and grow and match you. It's the content this game serves. The massive amount of content in this game. Path of Exile officially released back in October of 2013, and it quickly became a prominent figure in the action RPG genre for over a decade now. It just keeps going, keeps growing. The longevity and the continued success of the game can be attributed to the innovative approach that they've taken when it comes to content updates through their League system. Leagues are temporary events that introduce new mechanics, challenges, and rewards. They're designed to keep the gameplay fresh and engaging, keep bringing players back. These leagues typically last around 3 months or more, and after which these mechanics are then integrated into the game permanently, or they're removed based on player feedback and overall impact on the game's balance. Many of the league mechanics have become staple features in Path of Exile, offering diverse ways to be able to progress through the game, the campaign, endgame, whatever it might be. For instance, I ended up doing some of the Immortal Syndicate, a complex web of encounters where I can manipulate people to gain more valuable rewards. There's the Delve League, where there's an infinite dungeon, an azurite mine. I gather materials in the open world, and then I get to explore deeper levels of the mine for more unique rewards and challenges. Similarly, there's also the Temple of Axolotl, I think is how you pronounce that. I'm not really too sure, where you can change the layout of the dungeon, and you go through these different time traveling mechanics. I don't understand it. I don't get it. There's actually a lot of these that I don't understand at all. There's this one like fractal mirror portal looking thing that I find on maps. I don't know what it is. I'll have to look into it. Or I don't. The best part about these league mechanics is that they're all optional. Do them if you want to, or pass them right by. Focus on learning specific league mechanics that you are actually interested in, and just ignore the rest. My biggest issue when first playing is that I didn't have that kind of context, and it took me forever to be able to progress through some of these areas in the campaign because I was trying to learn all these different league mechanics at once, and I couldn't get a grip on them or how to optimize them. Now that I have some level of experience, I use the bestiary to grab some specific currencies that I need or fill a specific gear slot. I tap on the frozen enemies to be able to collect essences and craft items when I find a solid base. And in the current league, I take a little bit more time to go out and try to optimize my town and passively earn things that will help me down the road. Each one of these mechanics serves as their own way to be able to break any sense of monotony or boredom that I felt when I was playing it. I was surprised with how seamlessly some of these mechanics felt like they were introduced into general progression. Oftentimes, I felt like I could just tap them and go, and some of the other mechanics are a little bit more disruptive. They'll actually stop your movement. You gotta go into a portal and stuff, so those ones I usually skip, but I especially like the current mechanic. I can just pick up gold whenever I want to, or the bestiary, where I can capture targets that are already on the field when I'm searching for something else. And I also really like delves, where I can just tap on the chest, store the energy that I need, and use the mechanic whenever I want to. When I look at a game like Diablo 4, they often have league mechanics that are the primary means in which you are progressing that season. And while I think it makes sense from a content perspective, I don't think it makes sense from a player perspective, because oftentimes we may not even be interested in that mechanic. Heck, we might not even like it, and only really want to use parts of it so that we can progress further in other areas. Path of Exile is very much one of those play-your-own-way kind of games. Classes, in essence, are just a blank canvas that you can use whatever skills or spells that you want to on them. You can truly make distinct and unique builds all on your own. You can skip content, interact with mechanics that you want to, and that spirit is found everywhere in the game. As I mentioned previously, this is my first time ever getting this far through the campaign, clearing the campaign. I just unlocked the Atlas of Worlds, a fully customizable endgame where I can choose my path, my modifiers, what events I see, what bosses I see, what loot I see, and more. I can combine this with any of the other League mechanics that I enjoy and develop an end game that I want to play rather than what somebody else thinks I should be playing. You know, it's genuinely wild how customizable your experience is when you're playing Path of Exile. And I think it takes some time and experience to be able to come to the realization, it for me, to understand that you don't need to do everything in Path of Exile. You just need to focus on a couple of things. And it's best to find things that you enjoy the most because you're going to be doing them a lot. And if you think about it, if I'm trying to do everything all at once, I'm probably not going to get very far. But if I focus very hardcore on just a couple of things, you're going to be able to progress those enough to get the rewards that you need to be useful in the end game. And I think that's awesome because there's two things that I've always wanted in more games. I've talked about it in other videos in the past, which is that I want more games that are not afraid to be themselves, but I also want games to not stand in the way of how players want to play those games. The experience the players actually want to have. And when you put those things next to each other, it sounds almost impossible to do, but Path of Exile seemingly pulls it off without any effort at all. It's impressive. Genuinely is. Look, over the last few years, I've been so exhausted by live service games, I completely stopped playing them for the most part, because anytime I would take any type of short or extended break, I'd come back to a game that just didn't feel comfortable to play anymore because I had to relearn so many different things, or they're having me do something that I'm not even interested in doing, or whatever it might be. And as such, I end up just throwing the games to the side because I just don't want to play it anymore. I don't want to have to deal with that. I don't want to have to deal with coming back to something that I don't know how to play, even though it was only, 6 months or a year since I played it last. And Path of Exile goes right around that. By allowing you
There's been a game that I was made aware of called Wild Assault. And I'm here today to answer one question. Is this game potentially better than Concord? That's what we got to know. We're going to figure this out. That's right. Furry gaming. Yep, that's right. Wow. The war without gunfire, which lasted for 44 years, finally ended. This is a historic moment, an unprecedented moment. Today with my family, I went to Central Square where a new statue of a sickle and hammer was erected. Everyone was in high spirits. The streets were filled with national flags. It's been over 2 months since the federal flag was lowered, and I thought I could rest home for a while, but unexpectedly, I was called back to duty so soon. This place is a desert. At first, it seemed novel, but eating cornflakes mixed with sand every day, even with the vodka brought from Moscow, is a bit hard to bear. The captain said, "We are in a war of justice this time to help the People's Republic of Mexico reclaim lost territory." I don't understand this piece of history, to be honest, and I think there's no such thing as justice. After 3 full days and nights, we finally arrived in Las Vegas. The commanding officer issued orders for everyone to rest. Comrades are all replenishing ammunition, and everyone seems to have regained their former vigor. I hope that we can achieve victory. I think after we win, the headline will be Desert Legion First Squad Attack at the new California military base event. It seems a bit long, but I'm not good at naming things anyway, okay? Is that, I don't really, so what? Okay. All right. I gotta go all the way down. Okay. All right, vertical sync off, motion blur off, render resolution, automatic, hair refinement on. Recommended, yeah, it's gonna be good. DLSS, balance. We're just gonna stick with this for now. Actually, let's do quality. Let's do ultra quality. Graphics quality is gonna be extreme. Okay, we're gonna have everything on extreme, super high, obviously. Alrighty, gentlemen. Audio is important. Yeah, true. True audio, master. I turn this out off and down. I'm not gonna worry about it too much. Video, let's see here. Damn, what happened to that shit? Oh, image quality, there it is. Yeah, okay, so this is all set. Display, borderless windowed. Yeah, that's good. Unlimited custom, that's fine. Common, minimap, rotate. Okay, yeah, this is all good. Alright, let's get it.
Over here, newbie. I'll show you.
Oh wow, I'm already in the game.
Let's start with the basics.
Holy shit. Okay. I gotta crouch, right? Can I crouch?
Just move towards. Well done.
W
Moving
towards
on to the
target.
next
Okay.
target. Squat down so you can cross narrow areas.
Okay.
A low profile and you. Good job.
Crouch.
Keep it up. Mantle over the obstacle so you can surprise your enemy.
All right, let's do it. Oh, okay.
Great. Now here comes the challenge. Sprint through the area quickly. Those flames are no joke.
Okay. Damn, I'm getting fucked up.
That's how it's done. Now proceed to the next area for combat training.
Oh shit, okay, here we go.
Handle a weapon. Prove yourself and check your weapon and get ready for the shooting training.
Okay,
In
sure.
case of emergency and close combat, you can use quick hip fire instead of aiming down sight as the first blood. Bullseye, not bad at all.
Turn it down a little bit.
Remember to always check your ammo in real combat. Good. Looks like you know what you're doing.
I look good.
When firing at long-range targets, remember to aim down sight.
Got him.
Excellent. You
Easy.
have proved yourself.
There's like Helldivers too.
Remember to use your sidearm in real combat.
Sidearm. What's my sidearm? Oh, this. I just scroll down. Okay. Okay.
Switching to your sidearm is faster than reloading.
Okay, that's smart.
You'll need a marksman's weapon when firing at targets far away from you.
Oh, I got a sniper. Damn. Can I shit? Okay, so you can hold your breath too. Damn.
Congratulations, you are enlisted.
This is pretty good.
Still a long way to go.
Okay, now what?
Now, go to the abilities training area.
All right, I've got my abilities. Let's go. What are my abilities gonna be? I'm the guy on the fucking Frosted Flakes commercial. What am I gonna do?
Now show me what you are capable of.
What?
Make good use of
Q.
your abilities. They are yours. Well done. They must have been shocked. Ultimate ability is ready. Unleash your wildness.
Unleash my wildness?
Face me.
Oh shit. Damn, all right. Let's go. I can do it again? Bro, this isn't, this ult's got a while too.
Completed the training, but your fight has just begun. Food for thought.
Uh-huh. Now what? The boot camp training is completed. You're now a qualified warrior. Okay. Select game mode. Okay, training tutorial. WA Conquest. All right. And how can I choose a character? Oh, these are the okay, all right, here are the characters. Oh, wow. Look at this guy. Damn. Damn. Okay. Ryan. Massive body, endurance, and strength. Man. How about that? Variant details. Oh my god. Wow. Well, that's crazy. What a game. And she's got red fingered. Oh my god. Oh boy, oh boy. Okay, next we've got this one, Jack the Scout. Okay. Great. He's a born hunter. He trusts his sniper rifle more than his peers. Is that right? Next. Okay. Literally a fucking bear. Just a big, muscly bear. Vladimir. Oh my god. Honestly, I think I might pick this character. This guy's kind of cool. And then... Oh no. Well, it's about what I'd expect, right? More manly than yeah, this game is still more masculine than Dragonflight. Keep that in mind. True. And then strong legs, bro, slim body and oh my god. Wow. Well, there we go, guys. Those are the characters. She's perfect? I guess so. Oh, Jesus. And then, oh, you can hide the UI. Oh, great. To get a better look at the character. That's such a good thing. Amazing. Okay, so we've basically got John Furry, the big muscly guy. I mean, this is insane, man. I can't believe this. All right, those are the characters. Wow. Well, we're gonna play Jack, okay? Because I want to use the sniper rifle. Actually, let me just pick one base character, and then I'll do another one later. Okay, so I have my character, and let's go ahead and play the game. You guys ready? Is this Concord? No, it's too masculine for that. There's no pronouns in this game, so yeah, no, it's not Concord. All right, here we go. No Lola Bunny? I can't pick her. Wait, I can't. Oh, okay, no, it's not ready yet. Okay, they probably don't have it ready. All right, let's go. Gentlemen. Let's go. Start playing the game. Here we go. Wild Assault Conquest mode introduction.
Welcome to Wild Assault Conquest. In this mode, work together with your team to capture control. Controlling these strategic locations causes your enemy to lose game points. Your team achieves victory when the enemy's game points reach 0. There are several control points on the battleground. Launch attacks with your team and take control of these strategic locations.
Right.
Clear the perimeter and take control of the strategic locations. The enemy team will then start to lose game points.
Ooh, that's the America flag. Nice.
Cause enemy to lose points. But the key to victory is still acquiring control points.
Okay.
You can always switch to another valiant when deploying to the battleground.
Oh shit. So I can play the sniper.
Each valiant and trait. Assemble your team once and battle.
we're gonna play the sniper, man.
Additionally, the neutral item plays an important
I'll play the first guy for a bit though at the beginning.
The neutral item will randomly drop at certain locations on the map.
Okay, you got supply drops. All right, makes sense.
Upon interaction, the neutral item will start compiling. Players
True.
can both sides interact with the control. When fully compiled, the side that controls the neutral item will receive game points and buff rewards.
Okay, got it.
Okay, Sitrep complete, Valiant. Hope you're well prepared for what's coming next. Operation to go. Good hunting.
Okay, boys. Here we go. Is this the new battlefield? It's Furry Field. Okay, let's go ahead and start. We're gonna start with Norman. Okay. Deploy. Oh shit!
All right.
Wow. I'm already in game. Holy shit. Okay, that was fast. It was. Damn, they got a lot of people playing this. I don't know why I'm surprised, but yeah, bots maybe. I don't know. Let's find out. Okay, is there somebody over here? Oh, it's a bat. Okay. Ooh, I died. Okay. Oh no. I'm dead. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, let me actually use my real gun rather than the pistol. That really messed me up. Okay. Somebody call PETA? No, it's okay. Did he roar? He did, right? Okay, so what if I go over to this? Can I roll? Wait. The game actually has bullet ballistics. Oh my god. Was that a friendly? I guess. Oh fuck, she's running away. Nice. Okay, we're popping off now. There's no way I can loot them, right? Oh, I can. I can ammo. Okay. We gotta start using a sniper soon. Oh, we're in the base now. We are acquiring Charlie. Oh shit! But we got all the furries in here. Oh man, look at this.
Pay attention to my mother.
But is that a girl? Is she talking? Oh, never mind. Never mind. Okay. I thought that was an actual girl on voice chat. False alert, guys. It's okay. It's furry war? I guess so.
Good job, X-Sucker.
Okay, let's go over to here. I gotta turn down my sensitivity. Nice. Okay, let's keep going. I'm gonna try a new character after I die, okay? Oh, should I use my special ability on him? I'm gonna try and use my special ability. Oh, it didn't work. Oh, bro, I need to be closer. Oh, no, they're gonna let me die.
Pay attention to my marks.
Okay. All right, let me try again.
Tango marked.
Okay, can I go over to there? Can I drop there? Okay, yeah, I'm gonna try and drop there again. Because I want to use my ultimate ability. How do I activate that?
Tango marked.
I think it's like a sprint. That's what's going on. Yeah. I get it. Okay. Nice. Okay. All right, we're gonna come in through here. Oh, it didn't do any damage. I feel like it's bad. Fuck, how do I heal? Can I heal?
Ready for a fight.
I can.
Reloading.
Oh, wow. Damn. Bro, they're getting fucked up. Okay, let's go.
Pay attention to my marks.
Where they at? Easiest game of my life. Should we go inside here? Oh, we gotta go and fight them. Oh, they're losing way more than we are. Okay, next one, I'm gonna use the, I want to go ahead and use, oh, I've got my ult. I've got my ult up. Oh, I didn't see her. Shit. Okay, I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna use my ult. Yeah, I'm gonna see, can I drop at B? I can, right? Oh, wow. Yeah, I can. That was easy. Oh, no, it reset. Oh, I didn't realize that.
Neutral item.
Okay.
Defend those areas, team.
I'm reloading.
Yeah, we definitely need to use a sniper rifle.
Back to your team, soldier.
Combat area. Uh-oh.
The enemy has taken a target.
Oh, shit, there's a supply drop.
And defend. Reloading.
Okay, let's go back over to here. We're losing our position. Damn.
Cover me. I'm reloading.
Guys, this plays a lot like it plays a lot like PUBG. Like where you have to like oh fuck. Okay. Yeah, it does. All right. You hear him howling? Okay, let me try the sniper guy now. Okay, Norman, and let's do Jack. Okay, here we go. All right.
We have Charlie.
I didn't know they were over there. I didn't know they were there. Like, that's not even my fault. That's not even my fault. I didn't even know that. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. That's just what happens. Okay. Man down. I don't know about that. Okay. Damn it.
Taking fire. Enemy is changing map.
Fuck, I gotta reload. Okay. Got him.
Oh, hello there.
All right, let's keep going. Shit. Shit, the furries are getting through.
Hail, cover.
Okay, we gotta reload. We gotta reload.
Taking fire.
Okay. Got one. How is she not dead? She's too far away. Got him. Okay, reloading. Okay, I need to use my ability. What's my ability on this character? What did that do? Wait, they're howling? Oh my god. Okay, let's go. We gotta move in.
Yeah. Keep your distance. We ain't close.
Okay.
I need backup here. Secure
Where are they?
target Bravo.
Where are the furries? There's one. Where's he at? Fuck. There he is. Fuck. One.
Precision cover constellation complete.
Got him.
Neutral item is up.
Okay. There's another one. Fuck. Fuck, I messed up there. Got him.
Reloading.
Okay. Just big dicking on him, man. Got him. Where he at? Where he at? We gotta shoot him, boys. Oh, I use my ult. I want to use my ult right now. I don't know what it's gonna do. I'm gonna use it over there. Launch.
We're not bloody playing in a laser barrel.
I called down an airstrike.
Securing target Charlie.
Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. I'm almost out of ammo.
We've lost Bravo.
There's one.
Where they need to be now.
Shit. How did I miss that one?
Pay attention to my mark.
I'm actually surprised I missed that.
Enemy movement. Check my marks.
Got him. I'm out of ammo. I gotta use the pistol. Okay.
I got you in my scope.
Oh shit.
Back to your team, soldier.
Got him. Wait, oh no, 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 no. Ooh, okay. Okay, let me go back to here. Wall hacks? That was crazy. I'm gonna play one more round with the sniper, and then I'm gonna play with another character, okay?
Ammunition here.
Let's go. We're on our way.
We are winning. Push forward and finish them up.
Where are they? Where are they?
We have Bravo.
I don't see any of them yet. There's one. Got him. Got him.
Tango inside.
Got him. Get him out of here. I don't know how that wasn't a headshot. Oh shit, I can't get to him. Got him.
Cover's blown. Time to go.
Easiest game of my life.
Back to your team, soldier.
Just need a moment.
Where they at? Where they at? Oh, let's get up to there. Yeah, let's get up there. We'll get a bird's eye view on them. Damn, bro, they got their ass beat.
Try to come back alive.
What the fuck is that? Oh my god. Wow. Wait, am I gonna get a new level? Oh, I almost did. I got 200 beast cards. Oh shit. Nice. Let me see if I can get into another game. So here's what the problem is, guys. The problem is that this game plays pretty well. I'm gonna be honest.
Acquired.
It actually plays pretty well. Is it a gacha shooter game? It doesn't seem like there's any gacha elements to it that I can see. Where they at? Where they at? I gotta go beast mode on. Shit. How is that not a headshot? Fuck, I'm so bad.
Bravo secure. Taking fire.
Shit. so bad. I'm actually so bad. I'm so bad. I tried to 2v1 like that. I feel like I had a headshot there, but I guess not. Let's go back to here. We're gonna redeploy. We'll do one more with the sniper because I feel like I wanna keep going with that, and then we're gonna play a new character. Okay?
Pick it up, team.
Where? Fuck. I'm definitely not in a great situation. I should have actually shot him. It was a mistake not to. Got him. Fuck, he's coming in. He's coming in. Oh, shit. Shit. Got the furries coming in from the side. Fuck. Where are they? Where are they? There's one. Got him once. Shit! How the fuck did I miss that one? Okay, let's keep looking around. Okay. We gotta push in to base A. Can't see him? Shit. Okay. Bro's playing the furry game? Yeah, I am. I'm testing to see if it's better than Concord. Ooh. I gotta use that wall hack more. All right. I'm being stubborn. I'm gonna play a new character. Let's see. Let's try out this guy, Vladimir. Let me see. Can I? Does this mean I can go to C? I can, but it'll take longer. Okay, I've got a new character here. He wall hacked. No, it was the same character I had. He wall hacked me. He knew I was gonna be there. It was my fault.
We are acquiring Charlie.
Okay. So what does this guy do? He literally just throws a bomb. Damn. And then E, what does E do?
Behind me.
Don't tell me it's a Russian fucking furry named Vladimir. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Oh, we get bandages! Oh, I didn't realize I was reloading. Got him. Boy, he's got a lot of health. This guy's a fucking tank. Holy shit. He's out of control. Try to E? No, I did. That's his shield. We're gonna throw the bomb at him. Oh, it blows up in the air. Shit. Got him. Next. Dude, this guy's really good. Yeah, this guy's insane. Does anybody know how to go prone in this game? How do you go prone? Z? There's only crouch. Okay. How do you use the big guard? It was, I think, C or E. I forgot which one. Okay, let me try again. Okay, let's go to C. Actually, I can't. Okay, let's go to B. We'll play one more with this guy, and then we'll pick another character after that. Okay, here we go. I'm playing, unironically, a big Russian bear named Vladimir. Yeah, a big Russian bear named Vladimir who throws bombs at people. Okay. Okay, that was actually, dude, that actually worked. I'm amazed. Jesus. Okay, good. We're moving in.
Now, exile. Is whether or not
Got him. No, 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 no. Got it. Okay, next. Now. Wait. Oh my. Dude, this guy's insane. Oh.
I'm taking fire.
Got him. The time to kill is really short.
We have Charlie.
I don't know how I'm missing. Got him. Okay. Shit. Got him. That was an assist.
Enemy movements there. Stay
neutral item is ready.
Okay, we gotta run over there. We gotta help them out. Jesus, that guy got fucking rinsed. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I need heals. I need heals. I'm pinned down, boys. I'm pinned down.
Neutral item has
Leave no bear behind. Fuck. Oh, they tried to heal me. To be fair, they did. I got rezzed. Holy shit. I'm dead. I need a res. I need a res. I didn't think there'd be 3 people there. Okay, let me try another character. Okay, next, Vladimir. All right, let's go, and we're gonna.
Enemy attack. Oops, I've been spotted.
It is what it is, guys. This is the future, okay? Y'all have to understand, this is the future.
They found me.
Oh no! She's dead! Oh no! Wait a second, wait a second. Okay. Valiant details. So she can jump really high. Let me try it again. Wait. Why am I not able to? I have to redeploy. Yeah, there's like some kind of bug. I think it's because I redeployed when I was in that screen. It bugged out. Let me try it again. It's fine. Think your jump is Q? Alt tab. Nah, it's not it. I think I have to quit. Let me try again. Hopefully this will work. If this doesn't work, I'll have to restart the whole game. It's not a big deal. The fact that you can get into a game so fast is great. Okay, I'm back in.
Fight for us.
All right, we're fine. Okay, let's go.
Hold on.
Oh, that's the heal. Okay. So I can put this down and heal myself and shoot people? That's insanely OP. That's like Lifeline in fucking that other game. Apex. Alrighty. Yeah, so a healer? Yeah, she's a healer. Well, obviously it's a healer. It's a girl. Yeah, it makes sense. Where they at? There's one over there. True? Yeah, no, I'm just saying that's the way it is. Okay, here we go. Oh, shit. Shit. I'm put this down.
Please.
No. Bro, fuck this bitch. I'm not playing her anymore. I'm done. I'm done with her. She is useless. Okay. We're gonna play the sniper again. Yeah, fuck that. Hates women? Obviously. Okay, there's some people over there. Too far away. I can't shoot them from here. You gotta keep going. The wolf? Yep. That's me. Like, I always like playing sniper generally in games. Not always, but in most cases I do. Fuck. Shit, I thought she was gonna run.
Be careful.
What?
Charlie is now in.
Okay, we're gonna scope. We're gonna. Oh, bro, are you kidding? How the fuck did I even get hit? What the fuck even hit me? What are you talking about? How the fuck did I die to that? Okay, where do we go? We're gonna go to A. Let's go to A. Actually, let's go to B. Let's go to B because I feel like going C is a bad idea. All right, let's go. Hackers already? Yeah, apparently. That's obviously why I lost. How? How?
Cover's low. Time to go.
Am I over scoping? I think I was. Damn it. Bullet drop? No, because like the bullet drop would have hit his foot. It's weird because I feel like the bullet drop was less. Bro, we're getting fucked. Okay, if we drop here, I can go and assist these guys here. It's gonna be fine. Yeah, here we go. Let's go. Where they at? Got him. Nice, nice. Okay, let's keep going. We're doing great so far, guys. There's one.
I marked the location.
Easiest game of my life.
Yeah.
Okay, where's the next one?
Taking fire.
Damn it.
Alpha.
Okay, they're not here. Let's keep moving. Oh fuck, I gotta get ready. My reload.
Position reloading.
If they come over this, I'm fucked.
Taken the lead. Don't let them get
Top one. I don't know if I got the back of his head or not. I tried to. Can I see his ass. I see his, oh man. Can I jump shot him? Let's make a jump shot him. Damn.
Keep your
Ah, it's so bad, bro. I'm so bad. This dick sucker's trying to shoot at me now?
neutral item is ready for drop.
Damn it. Okay, where are we?
Reloading.
I gotta get back in position. I'm off sides.
Yeah.
neutral item has left.
Okay, is that a player? No, it wasn't. Got him. Got him. Got him.
We are taking the neutral item.
Where they at?
Neutral item is under control.
Fuck, how'd I mess that up? Shit, I gotta reload. No! No, I missed! I'm so bad! Fuck! Oh my god, how did I miss? Oh. To be honest, that was my fault. I just, I aimed in the wrong place. I shouldn't have fought him from there. I should have been closer to the rock. Let's keep going.
We have the lead. Defend the targets. I got you in my scope.
Okay, we got one right there. No, we don't.
I got you in my scope.
What? Okay, we got it. Shit. Shit! Fucking furry! God damn it. Okay, let's do it again. Yeah, I just couldn't scope in on him. I should have used my pistol. I feel like, again, since the time to kill in this game is so low, like, you pretty much always should just be popping off. What the fuck? Oh. Got him. Okay, let's keep going. Reload. I wasn't fast enough.
Wheeling in. Victory must be rewarded.
I'm bad. I'm bad. I'm actually so bad. Got him. Shit!
Changing map.
Okay, we're good. Moving in. Got him. What? I'm almost dead, man. The dream's about to be over. I see him. Got him. I got 3 ammo, 3 shots left. Where they at? Where they at? Where they at? There's one right there. It's a mistake.
I got you in my scope.
Is that... sorry, I didn't know if I could see him or... Fuck. I should probably just swap over, right? Jesus, bro, that guy rinsed me. Holy fuck. My Q? Yeah, I know.
He ain't gonna make luck.
Alright, let's go to here again. Let's go to here again. Ground slide, I think? I think so, yeah. I'm not sure.
Compilation complete.
Let's go.
The neutral item is...
Go back to sniping? I am. Okay. Where they at? Oh, there they at. I see him. How? Ah, Jesus. Damn it. Jesus, man, I am so bad. I suck so much fucking dicks. Jesus Christ. I feel like my my aim sensitivity isn't very good. I'm gonna see if I can turn it down a little bit. Let me do that real quick. Options. Okay, controls, WASD, mouse. Okay. ADS sensitivity. Let's do it to 25. And then we're gonna take this to 4. Yeah, that's way better. That's actually way better. Okay, here we go. Oh, I killed her. Or she died, actually. I didn't kill her. She died. Okay. I don't know if I get that or not. Shit. Got it.
Reloading. Cover me.
Got him. Bro, we cleared the shit out of them. Yeah, they're actually getting fucked up. Cluster bomb? Can I? Yeah, I can. Okay, let's cluster bomb over there. There we go. In case anything's over there, we kill it. What? Oh. Damn it.
I need help.
Yeah, he pre-fired. I wasn't ready. Sniper? Yeah, I know. Well, the shooting, like, I don't really play FPS hardly at all, so, like, I'm a little bit out of my element, honestly.
Ready for drop.
Okay. Let's go back over to here. Yeah, I haven't played in such a long time. I'm not as good at those, like, you know, momentary important decisions, you know?
We've lost Charlie.
Got him.
I'm out.
That's how it needs to go.
Taking fire.
Jesus. See, that's the kind of stuff, man.
We are taking the neutral item.
Got him.
Neutral item.
Got him. Hey, I killed both of them. I'll take it. I'll 100% take it. That went pretty well. We just got to get better. Oh, drone? Yeah, I killed 2 of them. Okay, where the fuck are they? Ooh, we're back in this base. Got him. Reload. Let's move in. Let's go. Oh, I have no ammo. This seems very much like bots. I think it's probably a bit of both. For like the purposes of the beta, there's probably some, because there are people talking about like, oh, Starforge PC in the chat. So it's like, obviously they're like, oh, we're in Asmongold's game. Let's fucking say something stupid to get on, to have people notice. So like, I think that there's some of that. Got him. How?
Oh, we got Tango in sight.
I'm so bad at this fucking game.
Reloading. Cover me.
Okay. I can also drop my airstrike too. Got him.
It's almost done. Good job. Get up.
Where? Move in. We gotta get C back. Where? I see. Oh my god, I thought she was gonna run that way.
Tango in sight. Fuck. Position compromised.
I'm reloaded, right? I'm not. Idiot.
Reloading. Taking fire. I'm hit.
Jesus. Wait, somehow I lived that? How the fuck did I live that?
Danger, stay low.
Got him. Okay.
Enemy is taking Bravo. Securing target Charlie.
Jesus, I thought he was gonna go somewhere else. Fuck.
Covers blow.
Ah, man.
Reloading.
I should have killed him. I should have killed him.
Someone is seriously injured.
Oh my god, I'm so bad.
The neutral items.
Got him. We gotta push in, boys. We gotta push in. It's time to be a man. It's me over here. Shit. Got him.
Tango in sight.
2 of them. I got 3 shots, 2 people. I can miss once. Fuck. Got him. Where they at?
You want to know?
How?
Position compromised.
I don't know why I'm not hitting headshots. There we go. On him. No. Okay, moving in. Damn. Shit.
Changing back.
We're gonna reload. Ult? Oh, I should ult on him, right? Okay, dropping it. Damn.
I won't let anyone get hurt while I'm here.
Damn. There it is.
We did it. The location of the temple is now clear. Remember to watch your step, Exile. We may have helped build this layout, but
Look at my kills, bro. Like, I had top score.
there's no telling what kind of things have taken.
Bro, I'm doing work. Carried that team? Yeah, I know. Like, we're popping the fuck off. So what do I think of the game? I'll talk about it while I play through this, right? I've done two rounds now.
The enemy has
I can't buy the new characters, they're 1,000. And I only got, I got 200 and 400, so that means I have 600. So like, what are my thoughts on the game right now? I hate to say, I really don't want to say this.
Lost the lead.
I really don't want to say this.
You should check out
I'm gonna say it. The game plays pretty well. How? Finally. I don't think, maybe I shouldn't account for as much bullet drop. Yeah, because like that worked really well.
Why, hello.
Oh. Yeah, I think I'm accounting too much for bullet drop. Yeah, this game's actually pretty good. He's dead.
Bravo secured. We've taken the lead. Good job, team.
Jesus, I'm so bad.
Tango in sight. Yeah, taking fire.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Covers blue.
That was probably a bot. There's no way that wasn't a bot. That guy sucked. Shit. Now one hit. Not so good.
Cover me.
The guy had to be a bot. That was garbage. Ooh, I don't know what the fuck hit me. I'm gonna be honest. What the? Wait, what?
Enemy movement. Check my mark.
Aimbot?
Oh, hello.
So yeah, anyway, what do I think so far of the game? I actually think the game is a lot better than I had expected.
The next
Like the quality, his Q? Okay, I didn't know that. I actually think the quality of this game is pretty good. Like the movement and everything like that, it feels pretty good. The shooting seems like it's pretty good too. Like there's a certain amount of like weapon ballistics, etc. And I think that's... Jesus Christ, how do I lose that? There we go.
Let me just grab.
Yeah, that was like... I didn't bullet drop that at all. I just aimed directly at him. I killed him. Yeah, I'm aiming too high. That's the reason. I think that's what I need to stop doing.
Bravo.
Okay, where are they? I'm gonna stay here.
Hey, who would you like to hire?
There's one.
I'll
No.
give them the tour.
I don't know how to
The enemy
make sure I'm shooting in the right direction. I see one right there.
Just grab the next few applications.
Tango is here.
I've got plenty more.
Can I get on this rock somehow?
Sign up.
Looks like I can't. Fuck, that's too bad. Sensitivity too high? No, I'm just making mistakes. I'm shooting whenever I shouldn't shoot. Damn it.
Promising pick.
Got him. I thought he was gonna move forward.
Reloading.
Shit. Got once. Nice. I'm gonna move in a little bit. Shit. Damn it.
Compromised.
It's not hit scan? No, it's not. There's actual, like, weapon ballistics to it. But yeah, I do think the game is pretty good. Like, is it better than Concord? What do you guys think? Do you guys think the game's better than Concord or not? %, yes? Oh, I didn't see him. Looks like it. Concord fucking sucks. It's vastly superior. So, some Chinese Battlefield Overwatch clone is better than Concord. That is it's a furry Chinese game. Is that right? Furries greater than fatties. That's what it says. I mean, that's what it seems like. It's a. What's he doing? What's he doing? I'm just gonna body shot him. Okay, or miss every shot. Got him. Back of the head. I'm actually surprised I get that shot. There's one.
Pay attention to my marks.
Got him.
Changing mag.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, like that, I feel like I had to account for some distance anyway, right? Damn, 200 hits? He's still not dead? Okay, now he's dead. That guy's an idiot.
Reloading. Cover me.
But yeah, I actually think this is pretty good. Is it on Steam? Yeah, it is. You have to get approved for the beta, though. Like, the game, obviously, like, right now is pretty rudimentary, right? There's not a lot to it. But I would say, like, what is there is pretty good. He's dead. Damn it.
We are quite charming.
Let's move up.
We are leading.
Are there other maps? It seems like no. It's very much, this is it's a demo, it's a playtest. Like, you can see some Chinese letters still. So, like, the game definitely isn't, like, it's not, like, ready. You know what I mean? It's not like it's a beta test, as in, like, this isn't really a beta test. It's just an advertisement for the game. This does seem to be, like, it's actually, like, a real beta test. And it's definitely not ready yet. But, like, that's clearly why they're doing the beta test, right? They're actually beating us. Got him.
We are taking the neutral.
What's this?
Neutral item is under control.
How did I not hit him there? I thought I was going to move the other way. Looks like a new race to WoW. That's not funny.
We've lost now.
Oh, good.
Cover's low. Time to go.
Oh, I killed him? Damn! Bro, what the fuck?
Changing.
Nice!
Taking fire.
Let me go back over here. I'm worried that we can get flanked from here, though. That's the only problem.
Check the marks.
Yeah.
Where are they? There's one. Oh, see, I knew that shit was gonna happen, man. I knew that shit was gonna happen. The constant howling is brutal. That's what, no, that's what the game wants. Like, if you're playing a game like this, that's what you're there for, okay? You have to understand. So yeah, either way, a lot of the base gameplay and like the different operators and stuff, the abilities are pretty good.
The enemy is taking the neutral item.
I think that having a wall hack like this early,
The enemy has controlled the neutral
I think it's too strong for like the character that I have. It's just way too strong. But overall, I think it's a... Okay, that's one of my guys, never mind. But overall, like, I mean, yeah, sure, there's like balancing differences, but I think aside from that, it doesn't really matter. It's still very good. Built-in wall hack. Yeah, he's like OP as fuck, right? Let me see if we can go in here. Let's capture the space, guys. Go all the way in. Fur convergence.
Position compromised.
Okay, let's get in here. Let's get it.
Danger, stay low.
I got it. Ooh, I didn't see two of them. Oh, shit. Damn, bro, there's a lot of people there. I shouldn't have done that. It was a mistake. Looks like it plays well. Yeah. I think it does play pretty well. Like, I mean, a game like this is... The truth is that, like, meme magic definitely is real. And having a furry game like this is, like, there's a lot of people, like, I saw Lyric played this game and shit like that, too. So it's like, if you have a game where you can attract people just based off of, like, the novelty and, like, the funny nature of a game like this, I think that's absolutely a... What? Oh, now I hit him. Get the fuck out of here. I don't see him. Now I see him. Fuck. I shouldn't have done that. A memeable game with good advertisement? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Because, like, the thing is, and also here's another factor, is, like, furries. So I have a friend that, like, I went to high school with, and he makes fursuits. And he was telling me, furries really have a lot of money. I did that on purpose. They really have a lot of money, man. So, like, they're spending, like, you think about the type of audience, and, like, not only do they have a lot of money, but they're willing to, like, they're willing to really go to bat for the things that they like, you know? Wow, that was really embarrassing. Jesus. I don't know how I even died there. Wait, can they get me? Can you get me? Get me up. Get me up, bitch.
The enemy
Thank you.
has reached the halfway point. We need to catch up.
Hey, I got one hit on him. That's fine. I might just go ahead and respawn.
Friends are taking fire.
Furries are just juggalos with money? I don't know about that. No joke, if some furry convention got attacked, the US infrastructure would be obliterated without any technical support anymore. I do agree with you that furries are, they're the bedrock of internet society.
Be careful.
That's probably true. The special breed.
Taking fire.
Got him.
You'll be fine.
I see him. Unnecessary evil? I guess so. We're getting fucking destroyed. It's okay, though. Make way more sense. It's just weird. Well, I think that, honestly, like, having a...
Hi, Scissorin here with another video, and I wanted to make a little talk going over the current 325 league and a little bit like a few days in impressions. I did already have a video with my very first impressions, but I want to talk about some things that I think can be improved with the league and suggestions I would make for making it better. And I do want to preface this with saying I think it's a very good league. I think there's very little that really does need to be fixed. I would even say that it is the second best league they have ever done start-wise. I think the only league that has been as smooth at league start was Sentinel, at least that I can think of without really doing a little bit more research, but the only league I thought was this smooth was Sentinel, with like very few disasters and stuff. Obviously we had the 5 brothers gift divination card thing, but in general just very smooth, and I am enjoying it a lot, and I've seen so many people say this is the best league ever, and I'm very much constantly getting asked if I can rate the league. I generally don't like rating the league early because honestly every league is very exciting at the start in my opinion. Even the bad ones like Acropolis, Axelandra are always pretty exciting at the start because it's a new league, it's fresh, there is new stuff added no matter what. So I always like to have like the retrospective very late in the league. Like my last retrospective of Acropolis, I was like, yeah, this is garbage. So let's get into it, and I'll start with the bad things. There is actually a lot that I like, and I'm having a lot of fun, but there's some things that I would really like to see an improvement on. I'll start with recombinators. I've seen a lot of other streamers talk about this too, and you know, Ben and Tuna and those people think recombinators are dead. Ben said they are recombinators only in name, and I agree. They are very bad right now. I was not expecting this much from nerf, and I actually was hoping they would get I was hoping they would get nerfed specifically with the double fracture thing, because I think you should be able to move fracture from one base to another. I just don't think you should be able to have 2, 3, or 4 fractures on one item. I think that's stupid. And thankfully we're never able to have fractured influenced items with recombinators at any point, so that's good. However, right now, it just seems like a different version of the more likely craft. And the more likely craft is also quite bad. I haven't tried to use it this week in hopes to do it fast, but I haven't had much success on it. It feels slightly better, but I use small sample sizes, so it could just be art. But not had any item crafted with it, so not anything successful. But recombinators right now, I've been trying to use it on super simple, like not 3D crafts. I'm talking literally one axe with dot multi on it, and still being on a warlord base, and another axe with the physical damage over time. And all I wanted was the physical damage over time and the dot multi. So far I'm 21 attempts deep without a singular one of them being, with pretty much every good mod getting deleted every time. I think only 3 out of the 21 even kept one of the good mods on the final ones. So it was like so incredibly bad, and I realized it does still have the potential to do really good crafts, because I have seen a few people have been really lucky enough with them, but consistency wise it seems like the majority of people that are using them are consistently just doing items. And this is fully upgraded, so you do have the rare modifiers are more likely to be retained, and 5% chance to upgrade here. I don't think I've ever seen that I upgraded here. So that is really, really sad. I did also say this earlier, but my suggestion would be that you make a slider system, and I did already mention this to them, but yeah, a slider system where you have like minimum cost, and then you can slide like up to like, I don't know, 100,000, 200,000, whatever seems fair for a really good recombinator, or back to the original recombinator. Because yeah, it's very sad for me, because this was the single most exciting thing about this patch. I think it just changes the way we look at gear and items, but when it is like a 95% chance to ruin gear, then it's not that exciting. So there is some functionality that is being removed from recombinators as well, and that's, for example, moving something that is only on the strength phase to a hit phase, right? Like something that is only essence mod, or particularly moving suppression onto armor gear. And I thought that was a really fun way to craft, that you, like, yeah, you will have to pay more and it will be more expensive, but you can do these like weird things, and it gives the game a very different approach. So I think that would be interesting to see back, especially at some sort of dust cost. Because between the boats and the recombinators, you would actually have different reasons to use different defense, and that makes you incentivized to keep wanting to dust expensive things and having a good dust income. That's pretty much everything with recombinators. As long as we can move stats in spaces where they don't necessarily belong, I think that'd be cool, and the infinite fractures and stuff, and just make it a bit more usable. Other than that, I do want to move on to the Wildwood. I think the Wildwood is in incredibly bad shape, and sort of Ritual too. Ritual even after the nerf is very deadly, but Wildwood, and again, this is something I've seen other people say as well, feel very mutual here with a lot of other streamers, where you are basically making them tanky for no reward. Like, it is not really noticeable that there are different drops at all. If you told me that, like, it only adds 5% quant, I would believe you, because I think there is a more noticeable difference in rolling a map 120 quantity versus 80 versus doing like a 3000 juiced Wildwood. All I notice is that the enemies are taking longer to kill. Thankfully, I have green explosions, so they do just pop on one pop. But the Wildwood seems really bad. So that was a little sad. Another thing that can be a little bit stressful this league is gold costs. And I honestly don't think gold costs are bad when you are doing tier 17 maps, or if you're blasting tier 16s. But there are a lot of different ways to play this game, and you should maybe not necessarily always be expected to be blasting tier 16s, or especially tier 17s. And now that I've already hit level 100, I'm making a new character, and I'm like, I don't have enough gold to make a new character. Like, I'm not going to be making a gold income for like 8 hours or 6 hours. So I actually have to grind for 6 hours to play 8 hours on my ult, but then like maybe you have to go to bed. And obviously, like, there are a lot of gold anxieties right now, right? You have to grind before you went to bed. Like, at least for me, like last night, it's like, oh, I want to go to bed, but I only have 30,000 gold. So I grind out 200,000 gold, then I go to bed. Then I make a new character. I'm like, oh, I want to make a new character now, but okay, let's grind out gold first, and then I make a new character. But something that's even worse, arguably, is the side content gives so little gold. Now, you're already punished from the fact that you are not able to get the Mind Ore. Like, if I'm doing Sanctum or Blight maps or anything like that, I'm not getting Bismuth, Verisium, anything like that, and I'm getting very little gold. So, if anything, side content should give 10x more gold, so that, yeah, you are not getting any of the Mind Ores, but at least you are getting gold, like a decent amount of gold. Like, doing White Ravage maps gives me like 3,000 to 6,000 gold, so it takes like 6 or 7 minutes to do one, including looting. Whereas, you know, Blast with tier 16 fully clear, it takes a minute and a half, and I get 11 to 13,000 gold. So, gold anxiety is real. First I was thinking it was going to be okay, but then when you throw in side mechanics and ults and stuff like that, it becomes really stressful. And this will lead me to one of my new topics, but the mappers, which I don't think are very good right now, is also particularly very not good because of the gold cost. Just activating my mappers adds 35,000 gold per hour as a wage cost, putting my total up to roughly 60,000. And I don't have a single mapper level 10 yet. This is just level 9 mappers, so it's pretty insane. They are clearing tier 16, but the mappers seem incredibly not worth it. If I was just blasting tier 16s, I would keep them up, and I am getting divines and okay rewards. But listen, I don't necessarily think the loot needs to be changed. Maybe they should start dropping Shaper and Elder Guardian maps, because I haven't seen that yet, and like way less than I would be dropping myself from tier 16s. But yeah, I would love to see Shaper, Elder, Conqueror maps dropping, and not necessarily a loot increase, just a gold decrease, because right now it's painful. Another final thing that I do want to talk about, which necessarily isn't something they will address this league, or maybe it doesn't even have to be addressed, but I've never seen early defenses so bad. I've been playing hardcore trade, and just the insane amount of people, really good players and streamers dying, is staggering. Like, you'd have to be so good to not die this league. No, I've been playing it very safe because defenses are so insanely rough, but I've been really struggling trying to make like Pathfinder work or Trickster work early. I'm like, man, I need so much currency and so much gear to make up for the huge loss that the fist damage taken as Ellie has left. And on the right side, I really struggle getting endurance charges. I don't have a good way to get them, so I'm like, I mean, I can't just use Ralakesh's Impatience on every single build. So that is something I've been struggling with, and will continue to struggle with. The fact that we lost like half of Determination and half Grace and all the Fist taken as elemental in the same patch was way too much defensive shuffling to do in one patch. And the base types do not make up for it because you get them very late, and it is really, really hard for every build to get that amount. Like, it's 190 or 170 strength index for some of the bases. So it's like, it's really hard to fit and make work in a lot of the builds to make up for that defensive hole. So obviously the new bases are supposed to address the defensive hole a bit, but it's difficult. I do love the new base types, and I do think that's a good idea, but I also think we lost a little bit too much fist damage taken as. That being said, I am really enjoying it, and lastly, really made me appreciate scarcity more. We are obviously... I've seen a lot of people complaining about really investing into your maps and stuff is really bad compared to before, and I agree. Like, really buffing up your maps and blasting is definitely not in a good state, but I'm still enjoying that more than the infinite everything lastly. But yeah, blasting is a little bit so I think a happier medium can be reached there, but I'm enjoying the league a lot. A lot of things are worth a lot. There's a lot of things to chase. Maybe a bit too many problems to solve between like mana and everything in a build. Like, I find mana very hard to solve right now on a lot of builds. But yeah, I'm enjoying it a lot. I think the town is really well done. Like, aside from like gold being a little bit anxiety inducing, like, such a cool mechanic. I love that they experiment with this shit. Very incredibly happy. Like, it's so well designed. This could honestly be a completely separate game. In fact, this is what I've always said that POE Mobile should be. POE Mobile should be basically an idle game, which would be a more advanced version of the King's March, where the features they talked about that were too complicated that they removed, like gearing up your exiles, choosing their builds and stuff, that would be so fucking sick as a standalone mobile game. Like, I don't like mobile games. I think they're usually trash. But that actually sounds super fun, like fully managing the King's March with like a lot more management would be really fun. I don't think that would be a good thing for Path of Exile, because I think that's too much to do on top of an already existing game. But I just wanted to make this video talking about what I think should be improved. They're already doing so many good things, and I'm loving the league. We got so many quality of life things. The game is in a great base state, and there's so many fun builds to try. So honestly, like, I hate rating the league early because I love getting the full retrospective later on, but my early impression would be like a 9, honestly. Like, it's a blast, and that's including all of those downsides and things that I think should be improved. But at least my impression, and I hope a lot of you feel the same way, is there are very minor tweaks that will make this into an absolutely S-tier league. So either way, I hope you guys are having as much fun as I am. Thanks for watching. Sub if you liked the video, but more importantly, try to die less than our gold does.
Watch out for spiders.
Need something? Good luck.
Hail God.
Enough! Send him in.
Welcome to the Valley of Mines, an immense penal colony. For the war against the Orcs, the only undefeated enemies of the Kingdom of Murtana, the king needed ore to supply his armies. So every man guilty of a crime, no matter how insignificant, was forced to work in the ore mines of Khorinis. To make it impossible for them to escape, the king sent out his best magicians to create a magical barrier around the entire valley. But something disturbed the creation of the barrier, trapping everyone inside. The convicts revolted and took control of the colony. They divided into 3 camps. The old camp is satisfied with the current situation. As long as they deliver the ore, the king supplies them with everything they need. The new camp, however, thinks they can use the ore to blow up the barrier. And then there is the sect from the swamp. They believe that a mysterious new deity will free them from their prison. Thus begins your journey in the open world of the Valley of Mines. Creating Gothic Remake, we focus on the 4 pillars that we consider the core of the series. Simulation of a living world, exploration, story, and combat. Like the original 2001 title, Gothic Remake is set on creating an immersive and realistic world. Enjoy a complex life simulation on a scale hardly ever seen before in a video game. During the day, the inhabitants of the colony carry out a variety of activities, while nature, rich in all its diversity, lives out its own rhythm. All this gives the impression that this world can exist without the player. Explore the colony on your own and enjoy the unprecedented freedom this open world offers. In true RPG fashion, you decide when and where you go next. Meet numerous interesting characters, understand their inner motivations, and earn their respect by completing a series of elaborate quests. How you solve or handle their problems depends entirely on your choices. No matter when, in what order, or if you do anything at all, the game will always respond appropriately to your decisions. Experience a complex and demanding combat system with satisfying character progression. Overcome your opponents using a variety of melee weapons, eliminate them from a distance, or learn the arcana of magic. Remember that each type of weapon behaves differently, and its effectiveness depends on training. We're aware that when creating a remake of a beloved title, it is hard to live up to the expectations of its long-term fans. However, we feel there is room to develop the experience further by telling new stories from the colony and expanding on those that die-hard fans have known for more than 2 decades. We are also focusing our attention on enhancing many aspects of gameplay, such as diverse NPC routines and reactions, more complex crafting, and more rewarding character progression. Despite the passage of time, Gothic remains in the hearts and minds of many players. With the possibilities of Unreal Engine 5 and a variety of modern features, Gothic Remake will soon rekindle that love. Whether you've been a loyal fan for years or are just looking for a true RPG experience, welcome back to the colony. and focusing our attention on enhancing many aspects of gameplay, such as diverse NPC routines and reactions, more complex crafting, and more rewarding character progression. Despite the passage of time, Gothic remains in the hearts and minds of many players. With the possibilities of Unreal Engine 5 and a variety of modern features, Gothic Remake will soon rekindle that love. Whether you've been a loyal fan for years or are just looking for a true RPG experience, welcome back to the Colony. Welcome to the Valley of Mines, an immense penal colony. For the war against the orcs, the only undefeated enemies of the Kingdom of Murtana, the king needed ore to supply his armies. So every man guilty of a crime, no matter how insignificant, was forced to work in the ore mines of Khorinis. To make it impossible for them to escape, the king sent out his best magicians to create a magical barrier around the entire valley. But something disturbed the creation of the barrier, trapping everyone inside. The convicts revolted. Took control of the colony. They divided into 3 camps. The old camp is satisfied with the current situation. As long as they deliver the ore, the king supplies them with everything they need. The new camp, however, thinks they can use the ore to blow up the barrier. And then there is the sect from the swamp. They believe that a mysterious new deity will free them from their prison. Thus begins your journey in the open world of the Valley of Mines. Creating Gothic Remake, we focus on the 4 pillars that we consider the core of the series. Simulation of a living world, exploration, story, and combat. Like the original 2001 title, Gothic Remake is set on creating an immersive and realistic world. Enjoy a complex life simulation on a scale hardly ever seen before in a video game. During the day, the inhabitants of the colony carry out a variety of activities, while nature, rich in all its diversity, lives out its own rhythm. All this gives the impression that this world can exist without the player. Explore the colony on your own and enjoy the unprecedented freedom this open world offers. In true RPG fashion, you decide when and where you go next. Meet numerous interesting characters, understand their inner motivations, and earn their respect by completing a series of elaborate quests. How you solve or handle their problems depends entirely on your choices. No matter when, in what order, or if you do anything at all, the game will always respond appropriately to your decisions. Experience a complex and demanding combat system with satisfying character progression. Overcome your opponents using a variety of melee weapons, eliminate them from a distance, or learn the arcana of magic. Remember that each type of weapon behaves differently. Its effectiveness depends on training. We're aware that when creating a remake of a beloved title, it is hard to live up to the expectations of its long-term fans. However, we feel there is room to develop the experience further by telling new stories from the colony and expanding on those that die-hard fans have known for more than 2 decades. We are also focusing our attention on enhancing many aspects of gameplay, such as diverse NPC routines and reactions, more complex crafting, and more rewarding character progression. Despite the passage of time, Gothic remains in the hearts and minds of many players. With the possibilities of Unreal Engine 5 and a variety of modern features, Gothic Remake will soon rekindle that love. Whether you've been a loyal fan for years or are just looking for a true RPG experience, welcome back to the colony.
Alright, here we go. We get to it. Non-competes are bad? True. Handy games. Is this 2001? Oh shit. Is this a scary movie? That one don't work. He only got one monitor? Bro, this dude only got one monitor. He living in 2006. A handy 9000. Wait, what website are we on? Oh shit. Loud. You know what's funny to me about this? Is there anybody that has any nostalgia for
Welcome to the Handy Games Archive.
Never mind.
My name is Handy 9000, and I was created to guide you through the Handy Games Showcase of 2024.
Who thought this was a guy?
There are new entries for our highly rated early access game,
Can I get
Odds Sparks, and Automation Adventure. Commencing data export.
Alright, what's this? It's like a, is that Pikmin? Called Sparks. An Automation Adventure. Ooh, slavery. It's like Pikmin. There's a part of this I like. I do. I feel like this would be something like if I got a sponsor or something like that to play this game, I'll play this game. I don't know if I play it on my own, right? I got so many other fucking games going on. The Pikmin, yeah, how he's throwing the Pikmin and shit. Yeah, that was
I have
cool.
found another attachment to this data entry.
What is it?
Would you like to proceed?
He gets a gun. He shoots it. Play the demo now. Damn, okay. Holy shit.
Our next entry is performing system diagnostics. Demon presences identified. Countermeasures initiated. Agents have been
I'll tell you what happened.
It's Diablo. Seems alright.
My red tossed agent said like nobody's business. You know, killing humans used to be fun. But there were so many, they just didn't stop coming. Over and over I killed them, but they came up with something new.
That's cool.
They made me bleed. And another one of them made holy light rain down on everyone. One guy even had the audacity to use a chain hook against me. That is my thing. For fuck's sake.
Then you get this guy a new mic.
Somebody just got ridiculous.
Sounds like I'm doing an ICC Russian. I
gathering.
you know, half and half. It's got some good graphics. Yeah. It's like Can you hunt people?
Way of the Hunter will be available soon for your mobile device. Alone.
It's PUBG, but you shoot deer instead of people.
Infestation identified.
What's this?
That's
Maxwell, the agile escape artist.
Nat, the house mouse.
Oh, I have something
Why'd
to
they
show
make
you
it
this
thick
time.
though? Why'd they do that?
Now's the time to scout. Yes, scavenger lead.
There's the energy.
Is this good? That's got gameplay, right?
A rat's quest. Way back home.
This is alright. This is alright. I mean, yeah, it comes out on PlayStation 2. Yeah, Rat Souls. Yeah, we had Crash Souls. We got Rat Souls. I guess so.
89,000. Start the word premiere. 89,000. Start the word premiere.
I'm afraid I can't do that.
Do it! World premiere.
Good job, Exile. Let's go.
Oh, man. Are you kidding? You son of a bitch. You giving me another one of these?
Good job.
Alright, here we go. We gotta listen to this fucking bullshit. This tick. Who the fuck thought the ticking would be good? Like, bro, what is this? Oh my god. Budget sounds, yeah, I guess so. How you wash your hands? Shut the fuck up. Worst showcase ever? No, it's okay. This is just like the pre-release game. The rat game seems like it might be okay. Maybe, right? I don't know. No, is this sponsored? No, I just watch it. I was just see what it is, right? I mean, that's it. Yeah, they all ass. Second song. I don't know. What? There we go.
Time to go.
Look at that. I need that for real life. This is a lot. Duke Nukem? Nah, there's no way. This is cool.
Let the real festivity begin.
What's this? Problematic. Is the audio bad now? Is it on their end or my end? Theirs? Okay, I'll call them and tell them to fix it, okay? Yeah, it's all right. I'll take care of it. What the hell? Charles Darwin? What the hell is this? This Cuphead? This old head? Damn. Wait. Why is this so hard? Damn. Wait, this looks good.
Dr. Gilbert says the people we have feelings for can never really leave us. Is that true?
It sure is.
Hate feeling?
It sure is.
Ooh. The Eternal Life of Goldman? I'm gonna be real, like this one actually looks pretty fucking good. Yeah, that looks amazing. I like the style of it too. A lot of, Metroidvania style is the same style. It's a little bit different. Very, very different. Ooh, that was good. I'm gonna be real, that was actually really good. I like that. A smooth, yeah. Cinema, yeah. What the hell is this? Y'all ever had friends when you were growing up where like their parents wouldn't let them buy violent video games, so they had to be stuck playing shit like this. It's bad. That's real bad.
light is trying to spread. Light is trying to spread.
Of legend, so you get legendary armor. Cool. Is that a set item? You gotta beat the fuck out of Seahorse, huh? Alright. Fuck that Seahorse up. That's a cool looking animal though. That's a really cool design. Damn, Titan. Alright. Man. I forgot when the last time one of these came out. Yeah, no, I would play this. Yeah, I would. This looks alright. I mean, it's basically an ARPG, right? Yeah, it seems great. I'm down for that. I'm about it.
Time to go.
Send him in.
Welcome to the Valley of Mines, an immense penal colony. For the war against the Orcs, the only undefeated enemies of the Kingdom of Murtana, the king needed ore to supply his armies.
Gothic.
So every man guilty of a crime,
Bebe
no
play
matter
that.
how insignificant, was forced to work in the ore mines of Korinis. To make it impossible for them to escape, the king sent out his best magicians to create a magical barrier around the entire valley. But something disturbed the creation of the barrier, trapping everyone inside. The convicts revolted, took control of the colony. They divided into 3 camps. The old camp is satisfied with the current situation. As long as they deliver the ore, the king supplies them with everything they need. The new camp, however, thinks they can use the ore to blow up the barrier.
Fuck them.
And then there is the sect from the swamp. They believe that a mysterious new deity will free them from their prison.
Oh.
Thus begins your journey in the open world of the Valley of Mines.
I'm in. I'm gonna play this 100%.
Creating Gothic Remake, we focus on the 4 pillars
100%
that we consider the core of the series. Simulation of a living world, exploration,
It's a fantasy
story,
fucking
and
medieval
combat.
game. Like, I play every one of these.
Like the original 2001 title,
2001,
Gothic
yeah.
Remake is set on creating an immersive and realistic world. Enjoy a complex life simulation on a
Is that
scale
Skyrim? I
hardly
never
ever
played that
seen
shit.
before in a video game. During the day, the inhabitants of the colony carry out a variety of activities, while nature, rich in all its diversity, lives out its own rhythm. All this gives the impression that this world can exist without the player.
That's what Dragon's Dogma did. That was
Explore
really
the
nice.
colony on your own and enjoy the unprecedented freedom this open world offers.
Yeah, I'm a big fan
In
of this.
true
I like this a
RPG
lot. This looks
fashion,
awesome.
You decide when and where you go next. Meet numerous interesting characters, understand their inner motivations, and earn their respect by completing a series of elaborate quests.
This is Jeff Bezos.
How you solve or handle their problems depends entirely on your choices. No matter when, in what order, or if you do anything at all, the game will always respond appropriately to your decisions.
That's something that Baldur's Gate 3 did a
Experience
lot.
a complex and
People like that a
demanding
lot.
combat system with satisfying character progression. Overcome your opponents using a variety of melee weapons. Eliminate them from a distance, or
Cut the
learn
tail,
arcana
Arisen.
of magic. Remember that each type of weapon behaves differently. Its effectiveness depends on training. We're aware that when
Use a big
creating a
sword.
remake of a beloved title,
Combat looks slow.
it is hard
Yeah, I
to
know.
live up to
It
the
is.
expectations of its long-term fans. However, we feel there is room to develop the experience further by telling
play it.
new stories from the colony and expanding on those that die-hard fans have known for more than 2 decades.
It's realistic? Yeah, no, I'll play it.
We are also focusing our attention on enhancing many aspects of gameplay,
Like
such
what?
as diverse NPC routines and reactions, more complex crafting, and more rewarding character progression.
Great.
Despite
that
the
sounds like
passage
a
of
really
time,
good idea.
Gothic remains in the hearts and minds of many players. With the possibilities of Unreal Engine 5 and a variety of modern features, Gothic Remake will soon
Sauron's
rekindle
house.
that love. Whether you've been a loyal fan for years or are just looking for a true RPG experience, welcome back to the colony.
This looks fucking awesome, man. Looks great. Yeah, this is, awesome. They don't have a date or anything, so it's gonna come out in like 6 years. That's big good. I never played the originals. Yeah. Did Ted step on the cord? at him. That's why him. Yeah, what the fuck? Look at that. Jesus. Holy shit, yeah. Oh. Oh. That's nuts. It's a stick bug. Yeah, it's like I see one of these like once every other year. Like these are rare spawns, man. That's really impressive. Yeah, especially like you get the trolley boys like him. Holy shit! I thought these things bite. Like I'm surprised he even had this thing on his hand. Like I thought these were bad. Yeah, these are rare spawns. Yeah, they do. Like yeah, I would not have that shit on my hand. I would say fuck that, man. Yeah, centipede bite. Yeah, hers. I bet it does. Is it millipede? I don't know. Well, either way, it's just nuts. I couldn't believe it, bro. Like, look at that. That's a straight fucking Pokemon. That's what it is. That's a Pokemon right there. Oh my god. It's insane. Let's see if I'll do it. And what's this here? It's just a big cockroach? Yeah, I don't know about that. Millipedes won't bite. They'll shit all over you, though. Yeah, we used to have the millipedes in the kitchen, but they despawn. There's not as many of those anymore. And so, yeah, it's not as big of a thing. Used to what? Yeah, we don't have them anymore. Like, there's no more, like, millipedes or anything like that. I already saw the episode really probably with stuff like this. This is cool. It's probably his first day on the job, man. Like, that's what it is. Yeah, it's his first day on the job. That's it. This is a positive and negative feedback. What's this? This is fucking bullshit. Why is that bad? How would that be bad? Yeah, why would that be bad? Is it the app is bad? I don't know. It's super annoying to use. Yeah, I don't even know. It's just Twitch. It's just buggy. It looks like shit instead of just having a list of channels before. Yeah, I guess so. You go through each channel even though you don't follow them? Really? Wow, that's nuts. Yeah, I had no idea that was even a thing. Her opening monologue? I think I already saw this before. Yeah, I saw this back in the day. Let's see how I go through the rest of this. Yeah, I went through all these. The list of follow channels is way better. I mean, I hardly ever, like, this is gonna sound crazy, but I hardly ever really watch Twitch. I just don't. Like, and the reason why I don't really watch Twitch a whole lot is because, like, it's just kind of... is kind of boring. Like, there's not really a lot that's going on. There's not a lot that's happening. It's just kind of whatever. So I can't really see myself like getting that excited or invested into it because there's just nothing really to do, man. Yeah, it's boring. Yeah, it is. I really think it is. YouTube's weird. But YouTube's weird. But like, I only watch OnlyFans, Hardcore WoW. Yeah, a lot of people watch from YouTube. That's it. Apart from you, I only watch Twitch. Yeah, exactly. Company's a streamer, doesn't watch streamers. Plus today, there's you got an ad clicking your stream. Not that I'm complaining, but it's new. Yeah, they got a lot of ads now, and that's it. Hey, at least you try to make it. I try to make it interesting, right? But it's crazy to me that like Twitch has changed so much, right? Because I think that one of the big problems with Twitch is that right now there's no big game out, right? I mean, there's no game that everybody is playing. Like, you know, in the past, there have been like one big game that was like popping off. Everybody was excited about that game. But if I actually go and look, like, where is that game right now? There really isn't one. It's just kind of people are, Wukong is going to just be like a one and done, man. It's not like people are going to go in on that game and play it for a long time. They're going to play it for a bit and then they're going to stop. Like, it's not going to be like Warzone in 2020, PUBG in 2017, Fortnite in 2018. Like, you had also Among Us. Like, there needs to be like a new big game that comes out that gets everybody to play and like log on and like, you know, get on the space. But like right now, there's just nothing, man. There's nothing going on. Yeah, my streamers are great streamers, to be honest. Yeah, exactly. Convergence mod is sick. No, Elden Ring's not always popping off. Yeah, but like Elden Ring isn't like a, it's not like cultural phenomenon that like gets a lot of people to like watch online streams. Like, not in the same way that like Fortnite or Among Us was. Like, it's not the same thing. Like, as big as Elden Ring is, it's not the same thing. There's a big, like, holy, yeah, there's not like that big game. Like, that big game everybody wants to play, everybody wants to get into, right? So, yeah, that's what I think. That's my opinion. Are you still playing POE off stream? Not right now, yeah. One player game to prove yourself as a gamer? Yeah, I don't know. Do you think AOC will change that? Will Ashes of Creation change this? I'm gonna be honest, like, maybe. Like, maybe it could. It has the potential to if it's really good. Like, a big game, so like, this is what a game needs in order to be popular on Twitch and to be transcendent, okay? Number one, it needs to have a massive player base and it needs to be a good game. Like, that's number one. That's most important. The second important thing for Twitch specifically is that it has to create a way for streamers to play with each other and to interact with each other. Because streamer interactions are what keeps a lot of the viewership fresh, right? Because that's how you have new people that pop off, is because there's somebody who you interact with and then this person is entertaining, and now they might stream, so more people are watching them, create an ecosystem. Like right now, everybody's just sitting flat and doing their own thing by themselves. And that's a big fucking difference, man. That's a huge difference. Like, yeah, GTA RP, like in 2022, whenever it popped off, that was crazy. Nobody's watching porn. What? What's the first boost number? I must have missed it. It's gotta be, oh, right there. All the way down as one person. Nobody gives a shit about that. Like, that's like a fraction, that's like a drop in the bucket, man. That's like nothing. Yeah, nobody cares about this at all. She's really good. She's good at it. But what I'm saying is that the OnlyFans could be big in October. I mean, I feel like people have already seen it. You know, like, that's the problem, is that, like, classic WoW is, like, it's... People have already seen the experience, and they've already gone through... Like, the gameplay isn't going to be exciting, right? It's not. So, it's like, there's always going to be WoW Andies who are going to watch it. But... Yeah, the experience the way you do it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we already did an act like 20 times. Maybe now 5 years later. Well, no, it's just like that. Like in like 2 or 3 years, I think hardcore WoW would be really good and it would work well. But the problem is that the content in hardcore WoW, by the nature of it being classic, is static. It doesn't change. So because it's static and it doesn't change, people aren't going to play hardcore WoW and be like, wow, this is all new and different. It's already happened. So, like, World of Warcraft got really popular in 2018, right, because of Classic. But, like, the hardcore boom, again, didn't happen until, like, 2023. Like, that's 4-year cooldown. So, I don't think it's... And, like, UC and Wrath didn't have anywhere near the splash that it did, right? It's like getting bored or something. Yeah, it's the same thing. People see the same thing happen over and over and over. Right? I think that's how people get bored and they get tired, you know? And are there any of the Assassin's Creed games all time on Twitch? I don't know. But, like, the reason why... no, like, y'all see kind of what I'm saying, though, about this. I'll talk about this for a minute before we want to. Is that I actually think this is a huge topic. Because, like, Twitch right now, like... And this is why, for example, the only people on Twitch right now that are growing a lot Like groups of people, like there's individuals, right? There's always individuals. But like groups of people are the guys like FaZe and like the whole W. And the reason why they're growing a lot is because they're collaborating with each other and they're playing and doing things together, right? Because people like watching that, and the social, like kind of parasocial element of like being able to watch other streamers and like everybody playing together, and you feel like you're part of it, right? And yeah, cross-pollination, exactly. And like you also have the component where it's like these guys who are doing it are also they're promoting each other, they're on each other's streams, and so you have an actual community. Whereas like now, it's like with a lot of other people, like for me, I'll tell you, like I used to be much more like, if you go back to like what I did in 2017, 2018, I used to be doing all kinds of stuff with other people. But like, I just don't really do that as much now because I have other responsibilities and I have other things that I do, right? And so that's really what it is. 2017 felt more community heavy. Yeah, but that's the way that people feel about FaZe now. Like whatever your nostalgia for 2017 Twitch is going to be some Zoomers nostalgia for Twitch right now. You see what I'm saying? X, you see how that for a while, this community got people from Aiden and Hassan community want to ship? I don't know about that. Like I'm just saying like in general, right? That's the case. Basically all the yeah, people's priorities change and everything like that. So that's the reason why Twitch is growing. It's because there's no big game to drive viewership, and a lot of the streamers are coasting, right? I mean, like for me, and it's also, it's not just coasting, it's like streaming less, doing less content, etc., right? And like for me, I stream a lot still, I do. But I don't really try to go as hard on it as like I did in 2020, right? Like I went to break like that year and the year after, right? And so yeah, I'm confident the young kids are playing WoW. Yeah. There's also another factor. People that come they make content from back then just slowly step away and vanish. Yeah, but like that's a good thing for them though, right? Like that's what somebody's life is supposed to do. We're getting old guys, WOD streams for the shit. Yeah, but people say that, but like really there's only a few thousand people, a couple thousand people that are watching that, right? So like it's clearly not true. Too many reactors, too little gaming content. In my opinion, people got more lazy. The React content is more popular than gaming content. See, like that's what you don't understand, is that actually React content is one of the reasons why more people are on it. The truth is that like games are like, because you think about the barrier to entry for like being able to watch League of Legends or like watch Apex Legends or watch fucking like World of Warcraft. Like you have to understand so much stuff about the game to be able to appreciate what's happening on the screen. But like if you're watching a YouTube video with some streamer with the chat, anybody can take part in that and anybody can be a part of that. The React is universal. That's why it's more popular. So it's not really about being lazy at all. In my opinion, I think it's easier to sit there and play video games all day than it is to stream. To react, but that's because I'm spending a lot of time talking. Like I watch most people play video games. It's so fucking boring. Like, oh my god, like it's so boring. Like I just watched somebody play through a fucking game. Oh my god, who wants to see that? So like it's really hard to do. People also watch streamers and YouTubers play games for streamers' reactions. Yeah, they do. I feel like you should off great views. Yeah, that's because a lot of people watch the stream though, right? That's it. You think creating YouTube videos is harder than streaming? As somebody who did both, it's something that's like the grass is more greener on the other side. Where it's like when I was making YouTube videos, I thought streaming was easy, and whenever I was streaming a lot, I wanted to go back to making YouTube videos. Because like each one of them has like its own unique differences and like problems. So it's not really that simple at all. Yeah, different skill set? Yeah, it's different. Twitch is second on the content at best. Yeah, I think in a lot of cases. Do you miss making YouTube videos? Yeah, a little bit, right? I mean, it's fun. Yeah, of course. Would you like a game of Deep They don't talk, no responses. It's like dad stream. I really sleep. Yeah, exactly. I really watch you for gaming, but I do have specific streamers I watch for specific games. It just depends. Yeah, but it's like what I'm saying is like specific streamers, specific games. Like the POE sector. Like think about it like this, right? Everybody who's watching POE probably plays POE or has played POE. Like there's very rarely probably somebody who's watching a Path of Exile stream on a regular basis that doesn't actually play the game. So like that really narrows down a lot of people, right? That's it. me, it was extremely hard to follow your POE stream. I didn't get anything. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna watch games on Twitch for 10 years. I can't get into it anymore. I just watch React content. Yeah, I think that really some people just like to, they just want to sit there and chill, right? They don't want to play a game or anything like that. They just want to chill. That's it. So since you've React content to gaming, yeah, I mean, and also like it's that Twitch, like React, because React content is like it aggregates better and it's like better at attracting an audience. More people want to do React content because it gets more viewers in general, right? For like most streamers, React content is their most popular content. Like outside of like maybe a big game release for like a popular gameplay streamer, primarily like React content, just chatting content is more popular because it's more accessible, like, of course, right? So yeah. And also, unforeseen advancement realizes the popularity of gaming masses in VR tech. Well, I don't know about that. Twitch should become some kind of background noise. Yeah, I think it has been. So when I start making YouTube videos instead of reacting to a while ago, still true. Yeah, I've just been busy. Like, that's it. Twitch is perfect for reacting. You can chill and have a conversation with your audience. Yeah, I think it is. Absolutely. I disagree halfway. I love watching Hearthstone, but I never played. I follow some popular Hearthstone streamers. Yeah, but like I didn't say Hearthstone. I said Path of Exile. Obviously, the barrier to entry to watching Hearthstone is lower than Path of Exile. I never said that about Hearthstone. Trying to play Once Human again? Maybe, yeah. I always thought YouTube videos were more easy because of the lack of urgency. Yeah, but you want to make YouTube, like there's a lot of extra stuff that you have to do in YouTube videos that you don't have to do with Twitch. So like there's a lot of complexities to it. Yeah, Jinxie case is the exception. Well, Jinxie plays Rainbow Six, right? For sure. And like that's hard to understand. But Casey, a lot of the games he plays, like I can understand what's going on in a lot of the games that Casey plays because they're not like Path of Exile, right? It's not World of Warcraft retail. Like the game is simple, it's easy to understand. So like somebody can watch the game and be like, oh, okay, I see what's happening, right? And so that's really the difference. Like that, and that's a smart thing to do. Very smart. What's your take on the civil war in the UK? Were they having a civil war over there? Why are they even mad? They're mad because of like people getting stabbed and shit? Yeah, they're rioting? Really? I mean, it's not even on UK mosques, secure emergency boost. I've announced emergency security for all mosques across the country. Labor government confirms Jewish synagogues and Christian churches will not receive any emergency security support. Mosques in England will be offered emergency security, which the Home Secretary, British government is providing emergency security. The mosque will give a rapid response. Oh my god. Damn.
Great protection with new emergency security can be rapidly deployed as a rearrangement like
what are they mad for?
Yeah. Process with mosques. This is providing disorder and local security personnel, providing community and vital support and ensuring this includes the work already being done by local forces, as you said, to protect
immigrants were stabbing people? Well, they shouldn't have been. Why don't they just vote for somebody who didn't really immigrants? Well, I don't see the problem. That's not true, I don't know. They tried? Not enough. Well, then why they attack the mosque? Like, the mosque didn't do anything. Like, that's just those people. There's too many people that, too many that can vote now. There's a growing far-right minority over immigration. It's the same for most of Europe. Well, yeah, of course. I mean, like, that's the same. Of course it's going to happen. But, like, I mean, I really don't see, like, in my opinion, I think that a lot of them, it's not a minority. Is it a minority? I don't know. I mean, if it's an actual majority, I don't see how it happened in the first place. I'm from Southport, very white population, not much tolerance for foreigners. Well, here's the thing, right? Is like a country doesn't have any obligation to people who aren't their citizens to make them comfortable. Like, that's just the truth. It's like, this is the country, like, you don't have to, like, Chinese people don't have an obligation to make Americans comfortable in their culture. You know, Saudi Arabia doesn't have an obligation to make Americans comfortable in our culture, in their culture. And we don't have, like, Europe doesn't have a responsibility to make anybody from any place, like, whether they're from, you know, Syria or some shit, comfortable in their culture. Like, that's it. And so, yeah, you either assimilate, you get with the program, or in my opinion, you get the fuck out. So if they didn't do that, and they just let that happen, that's their fault. Because anybody could have seen this was going to happen. Anybody could have seen this would have happened. It's crazy. If you know the history of how Lebanon fell with tolerance and numbers voting, same thing's happening here. Every time they try to do something, the left block it, etc. Well, then get more people. Yeah, like, then get more people. Like, that's it. Because eventually, like, it probably will hit a breaking point. They set a hotel on fire? What the fuck? Damn.
Bin's going. She's gone. Bin's up. Bin's up. Come on, bin! That bin's up. That bin's up now. Bin's up.
Yep. I think they're just hitting a breaking point. Yeah.
Push him back.
Damn. They're gonna elect a new Hitler pretty soon, I'm pretty sure. I think it'd probably give it like 5-10 years. Yeah, they're gonna do it again.
That fire's going now, there's no point in that.
We already have them? No, bro, like, not like this. Yeah, I think that's what's gonna happen. It's a TOS, so. Doesn't seem like it's that bad. Yeah.
Mambas, Rotherham guys, please. Guys, share this live out. My phone's going to die very soon.
Wow.
Oh, something's happening upstairs.
Oh, it's set on fire? Holy shit. Jesus.
All windows are smashed, guys. All windows are done. Top windows are in there, look.
Oh my god. That's nuts. Wouldn't surprise me, Asman. What's this here? Many people our age category and younger are not happy in general. Unfortunately, they haven't learned much about history, about fascism is going to hit them in the face. Yeah, I think they're going to elect another Hitler. I think that people might not see it now, but like, there's going to be more and enough of these people that are going to do it again. For sure. Shit take. All right. All right. We'll see what happens. Clip it. Clip it. You're going to see what happens. Like, what, like, ask yourself the question, why wouldn't it happen? Yeah, like, why wouldn't it happen? If you honestly think that people have evolved beyond that, like, oh, people are, like, more, you know, like, forward thinking, no, they are not. It happened in France already? No, she didn't win. Yeah, she almost won, but she didn't win. Anti-fascists have mobilized to push far-right mobs back. What is this? Yeah. Yeah, I could see this getting really bad. Absolutely, I could see it getting super bad. Did they not realize the Adolf Party started with socialism and silencing opponents? The Adolf Party started because of a lot of other things too. Like, basically, that whole movement was like about making Germany more for Germans and less for Jewish people. Like, that's what happened. It was like after World War I. Yeah. Or the PvP servers? Yeah, I could easily see this happen. It was anti-socialist? Well, like, all I'm saying is, like, this is... I think that's what's going to happen. I don't think that they're that far away from electing somebody that's absolutely nutty. I don't know. What do you guys think? Y'all think that's going to happen? They want this? Yeah, no, I think it could happen. Was that gonna happen? We just had an election. Bro, they want a PvP? Yeah. They're in an economic decline, and he blamed the Jews, so they had a target. This is really going the opposite direction. We restored for Stamer, who's labor, and supposedly bringing in more immigrants. Well, then, I mean, like, shit. I mean, you can riot all you fucking want, but, like, if you lose the election, then that's too bad. That's the way I see it. It's not that complicated to me. Like, people love to cry and get mad about shit, but, like, sometimes you just lose the election. Oh, here we go.
Be in no doubt, those that have participated in this violence will face the full force of the law.
Uh-oh.
The police will be making arrests.
Yeah, they should.
Individuals will be held on remand.
Yeah.
Charges will follow, and convictions will follow.
Yeah, of course.
I guarantee you will regret taking part.
I mean, you
in
can't
this
go around
disorder,
burning down buildings,
whether
right? I mean, you can't do
directly
that.
or those whipping up this action
Yeah.
online and then running away from terms. This is
Yeah.
not protest. It is organised, violent thuggery, and it had no place on our streets or online.
UK prisons are full. They'll just slap the fines on the people involved.
Be in
Then
no
nothing's going to happen. People are not going to stop because of fines. Try finding videos of Muslims running around with knives and machete. It doesn't really matter to me. Like, I'm sure that there's probably, like, are they having some kind of, like, weird race war or culture war over there? Like, listen, I said this earlier today. 350 years ago, we fought a war to not have to give a fuck about what happens over in Britain or in Europe. Okay? Like, I don't really give a shit. If they want to vote in and have this problem and go to a fucking war with each other, that's fine. Just stay away from me. 250? Yeah, 250 years ago. There you go. Yeah, it's 250 years. So I don't really give a shit. It's a culture war. They want their country back. Well, then, I mean, shit, vote. Right? That's the difference. Fear grip Muslim communities across the UK. Sunday is far-right riots and Islamophobic attacks spread to cities. Yeah. God damn. I wonder what's going to happen with this. I actually do. I'm really kind of curious to see how far this is going to go. Because I could see things completely go out of control. I could easily see it happen. Do you think this is going to happen in the US? No. I don't think so. They did 4% group of clowns? Yeah. Far Rider's going to write? Yeah. Nothing will happen. It'll blow over. You think it'll just blow over? Maybe it will. Like, has it ever been this bad before? Like, I'm trying to think. Like, I really don't, like... I don't... like, when? When was it? What year? 2011? Man, I don't remember that very well. Like, I remember there were, like, riots in, like, Greece and shit, but, like, that was over, like, economics, right? 1936? Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. That's what people are stressed out about, right? Yeah. That's the whole concern. You remember that? Yeah, that was not so good. Greece declared bankruptcy? Yeah, exactly. Right-wingers have become more popular in EU, but still the majority of people vote left. It's not even close. Well, I mean, you can't riot whenever you lose an election. I mean, what the fuck? Like, if you lose an election, then, like, you can't just go, like, imagine what it would be like if everybody that lost an election went on a riot. That would go crazy. What you seem to not understand is the government's taking so many immigrants, the British can't outvote those immigrants anymore. Well, then stop them from doing it. Like, I guarantee you get enough people in front of the Parliament building, there's going to be enough people in front of there, you can stop it from happening. It can. You get enough people together, you do anything you want. Never forget that. They tried, they didn't have enough people then. That's it. They can't vote? Yeah, I don't even know. Like, usually they can't, but, like, I'm not really even sure. Remember Capitol Hill when Trump lost? Yeah, because there wasn't enough people. He wasn't, like, there wasn't, make no mistake, if there was enough people, Trump could have turned the election easy. Absolutely. Like, you really think, like, this has already happened in history. People change elections all the time. Yeah, you just get enough people to do it. She sure damn tried. Yeah, he did, but he didn't. Yeah, he didn't because there wasn't enough people to do it. It's not past that tipping point for us. It's really not. Like Maduro, yeah, exactly. Brits voted several times against immigration. Have they been betrayed? Well, I mean, I don't know what to say about that. I don't know their politics. But all I'm saying is I think that if this stuff keeps happening, I think they're going to elect another crazy person. Will it be as bad as Hitler? There's only one way to find out. Probably worse, you left it fester. I could see it even being worse. I don't think people understand like how crazy some people are. Like, didn't they elect that one guy? Where was it? And like this one guy, and he said that it was like the Merry Christmas to everybody except drug dealers because we're gonna kill you. Like, who was that guy again? I'm trying to remember what his name was. Yeah, Elsa Duarte. Yeah, Duarte. That's what I thought it was. I wasn't sure. Yeah, that guy was crazy. Yeah, and people voted for him. That isn't that bad. All right. So like a stand-up guy. Well, either way, I could easily see something crazy like that happening, especially after this many riots and shit. You can't compare it to 1930s with conditions today. It's just historic blasphemy. No, you're right. You're right. It's not that bad. Yeah, comparatively, it's not that bad. It's not even remotely close. For sure. You gonna talk about the Olympics drama with the amount? No, I already talked about that 5 times. I want to talk about it again. Yeah, what's this here? A new party was formed a few years ago to be against immigration. It's slowly gaining popularity. Yeah. Drug war, Duarte was great. You don't know what goes on in the Philippines? I don't, but I know that if people... So, I have... You guys all know this, right? I have a very, very dark view of people. And I think that people would have no problem voting in somebody as fucking insane as somebody like him or Hitler or anybody like that. I think it could easily happen today. And it can happen so fucking easily, you would be shocked. It's like, you think that, like, we're way past this. It is right beneath the surface. It could happen in 5 years. Like Trump? No, Trump is a joke compared to this. No, not like Trump at all. Like, Trump acts crazy, but he doesn't do anything super crazy. Not offend Duarte, Jesus Christ. I'm just saying, I think that's what could happen. I think that people that aren't taking that seriously are, I think they're being naive. To be honest, I really think they're being naive. Nothing's as liberating as a scapegoat. What's this year? Fascism is literally on the rise everywhere in the West. Yeah, Trump, only someone with actual charisma would be scary. Yeah, absolutely. Immigration's only good if the immigrants have the same core values as the country. I mean, it's not my problem. Like, whatever Europe, like, I don't give a fuck what happens in Europe. Like, it seems like a bad idea to bring a bunch of immigrants over, but what the fuck do I know? Like, I don't live there. It's not my issue. So, like, it's not my, like, I don't really know. I'm just saying that I think this is what's going to happen. Because I feel like these people will, like, they'll get ignored, and they'll get more and more and more extreme. Because, like, that's always what happens. When will you announce your endorsement of Kamala Harris? Next week, man, for sure. After I get paid. They shut down a Game Informer, which is kind of crazy. Like, I was kind of shocked about this too. Did she DM me? Not that I'm aware of. So you don't care about the 1,500 immigrants that came from Canada to New York yesterday? Well, yeah, of course I care. I just say get rid of them. Like, I don't think anybody should be coming over here. Like, no, like, absolutely not. Like, illegal immigrants? No. Like, get rid of every single one. That's my viewpoint. Absolutely. It's not, in my opinion, it's not even a question. Like, if you want to immigrate over illegally, sure, yeah, fine. But, like illegal, no, just get rid of them instantly. What about refugees? Why would I give a fuck? Like, that's not our problem. It's not my, like, if I'm running the government, I'm running the government for the best interests of the people that live in the country. That's what it's for. Not to make myself feel good by helping other people. That's secondary. Yeah, that's not our problem. Like we can't adopt everybody in the world's problems. Worry about our own people. Yeah, we got crackheads. We got people living on the streets. Like, you really want me to give a fuck about something that's like in another country? No. Absolutely not. Not even for a second. Yeah, I mean, people like it, but nobody likes to say shit like that because they're afraid. It sounds bad. If you stop bombing them, maybe they won't come. That's not, like, I agree. We shouldn't be doing that either. But nobody's gonna gift or seeing this thinking that. Yeah, it's all the gift, bro. Like, that's it. People don't say that because they're guilty. That's the reason why. We gotta send more support to Israel. Yeah, exactly. Well, it's not sounding bad because yeah, exactly. I think it's normal. You're on the own in the EU. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna, bro. It looks like we're gonna be getting some refugees from Britain if things keep going the way they are, man. Yeah, we're gonna be getting refugees from the EU. Oh my God. Dude, that was bombing in South America. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure the U.S. is something to destabilize things down there, but at the end of the day, I just really can't give a fuck. Like, it's people in other countries, that's their problem. I don't give a fuck about them. Like, that's really just the way I feel.
GameStop. This is a company that's been on a downward spiral ever since they realized they can't just rely on physical sales due to the fact that physical sales are just declining. It's a digital age, and GameStop having failed to adapt, and with piss poor leadership and management, they've only been relying on meme stocks to stay afloat. And along the way, there have been some casualties, including none other than Game Informer, which GameStop bought out all the way back in 2000. And the name Game Informer is just synonymous with
crazy
gaming.
that you bought out Game Informer when the internet was out. Like, that's insane. Like, I could understand buying it out in 1999, even 1998, but in the year 2000, geez, what a dumbass mistake. Damn.
They've been around since frickin' 1991. They're the oldest video game magazine, and any gamer will have some kind of fond memory with buying some kind of magazine, buying an issue that covered a game that they were hyped for with exclusive coverage that was just next level, especially back in the day. Obviously, there's a lot more coverage that is much more widespread in this day and age, in the digital age, but I mean, not too long ago, Game Informer was the magazine you'd go to get the most extensive coverage for games, and even
Game Informer was one of the only ones that covered everything, because like you had Xbox magazines, you had like PlayStation magazines, you had a bunch of other shit magazines, but like you never had like just one magazine where like everything was being covered. Oh shit, Shyrody, yo, thanks for the raid. Thank you very much. Hi guys, what y'all doing? We're talking about magazines. The fact that they're dead. That's it. Womp womp. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, thank you guys. And
in modern times, they would do exclusive coverage and cover stories and have all kinds of exclusive content with deep dives into upcoming games. They'll provide just an incredible amount of information and insight into the development process and what we can expect from a game. And so it's incredibly sad to see them go out like this.
I'm gonna be honest, like I'm not emotional about this one, but I was on Nintendo Power. I remember when Nintendo Power, like they said it was done. I was stressed. I was like, oh shit. Like, really? Stop. What's going on?
GameStop is utterly butchering Game Informer with hardly any notice and completely taking down one of the sort of most iconic aspects of gaming and gaming coverage and gaming journalism.
I feel like if you work in one of these companies, like, so if you work at a job that you get paid a lot of money and you hardly have to do anything, you probably should be worried. Because eventually some guy is going to figure that out. And they're going to get rid of you. That's what's going to happen. It's the same if you work inside of an area inside of a company and you're doing some kind of job, some bullshit, right? And you don't think you're making any money for the company, you should be looking for another job. You should be worried.
And we have seen this first in the form of a tweet. You official data on the Twitter page. The tweet here reads the final level farewell from Game Informer. We got a statement right here. You can find the same statement if you go to GameInformer.com right now. It's right here after 33 thrilling years of bringing you the latest news that we have insight into the ever-evolving world of gaming. Due to the heavy heart that we announced the closure of Game Informer. In the early days of pixelated adventures in today's immersive virtual realms, we've been honored to share this incredible journey with you, our loyal readers. While our presence has stopped, the passion for games that we live together will continue to live on.
Yeah, it's like the magazines have been irrelevant for 10 years. Like, if not longer than that. It's just an outdated medium that people aren't interested in anymore. Like, that's just the way it is. It's amazing that print media has lasted this long. Yeah. Because it's like, why would you want to buy a like magazines take up space, they cost money. There's a lot of reasons, right? Whereas you could just go and get, you know, the information from a YouTube video or from a website, and it's easier, way easier.
Thank you for being part of our epic quest. Now, something that has been noted by now former Game Informer staff is that that statement was not written by anyone within Game Informer. Right here we have a coverage from Kotaku, and there's a portion related to the sources. Game Informer Twitter account posted the following statement on Monday. The sources tell Kotaku it was not written by anyone on the team, which was still in the process of making sure everyone on the staff was informed.
Hey, by the way, you're fired.
The way this all played out was extremely sudden. Yep. Because a lot of folks did not see this coming. One day GameStop called in.
I'm sorry to say, but like if you worked at Game Informer and you were like, wait, what? We're getting shut down? Like, you were living in a fantasy world, okay? How you not see this coming? Come on. And by the way, the reason why the companies do this is that there are people, it's like for insider trading, to prevent insider trading. And so that's why the companies don't tell people ahead of time.
Good job.
That Blizzard does the same thing, and Microsoft does it. A lot of people do this. It's
members of Game Informer to let them know they're out of a job and that just the entire Game Informer brand would be taken down. Staff were all called to a meeting on Friday with parent company GameStop's VP of HR. In it, they were told the publication was closing immediately. They were all laid off, and the game at least one staff there was work.
Just cut them out. Got rid of them.
And this means that the last issue of Game Informer will cover Dragon Age Veilguard as a cover story, and that'll be it. That's the end of Game Informer.
And that's why it's over. Because nobody gives a fuck about that game. And the way that they're going to cover it is probably not going to be representative of what the gaming audience actually thinks about the game. And so that's what happens. You make content that doesn't resonate with an audience, you die. That's just the way it goes. Like, that, I'm sorry, but like, games journalism and that shit, like, it's bad. Bad take on Dragon Age. It's an objective fact that a lot of people don't like the way the game is, and I bet Game Informer is parroting the same opinions that every single other games publication is parroting. They're saying the exact same thing. Like, there might as well just be one game news publication, and that's it. It might as well be a monopoly.
It's also worth noting that on the consumer side of things, those who subscribe to receive physical magazines, GameStop has not issued any statement whatsoever on any plans to issue refunds or whether such refunds will be provided, which is disconcerting. But perhaps the most egregious thing about all of this is the fact that the Game Informer website as a whole has been completely taken down. Again, if you go to the Game Informer website right now, you'll find this statement, but there's no way to actually access the website proper, which has tons of articles, videos, coverage of games, and exclusive coverage and cover stories and content that is now completely gone from the face of the internet. They didn't just shut down Game Informer, they literally nuked it. They literally deleted it, which means that we won't be able to preserve all of the coverage that they did. This is something that former...
That is sad. It's disappointing that they did that. I mean, at least you have the Wayback Machine, etc. But yeah, it's disappointing that happened.
Video lead at Game Informer, Alex Von Action, complained about saying that you can't hack these websites to back up our years of work. It's just a landing page now.
Bro, that actually sucks. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Like, that really does suck. There's really no other way to look at it other than that sucks.
He did say that he backed up in porn files, but we publish thousands of materials yearly.
I thought I said
12
porn
of us
files.
at the end, producing at print magazine, online stories, podcast videos, not to mention rigorous travel schedule, mostly shared between 5 or 6 editors. There's no time. This is genuinely important stuff we're losing in gaming history. This is just egregious what GameStop is doing here. Like, it's one thing to say it's the end of Game Informer, but to take down the website completely instead of at least keep that up and maintain that aspect of things.
It's crazy that they just took it down that day, right? They didn't even give people a week or anything like that. They just took it down instantaneously. That's brutal, man. Holy shit.
Is asinine. It's classic GameStop. We're talking about a business, again, that is just flailing, has no idea what it's doing, has not been able to adapt to the digital age, and a business that is so incompetent that former Nintendo of America president Reggie Fils-Aimé, when he once upon a time joined GameStop's board to help them turn things around, decided that he had enough and just left the board because leadership refused to explain how they would turn the company around, and they were just not taking in anything.
Like, anytime I went to a GameStop, not recently, but a bit ago, I went to a GameStop. You know what was at the GameStop? A bunch of fucking Funko Pops. They just got a bunch of Funko Pops sitting around with t-shirts about Dark Souls. Like, they're not even selling games anymore. Like, what the fuck is this? And shirts, it's like, what the hell happened, man? What the fuck? It's a Funko Pop. Yeah, what the hell is this?
Reggie was telling
Stupid
them
collectibles for old
how
children
to turn the business around. Right here we have another former Game Informer staff venting his frustration by saying, I'm furious about the end of Game Informer. It was an incredible 33-year run, and then GameStop pumps out this phony, empty farewell message. I bet money it was written by AI. Fuck you, GameStop, and a huge fuck you to Ryan Cohen, who's the CEO of GameStop, who's just been driving the...
I mean, I like, about them shutting it down out of nowhere, like, that's kind of sad, but, like, you got to expect that that's going to happen, right? I mean, let's be honest. Yeah, like, that's, like, of course.
Company into the ground and took Game Informer with it. Watch that they have sold Game Informer to someone. I mean, just to see Game Informer go down like this, really, I think, is quite tragic. And this ironically comes in a few days after GameStop tweeted the following: "Bet y'all wish you bought physical copies now." And
damn, ain't that crazy? Wow.
In reference to the Xbox 360 store shutting down.
Yeah.
And GameStop tweeted support for physical media by the large part because that's kind of a big part of their business. And I would say that I disagree with the fact that we should support physical media. But GameStop tweeting this shortly before.
I agree that physical media should be more emphasized. I think it becomes more important than ever now that all of the video games you have, you're accessing through some sort of store or some apparatus that if it goes down, your game effectively is deleted. I think that's the same for Steam, etc. It would be really great if, like, we could go to a place like GameStop and be able to just buy any game we want. It's just that that's not really accessible. And the only people that are really able to make games and distribute them to, like, a mass market, like to GameStops, they're these really big companies. Yeah, Steam has offline mode. Yeah, well, I'm like, Steam is just like one example, right? Like the Xbox 360 is like that. I only buy physical, more for the ones that don't. Yeah, I mean, I never buy physical. Like, the last physical game I bought was probably, like, Breath of the Wild or something like that. That was it. PC gamers aren't buying discs. Yeah, exactly. It's because oftentimes the content isn't even in the disc.
Shutting down and utterly nuking one of the very few remaining physical magazines that covers video games. And in terms of
nobody orders it, that's why like it's just not
like that's just the way it is. Yeah, and extent of coverage that Game Informer does. Yeah. It might be the only gaming magazine, physical gaming magazine, that did it at that level.
Yep.
And now that no longer exists. If you had any respect for physical media or just preserving at least aspects of the digital coverage that Game Informer has done, you would have kept the website up at the very least, or you would have sold Game Informer.
Well, it's like that you didn't even keep the website up for the employees so they could save copies of their work or make mirrors of it so they could use it to find another job. I feel like that's so scummy, and like you didn't need to do that. Like you did not need to. There's no reason that had to happen.
Somebody else to continue the legacy, find some way to keep it alive, but you utterly.
Bro, actually, hold up.
Continue the legacy.
Would be a W if you guys start selling more games in your stores instead of having those Funko Pops every store. I can see. I saw that just for a second, bro. I can read fast. Yep, absolutely. I like that comment.
Find some way to keep it alive, but utterly, completely, just decimated. What is like almost like a cultural institution in gaming history at this point. Now, there are some efforts that are being taken to preserve Game Informer. So right here we have MinMax, which for those who don't know is an individual outlet that was started some time back by former Game Informer employees who were caught in layoffs. And they're essentially taking effort through their Discord to organize a way to preserve some history and art.
It's like people were trying to propagate people were trying to like rent VHS rental stores. It's like this is just simply not viable or relevant anymore. Like you can have like we have Vulcan Video here, which is a video rental store. Like and there's like video rental stores out there. But like this is just never gonna be viable anymore. It's just like the culture in the world has changed, and it's already changed. It's been changed for years now.
Game Informer as much of it as they can. So it'll be interesting to see how much of Game Informer they do manage to preserve. But the fact that such efforts have to be taken instead of GameStop at the very least allowing some semblance of a grace period.
Yeah,
for
that's
the website
crazy.
to remain up, for this stuff to be archived, and for all the coverage that they did and all of the information that they've put out there to be preserved is just, I mean, it is the insult to injury. It is the sprinkle of pepper on top of your gaping wound. I really hope everyone manages to land on their feet, and I guess I'll leave off with my experience with Game Informer. I remember the first Game Informer magazine I bought was the one covering Elder Scrolls for Oblivion. It's how I discovered Elder Scrolls, literally through Game Informer and their coverage of this game. I remember buying that magazine, reading through the cover story, and being so incredibly hyped by everything they were saying about what this game was going to be. And then I bought the game and I played it, and it became one of my favorite games of all time. And from then on, I remember being a teenager, and the thing that I would look forward to.
I bought the game, I played it, I soft locked myself, then I couldn't figure out or advance the story at all because apparently I think I killed the king or something like that. I don't know, it was some sort of thing I messed up. And I would just go around killing people and taking all their stuff, and then I had so much stuff in my house, then I couldn't put any more stuff in my house, so I quit the game.
Most when I go like grocery shopping with my mom was going to the magazine rack.
It's the way it is. I beat the game.
There was a new issue of Game Informer, and every time there was, I'd pick one of those up and, you know, beg my mom to buy me the thing. And I'd just like read it from page to page, and especially those cover stories that provided like just unprecedented insight into the games that they were covering, especially at that time.
That was the place.
I remember buying quite a few issues, and every one of them being just like a momentous occasion, like I
had a Game Informer
monthly treat
subscription
to look forward to
back in the day.
And so I really do have fond memories of Game Informer and buying those magazines, and Game Informer being the outlet that kept me so up to date on some of my most anticipated titles. So to close the video off, I hope everyone at Game Informer knows that they have had a tremendous amount of impact in gaming culture, gaming history, and I'm sorry that corporate bullshit has ruined what should have been a continuing long-running venture. But know that you've had an impact.
I don't think it should have continued. I bet they were probably losing millions of dollars on it. They had to cut it off, but it was just it was fucked up for them to just shut down the website so the people that worked there couldn't even save their work. Yeah, like, let's be honest, right? That's just the way it is.
In the hearts of many who grew up playing games, like, I feel like everyone who grew up playing games will tell you some story about, you know, buying a Game Informer magazine. And, you know.
No, for me, it was, I remember we would go to Albertsons. And this was a grocery store. It's not even around anymore. Maybe it is in some places in the country, but like we used to have an Albertsons kind of, you know, like we would drive over there and then we would get food at Albertsons, and then there was a Burger King. And we would go there all the time. It is, yeah, I'm not really sure. But I remember you would walk in and their magazines would be like right there on the, I guess that's on the right. And I would sit there in front of the magazines and I would read all of them whenever my mom would shop or like she'd be in line. And like I would have her buy those for me too. And then they even had like, remember those things where they had the little, you would get like it's like the red thing on like the corner of the aisle. And you could like take it at the, what was it called? The coupon from it. Remember that? Yeah, the coupon dispenser. Yeah, this was like the year 2000, right? The year 1999. It was a real long time ago. Because I remember seeing like Game Informer about like Halo and shit, right? Man, that it is like, I mean, really for me it was Nintendo Power was like my real nostalgia magazine, but Game Informer was there too.
Game developers will tell you how special
you ever
it was
steal the
to
beta
see their
seeds?
game
No.
feature in the magazine and whatnot. So
I didn't steal
at the
anything as a
very
kid.
least, I hope you can, you know, if you are someone who worked for Game Informer, you can keep your head held up high, knowing that your work really, really mattered. Or at the very least, that's one man's take. Let me know in the comments below what your thoughts and opinions are on this sudden nuking of Game Informer, and, you know, share your stories about your experiences with Game Informer and their magazines. And to be further updated on all things gaming news, reviews, and discussions, stay tuned right here on Young Yeah. I'll see you guys next time. Young out.
Well, I think it's sad. I mean, I don't think it should be a shock. I'll tell you that. It definitely shouldn't be a shock to anybody. And I think it's so fucked up that they just shut down the website. He's right. It's so fucked up. But the reason why they stopped supporting Game Informer is real simple. It's because it wasn't making any fucking money. Like, anybody could have easily seen that doing a magazine for video games in this day and age, it's just not, it's not a thing anymore, guys. It's just not. Not surprising, extra shit to do, yeah. And so nuking the site is a total dick move. It's such a dick move. IGN is next. IGN has so much of an online presence that it won't happen. IGN isn't going to shut down. Like, I could see Kotaku shutting down, and I could see Polygon shutting down. I can't see IGN shutting down. Actually, you know what? I want to talk about that more. I'd use the bathroom first, though. Yeah, give me a minute. we don't have that much more. I gotta get some more beef jerky. I really do. Mr. Beast dislikes just dropped by 100K? Did they really? IGN knows marketing? Yeah. So the ones that are gonna fall off is IGN will be the only one that doesn't fall off, I think. All of the other ones are gonna fall off. The reason why is because IGN has the best reputation, number one. Number two, and I know you might think that IGN's reputation is bad. What I'm saying is it's the best, it's the least bad. Like, Kotaku and Polygon's reputation is way worse. So, can't do the eating. Nah, no. Let me finish this. The best, least bad? Yeah, exactly. And so what's going to end up happening is that IGN, and I think it's not just IGN, I think it's a lot of these other places too, they're going to be shifting over to doing things online. I'll link you guys a video again. But like, you're not going to see any more magazines coming out. Like, that's going to be done. Now, you could see maybe in like 10 years, 15 years, somebody doing a magazine again, as if like it's like kind of a retro thing. And you could see it get popular in the same way that like vinyls are popular. I could maybe see that happen, but I wouldn't bet on it, right? I definitely wouldn't bet on it. So yeah, IGN also on red carpets and shit too. They're bigger than people think. Yeah, IGN's not gonna die. I could easily see Kotaku dying. I could easily see like Polygon dying. I could see, what are some of the other ones? Rock, paper, shotgun, I could see them die. PC Gamer, I could see PC Gamer dying. Absolutely. Yeah, Prage, places like Kotaku. Yeah, GameSpot, remember GameSpot? GameSpot, yeah, a little bit, right? Like, not really. Eurogamer, maybe, maybe not. I don't really know. I don't really go there. Dexterdo? No, Dexterdo already shifted to, like, talking about, like, celebrity drama and shit, right? And, like, IGN does the same thing. And, like, that's never gonna go out of business. Like a new tweet, like every time a streamer says something stupid, like they're gonna post that. Like that's gonna get plenty of attention, much more than like a game thing will. Games Radar will never die. IGN acquired Eurogamer. Yeah, that's smart. IGN does games, movie, drama, all of it. Yeah, that's smart, right? And I think IGN is gonna be the only place that actually IGN is gonna be the only place that doesn't have its workers looking like this. Like, you work at Game Informer, this is you. You work at, you know, Kotaku is probably gonna be you. You work at, like, a lot of these places is probably gonna be you. This is gonna be you, that's your house. In 10 years. Eurogamer lost me whenever they refuse to review Hogwarts. Yeah, to me, whenever I see somebody do some kind of, like, a political, what's the word for it? Like, tantrum, right? Like, where it's like, oh, we're not going to review Hogwarts Legacy or something like that. I'm just like, okay, this is a joke, right? I'm not going to take these guys seriously. Because it's just you, after that, to me, it's like, I can never take what somebody says authentically anymore. Or I have to look at it through the lens of, like, that bias and assume that everything that I see and hear from them is not authentic. That's the way I see it. Showboating, grandstanding, yeah, exactly. Like, any sort of grandstanding or, like, anything like that, I immediately say, you know what, I'm not about it, I don't want to hear it, I don't want to deal with it. So yeah, with a pinch of salt, exactly. That's true, IGN doesn't just cover games. Yeah, it still has to get approved, it's not just one person. Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, in general, it's something that I think is a, it's a big issue, right? Faking dislikes, yeah, I don't know about that. Mr. Beast killed puppies, yeah, he also eats them, and people, of course. I mean, everybody knows that. Wouldn't that be the same thing with you covering about issues that people about you know? Yeah, exactly. And like that's why people, because and don't get it twisted, right? If I cover an issue with somebody and people think that I provide biased coverage to that issue, they are going to be less likely to take my opinion seriously in the future, because that's what any normal, reasonable person would do. if you have somebody and this person gives biased coverage, you're going to assume that next time they're also going to give biased coverage. Like, it's common sense, right? So that's what happens the most, is that, like, people, usually reputations aren't damaged instantaneously. They're damaged over a period of time of collectively through a pattern of bad behaviors. So, for example, like, any streamer that's, like, lost a lot of popularity, it was almost never the case where it was, like, one time they did something bad and now everybody hates them, right? Like, it's death by 1,000 cuts. Yeah, bro, like, it's a scarlet rot. Exactly. And so we all have biased coverage. It's hard to understand others' experiences. Yeah, but there's a spectrum of that, isn't there? Let's be honest, the majority of people don't actually care about video games. That's why all popular gaming media is a personality contest instead of focused on gaming news. Yeah, I think also it's more profitable to be a personality contest. So yeah, would this mean GameStop is finally going under? I wouldn't be surprised. I'll tell you that. I really wouldn't be surprised. So yeah, the completionist fell off like a rock. Yeah, I really don't know what happened with that guy. I have no idea. But like, in general, I think this kind of stuff is going to happen a lot, and you're going to see it happen more too. But whenever you see streamers that are, or like YouTubers, there almost never is like one specific thing. Like the completionist, like if I actually look at, like, let's actually look at this. We'll look at Social Blade, okay? I don't know if I can find it like this. Maybe space, the completionist. Channel suggestion. What's it called? Yeah, what's this channel called on YouTube? You spelled it wrong? Yeah, I'm stupid. What's it? How you spell? Oh, I fucked up. Yeah, I see. There we go. Okay, so it's this guy right here. So when did the drama happen? Let me see when the drama happened.
Exile.
Where is it? 6 months ago, right? So it's basically about let's say 7 months ago. So 7 months ago was January. So it's basically at the beginning of the year. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. It was already going down. It was already, look at this, like even months before, he was at 0 to 10,000. Like this dude had fallen off for a while. Like the controversy might have damaged him even more, but like he had been falling off for a bit. Yeah, he was going down for a while. Yeah, that's the thing, right? And you can see this with a lot of the content creators that like a controversy damages them. Is like their popularity was already going down. Pro Jared, I don't know anything about him. Like I know about this guy's situation because I saw it a lot, but like that's it. No, I remember what he did. Yeah, exactly. I forgot he existed. Yeah, and like if you go, you look at like, let's see, how his posts are, videos. Is he still releasing videos? Yeah, he is. I mean, has 1 month ago has 100,000 views. That's pretty decent, right? But he's not like really. It seems like he kind of just stopped making videos, or he's making like half as many videos now too, but like he's still making content, etc. Nice flash in the pan. Yeah. He didn't, but the whole situation damaged him. Yeah, it definitely made things worse, but he's making less content, etc. Right? So I think there's a lot of reasons why it's happening. Diamond, something when controversy came to the completionist, it was some weird charity thing where like he was holding on to the money and then he ended up paying the money. It was just stupid. Yeah, basically, right? He's focusing on his charity more than his YouTube channel. Yeah, exactly. You speak one of me. Yeah. And so what I think happens with a lot of these people, and like really YouTube channels like this are what's really killing like games journalism and games media. And the reason why it's killing them is because the truth is, and this is another component, and I know this is going to be like a criticism of content creators, but it's true. It's that like gaming websites are held to a higher standard than individual creators on YouTube. So like an individual creator on YouTube can get something wrong, and nobody really gives a shit about it. But like if a website gets something wrong, everybody fucking shits on them, right? Now, why does that happen? There's probably a lot of reasons why that happens, but people do have a higher standard for like these websites, etc. So yeah, it's true, but the websites fuck up more? They do, absolutely. Or at least sometimes they do. I still can't believe the dude had the audacity to release the bunker video and not even address anything. Mr. Beast? People will respect that in the future. They will. They'll respect that. People always respect strength. Like, to be able to just stay the line and not give a fuck. Yep. He shall not be named. Yeah, exactly. That's how you do it. That's how you do it, man. Absolutely. So who cares? Exactly. Yeah, nobody gonna give a fuck, man. Any type of strength? Yeah, what are you expecting him to do? Bring more attention to the drama? Yeah. He stood on business, exactly. I think it's because people look at you as a content creator, see you as an individual versus a news outlet. Yeah, I think so too. And all I'm really trying to get at here is that, like, all of these websites are going to be dead. I'm actually surprised that more of them haven't already died. Like, it feels to me like they've overstayed their welcome by, like, 5 years. Like, I'm surprised that it's not done, like, and it like, just totally fucking finished, right? Those were the answers these days? Yeah, exactly. They had a lot of venture capital. Yeah, people tried to invest into it thinking something was going to change, but I really just don't think it will. Holding on for dear life, yeah. Weaklings will always ask for an apology. Even if you give them an inch, they'll ask for a foot.
No,
yeah,
just leave
because the thing is, like,
like
so
it's
if you
gotta
look
go
at it from
out
Mr.
today
Beast's
or
perspective, I think that he stands to gain nothing from making an apology. He literally stands to gain nothing.
Come on, let's get that
There's no
loaded.
improvement. There's nothing that's going to make people like
That
him again.
shipment's gotta go out
The
today.
only thing that he's going to be able to do is make more people aware that
We're
something
not
was
paying
wrong.
you to laze about.
And like you drag it out more and more and more.
That shit
And so yeah, if he
We're not bloody
apologizes,
paying you to
the
laze
drama
about.
continues. Yeah, apologies are an admission of guilt. They are. In the mind of the public, they are an admission of guilt. Now, are they an admission of guilt? Like, are they fundamentally? No, they are absolutely not. But a lot of people think that, and that's all that really fucking matters. Yeah, completely ignore the situation. Yep, make people aware, make more people think. Exactly. Like if I was Mr. Beast, that's what I would do. Is just completely ignore the entire fucking thing, pretend like it didn't happen, like just say, you know what, like, yeah, I'm past that, we did an investigation, that's it, and move on. It's like an out-of-court settlement. Yep, there you go. You're right, fundamentally it isn't. I should have specified perception. Yeah, exactly. I don't think Mr. Beast is legally liable because all social media is clout content, not officially run channels by the law, or events by the law. I don't know. They can figure that out. Did he talk about the MXR channel ban? Who got banned? Let me see this. Yeah, who got banned? MXR, is that the POE streamer? That was ages ago? Oh! Oh! I remember them. Well, what about this? Let me see if I can find this. That's their normal one, not MXR Plays. MXR Shorts. Man. I wonder why they got banned. Yeah. This like the third strike, it's gone. I mean, to be fair, like, here's the thing. is that they upload sexually explicit thumbnails and content. Like, somebody clicks on this video, you know why they're gonna click on this video? Because it's a thumbnail of two girls with fat asses that look like there's some sort of thing going on between them, right? You put the emoji over this, like, this is clearly, you're clearly baiting. You're obviously baiting. Everybody knows you're baiting. So they go and they have a profile. What do these say? We are officially banned on YouTube. We received a third strike yesterday from a clip that we reacted to almost a year ago. It was fine for months and months until it wasn't. This come 10 days before our first strike was set to expire. Well, that's convenient. Perfect timing to get us off the platform for good. The clip in question and all of our future uploads will be in our Patreon. You try to help these people, they wouldn't listen? Yeah, here's what I think happened. I think that YouTube, like, they've released so many, like, videos and shit like this. Like, it's all, like, a lot of this, like, not this, but, like, I remember looking at the MXR channel, like, the Plays channel. Almost every single one of their videos was, like, it just had, like, some sexual innuendo. Why would you, like, I mean, it was clear that, like, they didn't want you to do that. It was obvious they didn't want you to do that because you have two other channels that are not completely full of that, right? You got a little bit of it, but, like, it's not completely full of it. It's like, this is the same thing, right? Like, I mean, you can't just keep doing the same thing over and over and then be surprised when you get back. They said to not do it. Like, why do you keep doing it? But is that bannable? At a certain point it is, yeah. It was very edgy, yeah. YouTube wants to release this. It's not even that. He's been doing this for 10 years. Yeah. His channel is actually the 18+ channel. That's not an argument. You can't upload porn on YouTube and say it's okay. Like, that's not the way it works. Like, what are we talking about? Cable, do you mean that exactly? Yoga though? Hey, I mean, like, I'm not making the rules, but, like, all I'm saying is that I think it was incredibly irresponsible to keep uploading content that you know is on the line and then be like, wow, I'm surprised I got banned. You knew this was on the line. You knew this was a problem. But you kept doing it. You kept doing it. And they said not to, and they kept doing it. Like, YouTube's giving strikes for videos in the past is bullshit. It's kind of bullshit, yeah. Like, YouTube's not perfect, for sure. But they should have known. Or, they kept acting like doing that was really edgy. It was good YouTube ban them. I don't really say it's good, but, like, I mean, in my opinion, I feel like you should be able to do whatever the fuck you want. I don't really care, right? They already have 30K paying members on Patreon. Yeah, no, it's 18+. Like, I mean, I think that's a self-report right there, isn't it? This is full video, yeah. It's not necessarily good, but man, they should have seen it coming. Yeah, you should have seen. That's the thing. Like, that's exactly the way I feel. It's like, it's not good that you got banned. It's always bad somebody gets banned. But, like, they knew exactly what they were doing wrong. They kept pushing it, they kept doing it, and they got banned. That's what happened. It's like somebody, like, whenever they had, like, the whole DMCA thing, like, on Twitch, if you kept playing music and, like, you got banned for that, like, I'm sorry, but that's Rick Bozo. Like, you shouldn't have done it. 30K to react to videos is crazy. I mean, like, whatever it is, right? I'm saying, like, if they've got an audience, good for them. This is like the 5th time we got demonetized video. Yeah, like, you should have understood that this was the wrong thing to do. Why allow kids on YouTube anyways? I don't know. I mean, like, that's a different thing. Bannable offense, bannable offense, bannable offense. Oh man, why did I get banned? Yeah. So due to him using bullets for anti-censorship, I don't know what he was doing. The fake is super annoying. I'm happy with it. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, that's what happened. And again, if you make content, like, I tried, guys. But apparently people just don't want to listen. People want to have their own opinions. They want to have their own, what do you call it? Their own biases. It's like Logan Paul, he keeps trying to scam people. Just about the lawsuit. Yeah, maybe, right? Pretty sure it's far worse content than that and doesn't get banned. But like, that's not a good argument. Like, you're not gonna, like, that argument doesn't work. Like, that's an argument that, like, it works that YouTube, like,
Time to go.
it's still a bad idea. And if you go courting trouble and you find it, I'm sorry, but you shouldn't have been looking for it. You're looking for trouble. You're looking for problems. That's what it is. Yeah, it's a preschool argument. It's like, yeah, but like everybody else was doing this, I was doing it too. Like, it's not, that doesn't work. Like, that doesn't work anywhere. Why does everyone hate Mr. Beast for illegal lotteries all of a sudden? It's not even a secret. His videos are up with millions of views. Nobody really cares.
Good job.
Nobody gives a shit. People are going to be signing up for the lotteries next video he does. Yeah, nobody gives a shit. People just want to see somebody get taken down. And also, I think a lot of people hate Mr. Beast because he was high-roading about his trans shit. When like Chris transitions, like they're mad because they're like, oh, we don't like transgenders, so like Mr. Beast is supporting this, like paying service for it. So like now that we found the reason to like shit on him, now we're gonna go all the way in. That's why it happened. Yeah, people hate Mr. Beast because of Chris. It's just that simple. I think a lot of people on the internet like the power fantasy of being able to bring somebody down, right? Like you know, like hurt somebody or like stop them from being popular or something like that. I think that's definitely like a big component. I never liked his videos anyways. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's some people that wouldn't like them or whatever, but like that's just what I think. Yeah, he's got a touch. He's an annoying robot trying to sell you shit. Well, either way, what the reason is, like, all I'm saying is, like, people just don't like him. I don't think anybody genuinely cares about the illegal lotteries. Like, I really just don't think so. They like the power fantasy, being able to bring him down as much as being able to random shit. Yeah, people just like having power fantasy. That's all there is to it. I don't think I've ever watched a Mr. Beast video. No, I watched one video. I watched the video, I think, where he gave the, like, it was like that thing where, like, the kids were in Africa and he was, like, giving them water. Something like that.
It's time.
Bad take, and take 2 days. What's this one? Yeah, what's the bad thing? What were you not happy about? Right. What's this? What are you mad for? What I say you getting upset for? Mr. Beast drew me in with the $1 house giveaway. That's a good one, right? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, what was it? Trump stream in 2 days? I don't know when that's going to happen. Yeah, I probably should watch that.
Good job.
I watch a lot of those old random donate to streamers. Yeah, I think a lot of people have seen that. Yeah, Feather Ruffle, yes, John. No, we'll see what he got to say. I mean, it's all right. Yeah, we'll see what his opinion is. Is that the cook? Yeah, just for a second. Why not? Tell me when we can get. Yeah, Aiden Trump is the on. Oh boy, oh boy. That's gonna be crazy. Let him boil. It's still boiling. Is that right? Yeah, I'll give it a couple minutes. Because exactly our waiting channel, people keep asking me about that. So apparently somebody set up like a waiting channel for me, like a waiting room channel. I didn't endorse that. I mean, is it just rebroadcasting my streams? Like, yeah, I don't know who that is. They're monetizing it? Yeah, I have no idea who that is. I'll have to figure out on Twitch, figure out that person. Yeah. There's loads of them? Yeah. Yeah, I had no idea about that. It's AI. Yeah, I mean, I probably just don't. If it's a problem, I just put it down. So yeah, I just don't know. But yeah, this fully automated money grab. Yeah. I mean, it's a smart idea to be fair, right? It's definitely a smart idea. Yeah, it's just he just talking shit, doesn't have anything to say. Yeah, that's always what it is. Keep doing that for a lot of big channels on Twitch. It's easy. Yeah, but it's like it's easy money, right? Like I can see easily why they do that. That's smart. I personally reported it for impersonating. Yeah, no, I'll figure it out myself. I'm not too worried about it. Linus Tips got hacked the same way I did? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Not a smart idea at all. It's the lowest of the lowest. Being a smart doesn't mean it's high or low. Like that's a separate spectrum. I thought you didn't care about people using your content. In the past you said you did it. I think like rebroadcasting like a live stream of like the same stream that I'm doing is like obviously different than like, for example, like uploading like a YouTube video. And overall, like on YouTube, we have to watch out for it a little bit because of the like the Twitch rules. Or sorry, the YouTube like repeat content rules. But other than that, I'm not sure. Will you be streaming D4 in the near future? I mean, like, there's part of me that wants to stream D4, but at the same time, like, I'm kind of not that enthusiastic about it. Yeah, I mean, like, I played the last season. The last season was pretty good, but, like, I'm in a position now where it's like, I already played Diablo 4, I already did that, and I don't really see the reason for me to do it again. Right? Like, I mean, I already went and I did all this shit, and I'm gonna play WoW hardcore, did content. I'm never gonna play hardcore. Like, I'm not gonna do OnlyFans, I'm not gonna go back, but the most I will do is, like, react to other people playing the game. I'm never gonna do it. So, yeah, maybe. I mean, like, that's the last thing. It's just, why? Because it's not fun. It's not fun. Like, straight up.
Do it.
Like, there's nothing fun about it.
Well, exile.
Why would I do that? Like, hardcore's insanity? Yeah, like, there's no actual combat's boring. It's not even about that. It's just that, like, it's fun until you die to something stupid. Yeah. One mistake equals hundreds of hours gone. Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, for me, the idea that, like, I can lose a bunch of my progress just by making one mistake. Why would I want to do that? It doesn't even make sense. Like, it doesn't, like, yeah, or a bug, you disconnect. Like, why would I want to do that? For the challenge? But, like, that's not fun for me. Like, I don't do things, I don't challenge myself in games. I play games for fun. So, like, I really I could give less than a fuck about a challenge. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, it's an artificial challenge. It's not like, I don't have fun doing a challenge. I have fun playing a game that's relaxing. So, yeah, the Spectrum Internet Challenge, exactly. In your own free time, would you play a WoW practice server? Yeah, so your achievements become more meaningful, I guess. No video game achievement means shit, bro. Like, it's just a game. Once you get paid for it or something like that, like, it can mean something to you personally, but, like, it's just a game, bro. Like, don't get it twisted. It's just a game, bro. Like, so, yeah. What do you mean you're gonna be honest? Are you not honest all the time? Well, I mean, like, I guess it's probably just a phrase that I use, right? Like, I don't really go and do other shit besides that. But, like, yeah, that's it. You play for challenge all the time. The problem is D4 is the challenge isn't rewarding. Yeah, I think that's really what it comes down to. Is like the reason why I don't play hardcore WoW is that the challenge doesn't match the reward. Like, for example, a lot of streamers streamed classic WoW hardcore because it got them a lot of viewers. And everybody, like, was getting more viewers playing hardcore WoW. But, like, for me, I mean, I don't really give a shit, right? I mean, like, I could get a lot of viewers doing anything. So why would I go do something that's not fun? Like, I'm not going to get anything out of that. So, like, you got to remember, like, there it is. Yeah, there it is, right? So, like, why would I do that? Game that seemed hard. Why would you die? Just make a mistake, not paying attention. Respawn kills you, something like that. Yeah. You know, you get less viewers playing games normally. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, for sure. It's fucking video games, like a game where you set yourself a goal and if you didn't feel good, do that. If you like don't, do that. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, that's the way that I see about it. And yeah, I'm never gonna play hardcore WoW. Like, I could maybe run on my hardcore character and fuck around with it a little bit. But the truth is that, like, the way that I played hardcore WoW, like, that's not really a game, man. That's the same reason why, like, a lot of other streamers didn't really even play hardcore WoW. They just got mob tagged up to 60 when they did the raid. Like, wow, that's crazy. I'm sorry, but, like, it's a bit of an accomplishment, but you have, like, 3 people that are following you. That's not a big deal. Like, I mean, really, like, cause I know how I would feel if I did that. And I know that it wouldn't matter. Like, I wouldn't care. And so because of that, I stopped. Mom tagging is banned in OnlyFans? That's gonna be a bad time.
Keep the
yeah, that's gonna be a really bad time.
Simple exchange.
Thanks to
Yeah, pull the ladder up. Yeah, exactly. Carry to beat the game, bigger compliment. Yeah. Rep guild until it isn't. Yeah, that's the thing, is that, like, what you have to understand with, like, a lot of streamer events is that the streamer events have to cater to the big streamers, and they have to use the rules for them every time. Because, like, the reason why the events are popular is because of the big streamers. So, for example, like, Amaru, Soda Pop, and Mizkif doing the OnlyFans, that's the reason why it was popular. If that wasn't happening and it wasn't for them, nobody would be watching. So it doesn't, like, if they need to do it, they'll do it, right? They'll just change the rules because that's smart, right? Let's go test one. Yeah, it's just not my thing. You can make the stream with cams me too. Yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know about that. Would you play on Fresh 2018 service then? I don't want to, like. I've played through World of Warcraft Classic a number of times. I'll do it again in the Classic, but right now I don't really feel like please woke up. No, I'm not gonna, like, the reason why I didn't do, like, any, like, workout stuff or anything like that is because, honestly, I feel fine right now, and, like, you know, I feel, like, healthy and, like, okay. So if I'm already feeling fine, why would I want to why would I want to change anything, right? Like, that's it. Well, 1,000 viewers would be very upset if they saw that. How dare you insinuate they aren't there? They aren't the reason that OnlyFans is. Yeah, exactly, bro. Like, that's not how Twitch works. So yeah, future health change is good. I've never worked out or exercised and felt good after it. Not once in my life. Like, every time I work out or exercise, I'm like, thank God that's over.
Good job.
Yeah, I mean, that's really it. Like, you'll feel it in 5 years, maybe I will, right? But all I'm saying is, like, yeah, I just, like, I don't get that out of it. Like, I don't feel good. Like, other people say they feel good, it changes their mood when they work out. Like, for me, I don't feel that way at all. I'm just stressed out, and I don't want to do it. So, yeah. Same, I hate it. Yeah, I know. You're gonna age so poorly, bro? Alright. Yeah, what about when you were a teenager and super active? I mean, like, that's not really the same thing, right? Yeah, it's just not. Working out for me is like mental stretch. Yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of people try to, like, push the idea that, like, everybody should be working out when you should work out. Like, I think it's a good thing if you want to do it, but I'm just not the kind of person to, like, really care about because you're not committing to it. So I don't care. Like, there's no reason. Like, I'm not really, like, working out will never. Like, what will working out do for me? How will that improve? How will that improve any aspect of my life?
Time to go.
Yeah, health. I mean, I think that, like, light exercise. Well, we've got to make a difference here, okay? Well, let's actually make a difference. Like, light exercise, I think is good, but, like, working out and, like, getting big muscles and everything, I don't think that's really mandatory for life. You know? That's a very big difference, because obviously exercise is important. Obviously exercise is exercise, sure. But, like, working out, like, you know, lifting weights and all that stuff, I don't think that's necessary. Whatever makes you feel stronger, I don't think that's not going to help me. That's the way I see it. I feel like your opinion would resonate different if you didn't weigh like 30 pounds less. Well, like, that's the truth. I'm confused. Why would I want to do, I would have to do something that, like, I don't know, it's just like, it just doesn't, like, I don't get anything out of that. Yeah, strong controllers, yeah, grip strength and general muscle mass across size age groups is strongly correlated with longevity. Yeah, for sure. I think it's important to be in shape and to not, like, not be out of shape, right? Of course it's important to do that. But I'm talking about like working out and like really like exercising and like getting big muscles. I just don't see that. I don't see that as like being a value in my life. Like that's not going to do anything or improve anything for me. But like being physically fit and healthy, I think is fine. Yeah, and that is obviously true. So I think that we're talking about two different things. Because of course, obviously exercising and working out to an extent is healthy. But you don't need to like, you know, get big and like ripped or anything like that. So yeah, like that's what I'm really talking about. I think people might have got it twisted. Maybe even I did. But like that's where I'm at. I think a lot of your audience is probably concerned for your health in a wholesome way. Yeah, well, that's appreciated, right? This week, Twink Talk. I mean, I'm sorry. It's just not something that I have a lot of, like, I don't really give a shit, right? That's it. Yeah, yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, whatever it is. What's the question? Yeah, I'm not really sure, like, I was gonna play, like, maybe a little bit more of this. I don't really know what I'm gonna do today. I can maybe do a little bit more of this, play, like, Mecha Break again, maybe, like, play a little bit more Elden Ring and try and decide what I want to do today. Because, like, I went and I got on, what was the option? I uninstalled this fucking game.
Exile.
Yeah, get rid of this shit. Oh, shit. Okay. There we go. Elden Ring. I haven't played Elden Ring for a bit, man. What happened to Metal Gear Rising Revengeance? I am going to be playing that on Tuesday. That's kind of what I'm thinking about. Yeah, you're done with the boat league? Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm going to play POE probably for a while. Like, the reason why I stopped is that I just, you know, it's just too much, right? It's just too much to, like, I just get killed by things I can't see. And I'm just like, I just want to stop. Yeah, Elden Ring, yeah, exactly. And POE 2 needs to come out already. I just feel like there's too much happening on screen at the same time. And in order to keep up with everything, I have to either be like 100% focused on it, or I have to have played the game for like way longer than I already have. Yeah, so like that's the way I see it. They should remove the experience off in death. Well, they gave you like a thing that like reduces it though, to be fair. The game is too much fun. Yeah, there's too much going on. It's getting old. Yeah, well, either way, like whatever the reason is, like I just don't really find the same motivation to do it. Play Mecha Break off stream? Yeah, a little bit I do. Yeah, just a little bit. Just a grinding chill farming. Yeah, and it's like I can't chill farming when I know that I'm just gonna like get insta-killed randomly out of nowhere. Like to me, that just annoys the fuck out of me. I don't get sad with Dark Souls and Elden Ring. You die constantly to learn. Yeah, that's okay. Wait, what is it? They get to reduce the death ball thing? There's like a thing that like causes you to lose 75% less experience in yourself. How much energy do you have throughout the day? If you do, the energy runs from cardio in general. There's a lot of problems with energy. I'll tell you this, right?
Now!
Like, out of exercising or being physically active, I don't really get, I don't feel like I get anything emotionally out of that. So unless there's like a specific health benefit that I'm getting out of it, like I don't feel better mentally or physically. Like I don't, like I'm just, like when I do it, it's like, okay, I have to do this, and then I finish it, thank God it's over, right? So like I don't feel good or anything like that, it's just, that's it. Maybe you're not doing it right? Yeah, but like I have to deal with so many other fucking things, right? I'm not gonna try and get into that. So you have to do 20 30 minutes, you're not thinking and relaxing? Yeah. That's just the first week, because you never really done it. They don't like to build a muscle mass and sports strong. An instant reward for working out. In 20 years, who gives a fuck? I could be dead in 20 years. I'm not gonna worry about 20 years from now. What the fuck? Like, yeah, I mean, like, I don't worry about that shit. No way. Absolutely not. Like, I'm not thinking about that shit at all. Hopefully not. No, hopefully not. No. Yeah, for sure. But like, I'm not getting ready to do that. This year is fuck take. No, I really only think like maybe like a year, like 5 years into the future. Like anything beyond that, I just don't really do that. Like if something bad happens or anything like that, that's just the way it is. Yeah, I mean that's life. one thing that I'm working on emotionally or otherwise, the effect of having a background without being able to point out exactly where it's coming from. Similar to taking the right vitamin or whatever. That's a bit self-destructive take there, man. Okay. Like, people, like, here's the thing, right? It's like, if people want to, like, I have a pretty, like, dark outlook on life in general, right? Like, I don't really give a fuck. I do what I feel like doing, and if that's a problem or something is wrong, then that's, like, I mean, I don't know, why am I justifying, like, the way I live? Like, that's it. Yeah. Sound like you meditate more easily with more count? Yeah, maybe, right? I'm not interested in improving myself or, you know, eating healthy or anything like that. And if bad things happen to me, that's just the way it goes. I've already had my teeth brought out. I have other stuff like that. That's just the way it is. And I try not to give a fuck about any of it. And if eventually it will kill me. Eventually, somehow it will. But it's going to kill everybody else, too. That's it. Everybody's going to die. So who cares? Like, I'm going to think about that or worry about that. Fucking change my whole life, live around that. God damn. Nah, that's just not me. You're so negative, damn. Well, I am, right? And like, that's the thing is, like, actually, I don't really want, I don't want to talk about like, kind of like my like feelings about shit. Cause like, I have very, very dark viewpoint on basically everything, right? And so it's really not going to be, it's not going to be any better. So yeah, that's why I still smoke cigarettes. I like them. I don't care. Yeah. And it's also like, if I had kids or something like that, I would feel like I had like more of an obligation to do that. You're gonna regret it on your deathbed? I mean, who cares whether I do or not? I'm about to die anyway. Who gives a fuck? What are you thinking, man? Yeah, what do you think? Like, who cares?
Consider this a gift.
Yeah, what are you talking about? Like, you're dead. Like, who gives a fuck? It doesn't matter whether you regret it or not. Who cares? Yeah, that's it. There's no, like, bro, there's nothing, like, everything about you going to evaporate and disappear. Like, that's it. Nobody's going to give a fuck about it. After you're dead, you know, 10, 20, 50 years, nobody's going to think about you. Nobody's going to give a fuck about you. That's it. You evaporated. All your thoughts, your feelings, your emotions, your memories, everything is gone. It's gone. It's deleted. It doesn't matter what you did. It doesn't matter to anybody. Like, that's done. Like, that's it. It's gone. Don't try to fucking, don't get sentimental about something that you can't hold on to, you can't control. Yeah, delete browser history. Yeah, it's just like, I don't know what's wrong with some people, bro. Like, people are so afraid of that, and I don't blame them, right? It's fucking scary. But, that's it. Boomer stream? Yeah. I mean, people like, yeah, my sons and daughters are never even have to get these. Yeah, what about them? Then they won't. It's just the way it is. I don't have any regrets about anything in my life. I've never had any regrets. I never got into that. I find it to be unhealthy. I'll play a few more games of this. Yeah. Remember famous people from history, dumbass? Yeah, but that's not you, is it? Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, is that's not you, though. Let me see how this works. Can I make the music, the sound work whenever it's off? Let me see if I can. No, it didn't. All right. Wish I don't give a fuck about that. All right. How do you have 0 regrets? The reason why I have 0 regrets is because, why do I have 0 regrets? Is rich? No, I felt this way whenever I was a kid too. I was younger. I just think it's pointless, I guess.
Decisions must...
Yeah, it's just pointless. Like, I can't see something that, like, why would I, like, I can't even understand why I would have a regret.
You should check out local.
Do you regret not brushing your teeth? No, not really. That's just the way it is. Yeah. You just don't dwell on the past? I try not to. I feel like every time I think about the past or anything like that, it just makes it worse. So, all right. We talk about this shit all day. Like, let's just move on. Let's move on. Look, it's obviously I have a very dark outlook on life, and like I did again. We could go back and forth about this pointless nihilism. Yeah, for sure. We wasted so much fucking time. I'm gonna try and play another game. I'll show you how it goes. Let's move on. Yeah, I do have a regret talking about shit like this on stream. That's a regret right there. Damn, where the hoes at? Every single person here is a girl except me. God damn. Wait, Inferno? I don't want Inferno. Wait, no, I don't want Inferno. I can't play this one. I don't even know how the fucking wait, it doesn't let me? Bro, now I gotta, but I don't know how to play this, I don't know how to play this character. I gotta, oh God. Oh God, I'm playing Inferno, boys. I don't know how to fucking, I don't even know what to do. Sink or swim, time to fucking learn. I don't, what does this guy do? I mean, he got lasers and shit, right? He got yeah. Okay. Man, fuck this. So this bitch took my guy. Check weapons. I'm mad, bro. I'm fucking pissed. You changed your UI? No. No, I didn't. I'm so stressed out, bro. Like, now I have to play a character I suck at. Everybody gonna be making fun of me, calling me bad. Like, this is the worst day of my life. This is bad. This is so bad, bro. Like, no, bro, you good? I don't think I'm good, bro. Like, it's... All right, here we go. Now that's a regret? Yeah, now we got a regret. Okay. All right, what we got? We got everybody else here? Okay, let's go. So what does this guy do? I played like one group with this guy. Okay. I think you charge the attacks, right? How'd I miss? Kill him? Why are they not? Come over here. Okay. 3, maybe 1. Okay, damaging them, AoEing all of them down.